Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The number 3 revived place was only a semi-origin ground. At first, no one thought anything could happen here. Before the trial was started, the 3 major powers had explored this world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let so many people enter it. But now it seemed that they had missed something. It was not that they hadn't checked the death abyss, but they hadn't seen a sky-opening realm powerhouse there. Therefore, they took it for granted that it was where world origin was. They didn't expect that there, an ancient big shot was still alive. Logically speaking, such a situation was difficult to appear even once every 10,000 primitive graveyards. After all, a world had become a wasteland. And the world origin of the world had been drained. How could anyone still be alive? Buzz, Xingyu, Qiu Shouzong, and An Taiping came to the front of the cave. They didn't look for Bai Ranran and the others. Since they didn't come back, they just didn't want to come back. Otherwise, it didn't explain why none of the leaders came back. At this moment, Xingyu narrowed his eyes and said, to be able to kill so many kings at the same time, the danger down below might not be as simple as only in the sky-opening realm. And Taiping suddenly said, have you noticed that the world origin of the world is no longer dissipating here? This means that the world origin of the world has been taken. What do you mean? Qiu Shouzong's face turned cold. Are you saying that this disaster was caused by someone? Qiu Shouzong's heart did a flip, because he had learned from Tianhong that Ghost Blade led the team down. Now, the others who went down were all dead. But Ghost Blade's life tablet was still intact. Could it be that Ghost Blade triggered the disaster below and obtained unexpected resources? He swallowed all the world origin of the world here? Qiu Shouzong's heart stirred. This was possible. He knew the ability of Ghost Blade. The 9-death indestructible body could allow him to die 9 times in a row without dying. If Ghost Blade obtained all the world origin of this world alone, his potential and growth would probably be comparable to Bai Ranran's. Qiu Shouzong immediately said, why? No matter how dangerous it is, can it stump the 3 of us? It's not an exaggeration to say that if the 3 of us attack, even a powerhouse who is going to reach the longevity realm will be killed by us. How can a mere revived place stop us? What Qiu Shouzong said was actually true. At their level of strength, one of them could actually easily sweep across an origin ground. Even for a place like the raging sea, if it weren't for the fact that there was the Beast King guarding it, it wouldn't be able to resist a strong master who had turned his origin sea into a star. In fact, Duan Qingxi even dared to fight a monarch with the Master of Silence. It could be imagined that at their level, their combat power had reached a terrifying level. Xingyu could kill more than 20 ordinary sky-opening realm evil spirits with one blow. If it were Qiu Shouzong or An Taiping, it would probably be the same. However, Xingyu had long known what was below the abyss. He had been dragged over to fight the group of evil spirits. There were so many of them. Even if the 3 of them attacked together, it was unrealistic to kill so many evil spirits. They were strong, but they were still in the sky-opening realm. It could only be said that even if they were faced with so many evil spirits, it wouldn't be easy for them to die. Of course, if there was someone below who helped him and had other means, he might really be able to keep Qiu Shouzong and An Taiping there. With this in mind, Xingyu was a little excited. These 2 people were not weak at all. If they were really killed, there would only be benefits and no harm. At that time, whether it was the city of origin or the city of scavengers, they could do nothing about it. After all, the number 3 revived place was explored by all the 3 parties. However, Xingyu felt that this possibility was relatively small. After all, there were so many evil spirits down below. It would be good enough if he could fight his way out. Even with the help of Neza's original body, it would only be easier for him to escape. At this moment, Qiao Shotsong meant to enter the abyss together. Xingyu wondered if Han Fei really had a way to take these 2 people down, since he asked him to lure them over. But a few years ago, he seemed to be too busy to take care of himself. While Xingyu was thinking, and Taiping said, although the world origin of this world has disappeared, this place has killed hundreds of SC establishment realm seedlings after all. We can't let this matter go easily. I think we can enter. Xingyu said, since you think we can enter, let's enter. At this moment, Xingyu was more like a bystander. He felt that he was safe in this trap. What he was interested in now was what Neza's mysterious original body was going to do. Swish. 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 The 3 of them jumped into the abyss, one after another. As the saying went, the strong were fearless. Anyway, Qiao Shotsong and the others felt that in a mere revived place, how could there be any creatures that could threaten them? However, when they entered the world below, the billowing murderous aura instantly filled their nerves. When the anxiety that filled the void made them feel that something was wrong, it was already too late. Is this an ancient desolate battlefield? And Taiping's eyes were cold. Feeling the intense murderous aura here, he immediately shouted in a low voice, not good, we've been ambushed. This place is more dangerous than we imagined. This kind of intense murderous aura is a place of nurturing evil spirits. It's very easy to give birth to evil spirits. The city of origin was the first main city in the chaotic wasteland after all. They knew more secrets here. Therefore, as soon as Taiping arrived here, he had guessed the real problem here. Sure enough, in their perception, the evil spirits here began to gather. When the first sky-opening realm evil spirit appeared, they knew why so many people died one after another. After all, the trial takers were only in the sea establishment realm. In the face of a sky-opening realm evil spirit, it would be strange if they didn't die. Xingyu pretended to be angry. Qiao Shotsong, why did you insist that we should come down? Did you know the real situation here? Their cause of death is obvious. If you want to stay here to fight the evil spirits, stay here. Xingyu mocked, as if he was about to leave. However, more and more evil spirits appeared around him. He perceived that there were already dozens of them. At this speed, in a while, there would be evil spirits everywhere. Qiao Shotsong's face darkened. How the F***ck could I know? We have the most deaths here. Xingyu said, so you want to drag us down with you? If you want to blame someone, blame your people for being too greedy. If they weren't greedy, the people of our city of wanderers might not have died. Qiao Shotsong shouted, Xingyu, are you looking for trouble? Xingyu snorted. Why? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Take a look at yourself. If Pan Lydian comes, he might be able to beat me. You are just the second lord. Shoal. Stop arguing. Let's think about how to get out. There are more and more evil spirits here. They are all in the sky-opening realm. None of them are weak. Bang! 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 As they talked, they had already begun to fight. They had no choice but to fight. When the evil spirits were everywhere, it would be difficult to fight. For a moment, the three strong masters all attacked. The evil spirits that Han Fei found extremely troublesome were shattered one after another in front of these three people, not even qualified to resist. An hour later, when the three of them destroyed nearly 500 evil spirits, they finally felt exhausted. It was true that they were late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses, but they were only in the sky-opening realm and had their limits. They could get no external help in this place. They could only consume their own resources. However, like Han Fei, even if their combat power was still there, their mental exhaustion couldn't be ignored. Even though they had penetrated nearly 500 evil spirits, there were still a large number of them chasing them. There were still 700 or 800 of them that they could see. Han Fei, who was sitting on the neck of the ancient blood fiend, was speechless. Was this the combat power of people at the level of Xingyu? They were simply animals. The three of them had easily killed nearly 500 evil spirits. It seemed that they could still continue to fight. Han Fei calculated that there were still 1,021 evil spirits that he could control. These were evil spirits that had accumulated over countless years. In just a short while, they were almost all used up. Han Fei thought to himself, I can't go on like this. I can't just rely on Xing Yu. Immediately, Han Fei said, attack. Then he jumped off the blood fiend. At this moment, only the boss could kill Qiu Shouzong and An Taiping. On the other side, Xing Yu roared, and Taiping, are you King leading the right way? Where is the exit? Where the hell is the exit? And Taiping roared back, the world origin of the world here has been collected. Even our own family can't find it according to the traces left behind. At this moment, you have no choice but to believe me. Qiu Shouzong was shocked. Not good. Thousands of evil spirits have surrounded us. Xing Yu cursed, and Taiping, you idiot. I believe you, but you brought us into the evil spirit's nest? Xing Yu felt quite good. It was a rare opportunity for him to scold them. However, thousands of evil spirits had come again. Wasn't this too much? Where was Nez's original body? At this moment, Xing Yu suddenly heard Han Fei's voice transmission. Attention! Stay away from An Taiping. A general attack has begun. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. A general attack? Hearing this, Xing Yu's heart stirred, and he felt a little incredulous. Wait. Didn't you drag me to fight the evil spirits with you before? Now you're telling me that you are going to control the evil spirits to launch an all-out attack? Looking at the surrounding evil spirits, Xing Yu was sure that this was the general attack that Han Fei mentioned. Xing Yu immediately shouted at Qiu Shouzong and An Taiping, let's split up. Otherwise, there will be endless evil spirits. Then none of us will be able to escape. Qiu Shouzong's heart stirred. The city of origin was more knowledgeable about primitive graveyards. If they separated from An Taiping, what if none of them escaped? However, seeing that Xing Yu had already rushed out in one direction, his heart stirred. Could this be a trap set up by the city of origin? After all, And Taiping had already led the way for half a day, but along the way, they had killed countless evil spirits. Not only had they failed to find the exit, but the number of evil spirits was also increasing. Immediately, Qiu Shouzong made up his mind, chose a path, and rushed out. When both Xingyu and Qiu Shouzong left, even in Taiping was a little unsure whether he had found the right path or not. Chirp. Under such circumstances, and Taiping immediately spread his heavenly cicada wings, and the cicada began to ring. Through the sound, he could distinguish danger from the void. And Taiping was also determined. The more dangerous it was, the more likely it was the way out. The departure of Xingyu and Qiu Shouzong was not wise in his opinion. He thought that if he ran away, Xingyu and Qiu Shouzong, who couldn't find their way, would probably be trapped alive in this primitive ancient land. Under the siege of so many evil spirits, it was impossible for them to hold on. And Taiping felt that he might have accidentally killed two super powerhouses. If that was the case, the trial in the number 3 revived place would be worth it. Strong masters like Xingyu and Qiu Shouzong couldn't be nurtured easily. 2. Be able to become such a strong master, which one of them hadn't obtained countless opportunities and hovered on the brink of death countless times? Even an origin ground might not be able to give birth to such a strong master. But this time, 2 of such people might be gone. This was a great contribution. Although there were countless evil spirits blocking him, they were only evil spirits. In terms of speed, they were far inferior to strong masters like an Taiping. And Taiping activated his ultimate move. After killing dozens of evil spirits in a row, he was walking towards a place that the heavenly cicada judged as safe. However, along the way, although there were obstacles, the evil spirits could only consume him. It was impossible to stop him. After Taiping killed nearly 70 evil spirits, although he felt that his spiritual power was lacking, he felt that he had taken the right path. This was because he saw a scarlet mist, which was an even more intense murderous aura. Huff. 2 idiots gave up their chance to survive for nothing. And Taiping grinned and was about to move forward when he suddenly saw monstrous murderous aura condense into a murderous knife river and slash at him. Who is it? And Taiping was horrified. Such an outburst and such a terrifying power had almost triggered the murderous aura within 100,000 kilometers. This power couldn't have been caused by a single evil spirit. Roar. Divine Seal, Heavenly Gate Array. A strange 8-layer array appeared around Taiping. Behind him, the triangular divine seal was slowly spinning, and power was erupting. Clang. 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 Infinite murderous aura swept across the strange array, producing clanging sounds. Every time the voice sounded, the terrifying power seemed to be an attack of a sky-opening realm powerhouse, and the power was terrifying. Ka ka ka. After about 3 seconds, the first layer of the heavenly gate array began to break. And Taiping's vision turned black, and then lit up. This time, he had killed too many creatures in the sky-opening realm, and his current combat power was less than 50% left. Under such circumstances, facing such dense attacks, he had consumed a lot of energy. He was horrified, because this didn't feel like he was fighting a powerhouse of the same level at all. It felt like he was fighting an entire world. The murderous aura within 100,000 kilometers was actually mobilized by a power. Its power could be imagined. Bang. 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 As time passed, although the power of the murderous aura knife river kept weakening, the boundless murderous aura never decreased. And Taiping took a deep breath, and at the moment when the heavenly gate array was about to break, a circular sound wave spewed out of his mouth. Ah! The power of the sound wave was no less than that of the murderous aura knife river just now. It was even stronger. Han Fei, who was secretly peeping, cursed in his heart. Even if this ancient human had personally taken action and waited for Taiping to be exhausted, he was going to be killed? Ah! The sound wave broke through the blood fiend saber river, and Taiping broke through. At the same time, he shouted, "Who is there? Come out!" Han Fei's heart turned cold, and he sneered. "Fine. I'll come out. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" On Taiping's route of action, a figure burning with murderous aura appeared. This ancient human had murderous aura like blood, like a monster jumping from a blood pool. He roared, "In the past, it was you winged guys who destroyed my world and slaughtered billions of my people. Today, I will make you sink under the endless resentment of those souls." And Taiping was shocked. What kind of secret was this? Billions of people? Was this a former powerhouse from the origin ground? No, this person had already fused with the murderous aura and completely turned into a demonic body. The flesh and blood in his body might be made of the murderous aura. It might not be a good thing to tangle with this person. However, when Taiping twisted the distorted space was immediately torn apart by the ancient human. Although he was only a puppet. Now, he was a puppet who was going to reach the longevity realm. If such a strong master really attacked, how could Taiping have a chance to escape? As soon as the two met, a fierce battle broke out. Because the ancient human was an unconscious puppet, he was inevitably weaker in combat. However, this person was really strong. He was originally going to reach the longevity realm, or even at the level of Zhao Honghuang. Even if his strength was greatly reduced, it didn't make sense for him to fall to the point where he couldn't even defeat Taiping. Therefore, when the two fought, Taiping tried to leave the battle many times, but was blocked by the infinite murderous aura. In the battle, Han Fei could see that Taiping's state was getting worse and worse. First, he killed almost 300 evil spirits in a row, and now he was attacked by the ancient human. It would be strange if he was in a good state of mind. But at the next moment, Han Fei saw another magical power. In the fierce battle, the center of Taiping's eyebrows lit up. However, this was not a spiritual beast coming out, but a milky pearl appearing. Star bead? Han Fei frowned. Was Taiping forced to use his star bead? At that moment, a terrifying energy pillar that even Han Fei found incredible instantly pierced through the void of 100,000 kilometers. Even the ancient human was pierced through 100,000 kilometers by this power. And a big hole appeared in his chest. But Taiping didn't seem to be having a good time either. This was a power directly erupted through the star bead, a kind of release of the power in his origin. Han Fei believed that even if he could block this power, he would be almost crippled. He felt that even if he reversed time, he might not be able to do it in time. Taiping was bleeding from his 7 orifices and panting heavily. The triangular divine seal, behind him, spun much faster. Han Fei snorted in his heart. No matter how strong you are, so what? This is the home ground of the evil spirits. Even if I have to grind you down, I will destroy you today. The ancient human charged back again, and all the murderous aura in the surrounding void was repairing his injuries. Seeing this, and Taiping was unwilling to fight again. Before the ancient humans returned, he immediately twisted the void and tried to escape. Hanfei wanted to stop him, but he hadn't mastered the strange power of twisting the void. This was a speed that exceeded light. Just as Hanfei was speechless and about to let Taiping run away, he saw the distorted void suddenly collapse. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was Xingyu rushing out of the distorted void. Hanfei saw a big star appear, almost covering Taiping. The terrifying power seemed to be stronger than the beam of light that Taiping just unleashed. Pfft! Ka ka ka. Caught off guard, most of Tai's body exploded, and the raging energy penetrated him countless times. Even so, Taiping could still react. Although his hands had almost turned into bones, he still managed to block the blow. Xingyu? How dare you sneak attack me at a time like this? Don't you want to go out? Hiss, you set me up? As soon as Xingyu took action, the ancient human also swept over with another murderous aura river. When Taiping saw that the two of them didn't fight, he seemed to understand something. Chirp. Immediately, Taiping wanted to run back. As long as he found Qiu Shotsong, he could survive. As the saying went, when the lips were gone, the teeth were cold. Qiu Shotsong wouldn't sit idle. Unfortunately, there was a river of murderous aura and a flying star spear. How could his half-crippled body resist them? Immediately, the triangular divine seal behind Taiping erupted, and a terrifying power descended. It was the power of a monarch. Rumble. Rumble. He used the god's arrival technique to borrow some of the power of a monarch. Taiping vomited blood, but his body and injuries were rapidly recovering. However, the moment he was sent flying, a terrifying sword shadow suddenly erupted from behind. However, Taiping still quickly perceived that the power of this sword didn't seem to be that strong, so he held it backhand. Just as Taiping was about to crush the all-great Daos in one sword, the space exploded, and a force spread to the center of his eyebrows. At that moment, the void between Taiping's eyebrows moved, revealing an entrance to his origin sea. A figure flashed and instantly rushed in. Even Xingyu was stunned by this scene. In his mind, he heard a voice transmission, "Don't attack. Leave this person to me." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In this primitive ancient land, Hanfei had already tried. He couldn't enter the Origin Sea because the entrance to the Origin Sea seemed to be suppressed by the power of this world. However, this didn't mean that he really couldn't enter the Origin Sea. Taiping revealed his star beads, which was his biggest loophole. If Hanfei didn't know that the star bead was connected to the Origin Sea, it would be fine, but he knew. Emochi told him this herself. Sure enough, although there was only a crack, it was enough for him to kill his way in. At this moment, Xingyu's eyes were almost popping out. This is the original body of Neza? Are you looking for death by running into Taiping's origin? See? However, when Xingyu saw the motionless blood fiend standing in the void beside him, he couldn't help but be shocked. How did he control such a powerful blood fiend? Also, so many evil spirits seemed to be attacking consciously. Were they also under his control? Xingyu couldn't help sighing. Why had no one ever told her that Neza had the original body? Did the Master of Silence know? The answer was that he definitely knew. Otherwise, Nez's original body wouldn't have to expose himself. Xingyu also felt that this person was definitely on their side. Although his original body hadn't turned his origin sea into a star yet, there was no doubt that this person could definitely become the 5th general of the city of Wanderers. This news made Xingyu quite excited. However, he really couldn't imagine how he could come out of Taiping's origin sea alive. No matter how weak Taiping was, he was a strong master who had long turned his origin sea into a star. He was a powerhouse comparable to the 4 generals and the top 10 lords. How could Han Fei resist him? In Taiping's origin sea, the moment Han Fei rushed in, Taiping was stunned. ****, how dare you enter our origin sea? Are you looking for death? Taiping's first reaction was to use the power of his origin sea to forcibly kill Han Fei. He didn't want to waste his energy on Han Fei, thinking that there were still 2 strong enemies outside, so he had to escape. However, when the terrifying power rolled towards Han Fei, 3 small branches extended from between Han Fei's eyebrows. Taiping discovered, to his shock, that his terrifying power couldn't hurt this person at all. Besides, all the immortal qi and chaotic qi in his origin sea were gathering here, and he couldn't control them at all. Who the hell are you? Han Fei grinned. Me? I am the coolest boy on this street. Taiping was speechless. What the f***ck? You're singing? Taiping was furious. Even if I can't kill you, how can you survive my self-destruction? Han Fei flexed his shoulders and spread his hands. Do it. You could do it. Before, but now. At this time, 2 more small vines extended from between Han Fei's eyebrows. Except for the small vine with fruits, the other 5 small vines all came out. For a moment, Taiping felt that he was controlled by an invisible force. He wanted to activate his origin sea, but he found that he couldn't control the power in it anymore. Han Fei sneered. In the past, it was because he was weak that others could detonate their origin seas with the absolute suppression of strength. But now, he had already opened the sky and had 6 spines. From the moment he came in, the power of this origin sea belonged to the vines. You still want to blow yourself up? Dream on. Of course, it wasn't that Taiping couldn't self-destruct, but that he could only blow up his own body, and his origin sea could only become ownerless. This was the first time Han Fei had seen the origin sea of a star transformation powerhouse. It was a complete planet. Han Fei looked up at the sea of stars, which were surrounded by several big stars. Han Fei could understand that this was to create small galaxies, such as the solar system. Unfortunately, although Taiping's small galaxy had a few big stars, it lacked stars like the sun. After watching the star transformation process and the evolution of the origin sea from the ancient human's memory, Han Fei wasn't that surprised. However, there were so many resources in Taiping's origin sea. Han Fei glanced around. If he collected them, even if most of them were useless, he could expand his origin sea by at least 50,000 kilometers, or even more. This was completely incomparable to the resources he exchanged with billions of resources in the city of scavengers. If he had to measure it with resources, Han Fei could only say that it was at least tens of billions of energy crystals. And this was only a part of what Han Fei could collect. Han Fei wanted to swallow the entire origin sea of Taiping. He had tried this before, but it was useless. He could only swallow the resources that float on the surface of the origin sea. As for the resources hidden in depth, even if he could dig them out, it would take a long time. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to dig for resources now. There was still a big battle waiting for him outside, and Qiu Shotsong hadn't been killed yet. In the outside world. Hearing Han Fei's words, Xingyu didn't attack, but gave in Taiping to Han Fei. In fact, at first, Taiping wanted to escape and still had consciousness. But later, almost all his strength went silent, and he seemed to be resisting something and couldn't care about Xingyu at all. But in any case, Xingyu knew that Taiping was dead for sure. His strength was getting weaker and weaker. Even if Han Fei didn't take action, he was confident that he could kill Taiping now. In the past, only one vine attacked, but today, 5 vines attacked together. After about half an hour, Taiping couldn't hold on anymore. Taiping twisted his body, which was a sign of self-destruction. The self-destruction of a late-stage star transformation powerhouse was so powerful that Xingyu and the ancient human retreated at the same time. Rumble. A self-destruction that swept hundreds of thousands of kilometers stirred the void and even caused a violent earthquake in the surface world. Because he didn't belong to this world, Taiping's death didn't cause any weather changes. At the moment Taiping died, the 2 monarchs of the Yin family suddenly opened their eyes. And Bailing suddenly got up from the throne with a solemn expression. Something big had happened on the graveyard battlefield. Amidst the explosion, a figure seemed to walk out of the flames. The flames made him shine golden like a god. Xingyu narrowed her eyes slightly, and then Han Fei said, "Done. As for Qiu Shotsong, I want to lure him out to kill him." Xingyu's eyelids twitched. "If he goes outside, will you still have a chance to kill him?" Han Fei grinned. "Cripple him first, then throw him to the outside world. This is a revived place. It's possible for it to revive in the future." Xingyu shrugged. "Why didn't I know that Neza was an avatar?" "Who are you?" Han Fei said, "You can ask the Master of Silence or Duan Qingxi who I am. In short, we are not enemies. We are firm allies." Xingyu asked, "A firm ally? A force outside the wasteland?" Han Fei said, "Stop guessing. You'll find out when you go back." On this side, Taiping had died. It was impossible for there to be no reaction from the city of origin. Although Han Fei could temporarily command these evil spirits, because of the ancient human, the evil spirits were not useful except in the number 3 revived place. After all, it was impossible for the monarchs not to come after such a big event. Taiping's status was equivalent to the 4 generals in the city of Wanderers and the top 10 lords in the city of Scavengers. How could such a heavyweight powerhouse not be taken seriously? When the monarchs came, the less than 1,000 evil spirits left would be nothing at all. At this moment, all the evil spirits were chasing Qiu Shotsong. Just like in Taiping, although Qiu Shotsong had killed many evil spirits, his power had a limit. Even if Qiu Shotsong's origin sea was full of resources, he was under a lot of mental pressure. Although Taiping and Qiu Shotsong were both stronger than Han Fei could reverse time, had the help of the Emperor Sparrow, and could also fish for Xingyu to help him. Overall, in terms of the number of kills, Han Fei might have more, but in a fight, if he used too many combat skills and soul power, his spiritual power would inevitably be exhausted. At this moment, Qiu Shotsong was coming to Han Fei because he felt the outbreak of a super battle However, when Qiu Shotsong saw the ancient human, he felt terrible. Xingyu didn't appear. Han Fei hoped that he would surprise his opponent like before. Even Han Fei hit himself. Anyway, he didn't have to do it himself. There were still many evil spirits. Even if most of them had been killed, there were still 713 left. In other words, since they parted ways just now, and Taiping and Qiu Shotsong had killed more than 300 evil spirits. At this moment, the ancient human appeared and a great battle broke out. Qiu Shotsong didn't even have a place to run as he was completely held back by this ancient human. Besides, this time, Han Fei was not in a hurry to attack. This was because he couldn't accurately grab an opportunity to enter the other party's origin see through his star bead every time. Therefore, he had to cripple Qiu Shotsong and give him one last chance to escape. Therefore, all the remaining evil spirits went on stage, including more than 700 evil spirits and the ancient human. They held Qiu Shotsong back and gave him no chance to escape, no matter how furious he was. In the dark, Han Fei was watching the show with Xingyu. Han Fei sighed. You guys are really good at fighting. He almost can't fight anymore, but he can still kill 70 or 80 evil spirits. How strong? Xingyu was speechless. Are you really not praising yourself? We are so strong, but you are not? Xingyu, it should be about time. Han Fei said, no rush. Keep pushing him. It won't be too late for him to burn tens of thousands of years of his lifespan. Before this, Qiu Shotsong had already burned 50 or 60,000 years of his lifespan, which made Han Fei sigh. A moment later, Qiu Shotsong was sent flying by the blood fiend and immediately burned his lifespan again. With the power of his star bead, he sent the blood fiend flying and killed 17 evil spirits. At this moment, Xingyu said, it's about time. I know you still want to enter his origin see. But if you wait any longer, when the Yin family's monarchs arrive, it won't be easy for you to continue to act. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Qiu Shotsong had never thought that one day he would be exhausted to death by human wave tactics. If it weren't for the ancient human blood fiend, he was confident that he could still hold on and run. Perhaps he still had a chance to get out. However, once the ancient human blood fiend entered the arena, he was completely passive. This was a primordial ancient land full of murderous aura. There was murderous aura everywhere in this world. The blood fiend had the geographical advantage in fighting him because he had endless replenishment. But not only did he have no replenishment, but his spiritual power was also constantly declining. Under such circumstances, if he was dragged on for a long time, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? At this moment, Qiu Shotsong knew that he couldn't break out of the siege of these evil spirits and the blood fiend. Under such circumstances, he knew that there was nothing he could do now. Unless a monarch came in person, he couldn't be saved at all. However, trapped here, he couldn't summon any monarchs at all unless he died and his life tablet was broken. However, Qiu Shotsong was unwilling to give up. In this life, he never thought that he would die in such a small place. Roar! Qiu Shotsong burst out and launched another terrifying attack with his star bead, blasting through a road. He wanted to struggle one last time. In a moment, Qiu Shotsong had rushed forward billions of kilometers. Although the blood fiend and a bunch of evil spirits were chasing him, their speed was still far inferior to his. Suddenly, Qiu Shouzong's heart stirred, because he found a strange place. There was a big cocoon there, with a creature being nurtured in it. Although the world origin of the world had been taken away, with Qiu Shouzong's rich experience, how could he not recognize this place? Immediately, Qiu Shouzong laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. There is always a way out. In the blink of an eye, Qiu Shouzong landed. Then he didn't even hesitate to release a large amount of chaotic qi and even immortal qi. This was similar to the principle of using chaotic qi to enter a primitive graveyard, but here, it might be slightly different. The exit might be more obscure. Even Qiu Shouzong was looking for a weak point in the massive amount of chaotic qi. In the end, his gaze fell on a withered demonic plant. This demonic plant must have been nurtured by the world origin of the world. But it clearly hadn't been successfully born. However, although it hadn't been successfully born, it seemed to have vaguely opened an opportunity to connect to the outside world. Qiu Shouzong took advantage of this and pierced through the void with a finger. But just as half of Qiu Shouzong's body stepped into the void, a hidden, terrifying power burst out from not far away and bombarded him. Xingyu? Qiu Shouzong roared in disbelief. He didn't know when Xingyu appeared here. But he had already suffered a great loss in strength and mind. Now that he had been hit by Xingyu's full-strength attack, he couldn't fight back and even had to rush out of the passage. Otherwise, once he was left behind, it would be impossible for him to survive against a powerhouse like Xingyu. Roar! Qiu Shouzong used almost all his strength to maintain the passage and quickly entered it. The moment Qiu Shouzong appeared in the outside world, he was almost moved to tears. He finally saw a way out. Sure enough, the heavens took care of him. However, he had thought that without his control, the passage would collapse. But he was wrong. There was still a strong master like Xingyu behind him. It was not difficult to maintain this passage. Swish! 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 Immediately after Xingyu, beams of light jumped out of the passage. Qiu Shouzong took a closer look. In addition to Xingyu, there was also the blood fiend and a masked man. In the blink of an eye, as soon as Xingyu appeared, it held the big star and smashed at him. On the other side, the blood fiend attacked, and the infinite murderous aura condensed into a murderous aura river that pounced at him. Also, the masked man was not to be outdone. He unleashed a strange sword light that was intertwined with immortal qi and fiendish qi. Xingyu, did you set me up? Qiu Shouzong roared. He was so weak that he didn't even have 30% of his combat power. How could he withstand the bombardment of 3 strong masters? Only the guy with the mask was weaker. Rumble! Rumble! Qiu Shouzong's limbs were broken and his soul was weak. Puff! A crack appeared in the void, and Qiu Shouzong was shocked. Wasn't that his entrance to his origin sea? Han Fei dove in and crazily swallowed the reserve energy in Qiu Shouzong's origin sea, just like how he absorbed in Taiping's just now. In the outside world, Xingyu had sealed this space. Although in Taiping and Qiu Shouzong had both died, the consequences might be very serious. However, 2 strong enemies had been killed after all. It didn't matter what happened next. Bang! The void was broken, and Han Fei drilled out of Qiu Shouzong's origin sea. When Han Fei raised his hand, Qiu Shouzong seemed to be struggling. Xingyu's eyes were constricted slightly. Was he controlled? Han Fei was also excited. He had thought that he couldn't control Qiu Shotsong. After all, he was really strong. However, Qiao Shotsong was too weak. At this moment, his origin sea had almost been emptied by him, and after being hunted by the evil spirits and ambushed, he had no strength to resist now. At this moment, in the void passage, hundreds of evil spirits appeared in a row. Han Fei said, "Act to the end." Han Fei activated the great Tao of time on Qiao Shotsong, disrupting the time. At this moment, looking at Han Fei's series of actions, Xingyu was speechless. This person had so many means, was so calculating, and was definitely an extremely dangerous person. Buzz. In the number 3 revived place, Neza, Butcher and Bai Ran were fighting fiercely. Neza was stalling for time. Butcher and thought that Neza was determined to kill Bai Ran because he felt that Neza was fighting very fiercely. Butcher and felt that it would be a great merit to kill either of them. However, after fighting for a long time, the three of them discovered, to their shock, that neither of them could do anything to the other. At this moment, they discovered that the entire number 3 revived place began to shake as if something big had happened. They saw a scene that horrified them from afar. In the eyes of Neza, Bai Ran and Butcher and they saw countless skeleton creatures and a humanoid blood fiend chasing Qiao Shotsong and Xingyu. Besides, it seemed that the two of them were seriously injured, especially since half of Xingyu's body was gone and Qiao Shotsong had a big hole in his chest. Hiss. At that moment, the three of them were shocked. Only Neza was pretending to be shocked. At that moment, the blood fiend powerhouse in front turned his head and looked in their direction. Then, 3 evil spirits left the team and charged at Neza and the others. F***CK. Not good. Neza and Butcher and both exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the battle between them was meaningless. Almost at the same time, the three of them took out their teleportation jade slips and teleported back. Buzz. This was because there was still a long distance from the place where they fought to the exit. The sky openers could arrive quickly, but not the sea establishers. The three of them appeared at the exit of the number 3 revived place almost at the same time. At this moment, there was no one here, so the three of them could only open the passage with chaotic chi. Buzz. Just as the passage opened, a figure suddenly walked out of the void. Yi Fenglu? At this moment, Bai Ran was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that Yi Fenglu was still in the number 3 revived place. As for Neza and Butcherin, seeing that there were still people coming from Bai Ran's side, they immediately stepped into the passage. Han Fei said to Bai Ran, "Something happened." A large group of sky opening realm cultivators seems to be chasing the second lord. Bai Ran thought to herself, Yi Fenglu saw that scene too. It seemed that they came too fast. Bai Ran, let's go. Let's get out first. In the outside world. As soon as Neza went out, he shouted, something happened inside. Master Xing. You is being hunted. Huh? What? What happened? For a moment, not only was Duan Qingxi refreshed, but the powerhouses of the 2 other cities also appeared. On the other side, Butcherin shouted, "Where is Lord Taiping? Where is Lord Taiping?" On the Yin family's side, a strong master immediately stepped out of the void and shouted, "Butcher, what happened?" Butcherin said, "Evil spirits. There are thousands of them in the sky opening realm." What? The expressions of the powerhouses guarding the graveyard battlefield changed. drastically. At this moment, Bai Ranran and Yi Feng came out. The first thing Bai Ranran said after she came out was, "Master Zishao, save them quickly. The second lord is being hunted." Hiss. In the blink of an eye, Duan Qingxi, Zishao, and the strong master of the inn family immediately entered the number 3 revived place. Chirp. About half an hour after the three of them entered the number 3 revived place, a cicada's cry sounded in the void, and a terrifying suppressing pressure descended. Who else could it be but Unbailing? Before Butcherin had the time to talk to Unbailing, he saw Unbailing tear open the entrance to the number 3 revived place. But as soon as the entrance was opened, Duan Qingxi ran out with the seriously injured Xingyu. Zishao, carrying the riddled Qiu Shotsong, rushed out after dozens of seconds. Behind him was the strong master of the inn family, but there was no sign of An Taiping. Behind the strong master of the inn family, a blood fiend was chasing them crazily with 700 evil spirits. Humph. Go to hell. And Bailing attacked and pressed his palm down. The void within 100,000 kilometers was squeezed, and hundreds of evil spirits' bodies were collapsing and exploding. The leading blood fiend roared and shouted at Unbailing, "It's you who destroyed our world. I'll come back for revenge in the end." Then the blood fiend grabbed the murderous Ore River and whipped at Unbailing. Everyone was shocked. This was AF** King Monarch. Die. Unbailing pointed his finger, and the void within 100,000 kilometers collapsed, and the entrance to the number 3 revived place completely collapsed, burying more than 700 evil spirits. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Is this the power of a monarch? Isn't it too strong? The power of a single finger could cause the void within 100,000 kilometers to collapse. Was he still a human? But at this moment, Qiu Shotsong suddenly placed his hand on Zishao. At that time, Zishao felt a fatal crisis. Shotsong. Zishao wanted to run, but Qiu Shotsong stopped him and attacked him with his life. Bang! 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 At the same time, in the collapsing void, led by Blood Fiend, more than 700 evil spirits exploded together. The three parties were all shocked. For a moment, the void within 1,000,000 kilometers was annihilated. On the city of Scavengers' side, Zishao extended his hand to protect Han Fei and Bai Ranran and grabbed them to escape. When he looked back, 1,000,000 kilometers had been completely annihilated. In the void, there was only a hoarse voice roaring, "I will kill my way back." Everyone was puzzled, shocked, and horrified. Only Xingyu's eyelids twitched. This was because he knew that the dead blood fiend was just a fake one. However, had Zishao been tricked? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Qiu Shotsong attacked in front of everyone, trying to drag the commander of the graveyard battlefield, Zishao, to die with him. Unfortunately, Han Fei still underestimated a powerhouse of this level. Although Zishao was almost annihilated by the explosion, he still had a hand left. It was unimaginable that a hand tore open the endless void that was about to close, ran out, and reconstructed his body. It wasn't until Unbailing personally descended that everyone learned that An Taiping, a top sky-opening realm powerhouse of the city of origin, had also died in the number 3 revived place. It could be said that on the surface, the three major powers had all suffered heavy losses this time. And in the eyes of the people of the city of origin and the city of Scavengers, Xingyu's strength seemed to be greater than they imagined. After all, when Unbailing arrived, there were still hundreds of evil spirits. Even with the suppression of the strength of a monarch, it caused the collapse of the void within 1,000,000 kilometers. The terrifying power directly annihilated the 1,000,000 kilometers around the number 3 revived place. Here, a terrifying cave that would last for an unknown period of time was formed. The ice on the surface of the sea froze at all times, as if it was trying to repair the area that was destroyed. But in this area, the power of the blood fiend's self-destruction destroyed the ice in this place at all times. Not long after unveiling arrived, the Master of Silence and the 10,000 scale monarch arrived one after another. The 3 monarchs tore open this land of annihilation and entered the number 3 revived place, but they quickly came out. After they came out, they ordered to list this place as a forbidden area. They all knew that the world origin of the number 3 revived place had been taken away. They had naturally discovered the primordial ancient land and found a massive amount of battle traces there. According to their estimation, it didn't seem wrong for thousands of evil spirits, plus one whose strength might have reached the edge of the longevity realm, to cause such a huge loss. Those in power wouldn't do everything themselves, so they weren't omnipotent. Without the ability to reverse time, they couldn't see what was really happening here. Besides, Han Fei had specially changed the time that Qiu Shotsang experienced, blurring the time. Even if the 10,000 scale monarch called Emochi over, it was useless. However, this time, the losses in the number 3 revived place were too great. Everything looked like a huge trap, which surprised the city of origin and the city of scavengers. After that, everyone who entered the trial of the number 3 revived place would be investigated and questioned. Now, the supreme commander of the scavengers in the primitive graveyard named Zi Xiao was meeting Han Fei. Zi Xiao said, "You are the last batch of people to come back. You appeared almost at the same time as Bai Ran. Tell me, why didn't you come back the first time they summoned you?" Han Fei said, "My lord, when I was first summoned, I was at a critical moment in refining the world origin crystal. But even so, I quickly finished it. Gradually stopped refining, and quickly came out of the hidden secret realm. As soon as I came out, I saw the scene of Lord Shotsang being hunted. At that time, there was still a sky-opening realm skeleton coming at me. Therefore, I made a prompt decision and crushed the teleportation jade slip." Zi Xiao asked, "What a coincidence. How long can it take to refine the world origin crystal? Why did you happen to refine it on that day?" Han Fei said, "My lord, it won't take long to refine a world origin crystal. But I've refined more than one." "Oh?" Zi Xiao asked with interest, "How many have you refined?" Han Fei cooked up a number. "I refined 207 of them in a row." "How much?" Zi Xiao was speechless when he heard the number. "Are you King kidding me? Wait, where did you get so many world origin crystals?" Han Fei said, "I killed 9 people from the city of origin, and 7 from the city of wanderers, including one with wings. And I killed 53 sea establishment realm creatures of the number 3 revived place. So I obtained a total of 207 world origin crystals. It shouldn't be a lot, right?" Zi Xiao narrowed his eyes. If what Yi Fenglu said was true, then this guy's strength seemed to be greatly underestimated. Zi Xiao asked, "But most of the world origin crystals are in other people's origin seas. How did you get them? Will those people surrender?" Han Fei was silent for a moment, as if he had something not convenient to say. Zi Xiao immediately said, "Don't worry. No one who shouldn't know this will." "No." Han Fei immediately said, I have an inherited technique that allows me to enter the origin sea of the dead. Of course, this ability has restrictions. It will consume a lot of my spiritual power. Every time I use it, my mind will weaken. Therefore, in this trial, I mainly hunt native creatures. I won't hunt enemies until my soul power is at its peak. Hearing this, Zixiao's heart did a flip. He didn't think Han Fei lied to him, because his soul was constantly paying attention to Han Fei. Whenever Han Fei's soul state changed, he would notice it. A mere peak-level C establishment cultivator couldn't escape his eyes. Therefore, Han Fei's frankness made him think that he had confirmed the truth. The only thing that surprised Zixiao was that he had never heard of such an inherited technique. A peak-level C establishment cultivator could kill his way into someone else's origin C. This was interesting. Generally speaking, the origin C was the foundation of a cultivator. If they didn't allow it, others couldn't enter and pry into their origin Cs. Zixiao asked, "Who have you encountered this time?" Han Fei said, "Neza, Long Yu, Li Canli, GMO. Han Fei casually reported the names of some people. Most of these people had already died. Neza and the others hadn't died. If you have the ability, go investigate. Anyway, Neza is my clone." Zixiao asked, "You could run away from Neza?" Han Fei said, "I was injured, so I recuperated for more than 2 months." Zixiao nodded slightly. "Okay. Go. During this period of time, for the next month, stay in the camp and don't wander around. When I allow you to leave, you can return to the City of Scavengers. City of Wanderers. In a certain secret realm in Xingyu's origin sea, 90 heavenly talents from the City of Wanderers were released. In addition, there were 309 sea establisher sea beasts, 48 of which had reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. In addition, for Sky Opening Realm, sea demons appeared. At this moment, the sea demons who had left the number 3 revived place were mostly dumbfounded. Those in the sea establishment realm didn't dare to move. The leading clam girl and the jellyfish emperor looked at Xingyu and then at their surroundings, wondering what this place was. However, they knew how terrifying this person in front of them was. They felt an extremely heavy pressure in Xingyu's origin sea, even if Xingyu had tried his best not to pressure them. At this moment, beside Xingyu, Duan Qingxi clicked her tongue. "Oh, you brought back a lot of people. This trip is really worth it." The corner of Xingyu's mouth trembled. "Duan Qingxi, don't you have anything to explain to me? Good Lord, why didn't you tell me that our city had the hidden 5th general?" Duan Qingxi looked at Xingyu strangely. "Who said he was the 5th general?" Xingyu said, "Isn't he? Although he hasn't turned his origin sea into a star yet, his strength is probably no different from that realm. This time, he has made a great contribution." Duan Qingxi said lightly, "You think so highly of him?" Xingyu felt that something was wrong. "What do you mean?" Duan Qingxi snorted. "He's not one of us." Xingyu looked puzzled, thinking that he was the one who personally accepted Neza into the chosen team. Suddenly, Xingyu's heart trembled. "Who is he?" Duan Qingxi said, "An arrogant lunatic." "Okay, let's not talk about this. Anyway, the gift he gave us this time is a bit too big. I guess we have to return the favor." "Return the favor?" Xingyu's eyes widened. "What? Apart from the 3 cities, is there a 4th force in the chaotic wasteland?" At this moment, the clam girl said, "Well, Senior, may I ask where this is? Does the agreement between Brother Ren and us still count? Xingyu asked, Brother Ren? The clam girl, Ren Tianfei. Xingyu rubbed his bald head. Sure, but we need to tell you about our city of wanderers. With that, Xingyu rubbed his head and left. He was going to ask the master of silence about it, muttering, what the hell is going on? After the battle, Han Fei still watched the battle between the three major forces every day. Recently, he had too many things to digest. In the Origin Sea, a massive amount of resources was rapidly melting and expanding his Origin Sea. He also felt that he needed time now. First of all, he saw a speed beyond the ultimate speed this time. In the last moment, if it weren't for Xingyu, he couldn't have come back so fast. He had to figure out how to surpass the ultimate speed. Secondly, he could now see through the life marks of many people. He didn't know if it was because his spiritual power exceeded 5 million, but now these sea establishers could be seen through at a glance in front of him. For no reason, he just could see through it. Also, he knew that he was far from invincible. In the same realm, 2 or 300 evil spirits could beat him. Even if he reversed time, he might not be able to withstand them. Fortunately, he had done the return to origin again, so he should be able to fight better than before. Now, he desperately lacked time. Because the Emperor Sparrow had swallowed too much murderous aura and evil beads, he chose to sleep. He would probably open the sky when he woke up. There was still a huge gap between his soul power and his body, and he needed to make up for it. He had obtained so many resources, so it would be best if he could return to the origin again. He discovered that the return to origin state could repair the gap between the soul and the body. Although it couldn't completely repair it, his foundation would be stronger after the return to origin. Han Fei thought of something. This time I need 2 or 3 years. I have to find an excuse. While Han Fei was thinking, Bai Ran and Tian Hong walked over. Han Fei turned around and asked indifferently, what's the matter? Bai Ran said, I heard that you've gained a lot this time and will have a great improvement in the future? Seeing Han Fei frown, Bai Ran said, I belong to the group of people who should know. In this trial, you can join my team and accompany me. Han Fei thought to himself, do you think I care? However, Han Fei asked, what's the benefit? Bai Ran said, you are qualified to lead the chaotic wasteland with me, and go to the divine capital dynasty to meet the heavenly talents of the sea realm. Han Fei pretended to be shocked and was silent for a moment. I need to cultivate in seclusion now. Bai Ran, you have 5 years, only 5 years. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. 2 years passed. In a remote place in the Scavenger Sea, Han Fei had been cultivating here for 2 years. During this period, no one followed him, and nothing unusual happened. It seemed that they quite trusted him. He didn't know if it was because Zhao Honghuang had given him the blood-devouring pill. But Han Fei didn't dare to be careless. In the past 2 years, he had been in seclusion to balance the gap between his soul power and his physique. So far, the effect was average. Although the two had transformed a lot, too much of the transformation would cause his foundation to be unstable. Therefore, in the past 2 years, Han Fei had been mainly stabilizing his foundation and didn't have the time to temper his body or explore his questions about the sky-opening realm. On this day, Han Fei was wondering if he should return to the origin again. because he had used up all the resources he had obtained from Taiping and Qiu. At present, Hanfei's origin sea had expanded from 200,000 kilometers to 270,000 kilometers. This was the benefit brought about by the countless resources he got from late-stage star transformation powerhouses. Hanfei had once won 1,000 consecutive victories in the arena of the city of scavengers and obtained countless energy crystals, but the resources he got in return were not enough to expand his origin sea by 10,000 kilometers. And the resources that in Taiping and Qiu had helped him expand his origin sea by 70,000 kilometers. However, this situation couldn't be replicated, and it was impossible for him to kill such a strong master easily. If it weren't for the siege of thousands of sky-opening realm evil spirits, the help of the ancient blood fiend who was going to reach the longevity realm, the help of Xingyu, and the special environment of the primordial ancient land, it would be impossible for him to kill these two people. This also fully showed that he was still very far away from real sky-opening realm powerhouses. The top priority now was to open up his origin sea. As for how much he could open up, Hanfei planned to ask eldest senior brother and the others this time. As for the remaining resources, there were still a large number of materials and treasures that couldn't be transformed into energy to expand the origin sea. Of course, he had to make the best use of them. Some mineral deposits, ground veins, spiritual liquid, and the like were slowly fused into his origin sea. He wanted to trigger his origin sea to return to its origin again, but he felt that it wasn't worth it for such a small amount of resources. Suddenly, Hanfei felt that in the depths of his sea of consciousness, the mark of the Void Temple was triggered. Immediately, Hanfei knew that a new gathering had begun. Because of the limitation of conditions, Hanfei didn't go to many small gatherings. This time, it was also a small gathering. However, in Hanfei's opinion, a small gathering was similar to a 100-year gathering. Not everyone would attend small gatherings. Those who were busy, didn't want to come, or had no news to share, didn't have to come. Hanfei patiently rearranged the surrounding environment. After hiding the area, he triggered the mark in his mind and opened the void door. Buzz. Void Mountain. Hanfei called this place the Void Mountain for convenience. Hanfei came a little late. As soon as he entered the Void Mountain, he looked around and bowed to the senior brothers and sisters with a smile. Greetings. Eldest senior brother undead, senior brother azure dragon, senior sister green lotus, senior sister red lotus, senior sister Fengyu. This time only a few people came, and the others were not here. To Hanfei's surprise, Fengyu came. More than 300 years ago, she said that she was going to participate in a trial and never appeared again. He didn't expect that she would come to this small gathering. After everyone responded, Fengyu said, "Junior brother, we haven't seen each other for 300 years. Did you miss me? Are you still holed up in your lousy place?" Hanfei grinned. "I haven't been there for a long time." Fengyu curled her lips. "It's only been 300 years. You make it sound like a long time." Hanfei paused for a moment. No one usually said where they came from or where they were, and Hanfei didn't intend to say it. The matter in the chaotic wasteland might come to an end for the time being. He would go to the divine capital dynasty first. The Azure Dragon asked, 11, are you done? Fengyu said, it should have been over long ago, but the East Sea Divine Realm is going to hold a super competition that is held every 100,000 years. It seems interesting. I'm going to join in the fun. Han Fei asked, are you going too? Immediately, everyone looked at Han Fei. Are you going too? Feng Yu immediately exclaimed, Junior brother, are you going too? Wait. Junior brother, you haven't opened the sky for long, right? You haven't turned your origin sea into a star yet, but you're going to participate in this 10,000-year competition. Isn't it a little dangerous? Han Fei immediately smiled and said, no matter what, I'll go first. Besides, my strength isn't that bad. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Void Temple if I'm too weak? Senior brother Azure Dragon said, Junior brother, no matter what, you have to be careful. Thank you for your reminder, Senior brother Azure Dragon, but I'm in a special situation now. I'm afraid I have to go on this trip. Oh? Just as Feng Yu was about to continue, eldest senior brother suddenly said, Alright, if 11 has something to say, talk after the class. Junior brother's aura is not too stable, and his foundation is slightly chaotic. Let him listen to the class first. When everyone heard this, they seemed to understand. The so-called unstable aura was probably because his strength was improving too fast. Everyone felt that his improvement was too fast because they felt that there was no other possibility except this for the disciples of the Void Temple. In particular, since little junior brother could enter the Void Temple, his foundation couldn't be weak. Thinking that Han Fei was going to participate in the 10,000-year-old competition in the East Sea Divine Realm, his current unstable aura must be caused by his rapid growth. Eldest senior brother wanted to teach first naturally because his lecture contained the truth of the world and the aura of the great Tao, which could help Han Fei stabilize his aura. At this moment, Feng Yu hurriedly replied, yes, eldest senior brother. Han Fei and the others immediately sat cross-legged. A moment later, they heard the voice of their eldest senior brother rang slowly. However, Han Fei suddenly discovered one thing, which was that when eldest senior brother used to lecture, he always started with the great Tao, but this time, he started with the heavenly Tao. Instead, when the word heavenly Tao was mentioned, Han Fei felt a little dizzy and wanted to sleep. Oh, no, he wanted to meditate. Han Fei seemed to hear a few words. What is the heavenly Tao? It's a kind of power, a power hidden in the world. The heavenly Tao contains all the Taos in the world. If you want to make use of the heavenly Tao, you have to make use of the Tao that suits you. Although Han Fei felt that he was in a daze, his chest was heaving. Although he didn't realize it, he seemed to have understood something. Han Fei's origin sea was vaguely touched. While the origin sea produced the great Tao, there seemed to be power coming in from the sea of stars, which made Han Fei feel extremely comfortable, as if someone was massaging him after a long period of exhaustion. Unfortunately, this wonderful feeling disappeared as soon as Han Fei felt it. Suddenly, Han Fei heard eldest senior brother's voice, okay, that's all for today's class. Junior brother, how do you feel? Han Fei immediately checked his personal information, and information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 101, Sky Opener. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,016th. Chaotic Chi, 1,370,000. Spiritual Power, 5,461,258. Perception Range, 6.5 million kilometers. Strength, 4,582,429 waves. First spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage. Second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness spiritual heritage. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 96. Second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 99. Main art, time fishing technique, the 8th level of the void fishing. Technique, emperor level, divine quality. Huh? Han Fei's heart did a flip. His soul power was released and his strength increased. In the past 2 years, he had been cultivating in seclusion mainly to balance the gap between his soul and strength, although he could transform his soul and strength every day. However, just like what eldest senior brother saw the moment he saw him, the rapid change had a price. He needed time to consolidate this change. After all, the soul and the physique were 2 completely different powers. Otherwise, his soul and strength would have long been balanced. Han Fei was surprised because he knew that he would attend the gathering today, so when he came out of seclusion in advance, he had noticed the information of his soul power and strength. At that time, his soul power was 5.52 million, and his strength was 4.51 million. However, after listening to eldest senior brother's class, both of them had transformed. Besides, Han Fei could feel that his mobilization of his power seemed to be better than before. Huff. At least it saves me 100 years of bitter cultivation. Han Fei felt that if his foundation was unstable before, it had stabilized after one class. Of course, it was only stable, but was still a distance away from being firm. Han Fei knew that eldest senior brother was helping him consolidate his strength. As for the future, he still needed to rely on himself. Han Fei immediately replied, "Thank you, eldest senior brother. I feel much better. Now it's time to solidify my foundation." That's great. Eldest senior brother didn't say much. He simply asked, "Do you have anything to discuss?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Since he had a lot of questions, he had to take this opportunity to ask them. How could he not cherish this opportunity? Han Fei said, "Eldest senior brother, I have a question." Eldest senior brother looked at Han Fei kindly and then nodded. Han Fei immediately said, "Eldest senior brother, I want to know if only a balance between the soul and the body can be considered a complete solid foundation." Huh. Before eldest senior brother spoke, senior brother Azure Dragon said, "Little junior brother, was your unstable foundation caused by this problem?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Faced with senior brother Azure Dragon's question, Han Fei nodded slightly. Probably. Maybe I ate too many ownerless souls. At this moment, Feng Yu immediately interjected, "Alas. As the saying goes, no pie falls from the sky. Although ownerless souls are good, you can't eat them at will. Look, fortunately, you discovered this problem early. Otherwise, it would be troublesome in the future." Han Fei thought to himself, "I know, but I can't tell you that I can forcibly balance the relationship between the two, right?" Feng Yu rushed to answer, "Let me answer this question for junior brother." "Okay?" Eldest senior brother nodded slightly with a gentle expression. Feng Yu immediately said, "Your guess is actually correct. It's actually very difficult to achieve an absolute balance between the soul and the body. Therefore, there usually won't be an absolute balance. But if there is a relative balance, namely, the two are almost balanced, your foundation will be solid." Han Fei nodded slightly. Sure enough, when the two were balanced, his foundation would be truly solid. So, his previous foundation had never been solid. Fengyu continued, however, there are also some exceptions. Some people focus on cultivating the soul, so that their soul can leave their body. The strength of their soul far exceeds that of the body. The power unleashed by the soul can easily destroy the soul of others. There are also some people who walk the path of the ultimate physique. These people eventually give up on the soul, but replace the soul with will. They embark on the ultimate path of body refinement. Hearing this, Han Fei's heart did a flip. He had thought of this before. However, he didn't know that the limit of body tempering was to replace the soul with will. He had always felt that if you didn't have a strong soul, but other souls were very strong, they could easily kill you with the power of the soul. On the contrary, those who only cultivated the soul had fragile bodies. What could you do if others penetrated your body? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, then aren't these two kinds of people extremely weak in one aspect? Fengyu shouted, that's not right. Both of them are very powerful. Don't think that just because someone wants to walk to the extreme, he can really walk to the extreme. This requires talent. Only those with extraordinary talent can play like this. Besides, when the soul is cultivated to the extreme, it's said that it can exist without the body. For them, creating a body is simply too simple. With a casual squeeze, a body might be created. And when the body is cultivated to the extreme, he can replace the soul with will. And then the body can't be destroyed, and the soul is immune to attacks. As long as the will remains, even if the body is destroyed, they can find it back. Isn't it terrifying? Han Fei's heart did a flip. So strong? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, then wouldn't those who pursue balance and have a solid foundation be weak compared to these two? Fengyu said, in theory, this one is indeed incomparable to the other two. However, this kind also has benefits, which is that it's not easy for those going to the extreme to prove their Tao, but the people pursuing balance between the two are relatively easier to prove Tao. Han Fei smiled. What about fighting? Can the two other kinds easily kill this kind? Fengyu scratched his head. It doesn't seem right. I've met someone who refined his soul to the extreme. However, although his soul is strong, I can still resist him. Han Fei was lost for words. Senior Sister Fengyu, are you sure you really know the answer to my question? Fengyu blushed and raised a finger anxiously. Well, in that battle, I borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao. Yes, the power of the heavenly Tao. Giggle. Senior Sister Red Lotus chuckled. Senior Brother Azure Dragon, you'd better teach them both. 11 knows how to use it, but she hasn't understood it thoroughly yet. Senior Brother Azure Dragon glanced at Fengyu. When I told you last time, you said that you understood. That's it? If you don't listen carefully, how can you become extraordinary? Listen carefully this time. Okay. Fengyu felt a little confused. The problem was with the heavenly Tao. Oh, she had been diverted by something last time and forgot to listen. Senior Brother Azure Dragon said, Junior Brother, the balance of the body and soul represents not only the solid foundation, but also something else. Han Fei asked, what is it? Senior Brother Azure Dragon, the degree of compatibility with the heavenly Tao. Huh? Han Fei couldn't help being refreshed. He had never heard of such a thing. What did this mean? Senior brother Azure Dragon said, the extreme Tao, because it's too heaven. Defying is often forbidden by the heavenly Tao, so it's extremely difficult for them to prove Tao. Besides, the extreme Tao is not as 11 said that the body or soul is completely meaningless. Otherwise, if those who walk the soul extreme Tao encounter those who cultivate the physique extreme Tao, one's soul is immune to attacks, and the other has no body, the two can't fight at all. They can't even hit each other. Do you think this situation is possible? Han Fei shook his head. It didn't seem possible. Two strong masters should be able to attack each other even without using their souls or bodies, right? Senior brother Azure Dragon nodded slightly. Therefore, the so-called extreme Tao doesn't really abandon the other half, but completely hides the role of the other half. If we really fight, the two can still decide the winner. Because of the uniqueness of the extreme Tao, people who take the extreme Tao are very rare. Perhaps there are very few of this kind of people even in the entire East Sea Divine Realm. Besides, not only does the heavenly Tao not allow the existence of the extreme Tao, but the first thing any force will think of when they find an extreme Tao powerhouse is to kill them. This is because once they grow up, they will be completely uncontrollable and can influence the entire world. Therefore, the existing extreme Tao powerhouses are either limited by certain people, seals, or restrictions, etc. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The people who walked the extreme Tao seemed a little terrifying. Senior brother Azure Dragon continued, the extreme Tao is a matter of few people, and the Tao of balance between the body and the soul is the normal Tao. It's the Tao of the world, a Tao allowed by the heavenly Tao, and a path that can make you a god. Han Fei's heart stirred. When eldest senior brother was giving a lecture just now, Han Fei felt that it seemed to be related to the heavenly Tao. Then, after the lecture, he found that the effect of this lesson was comparable to his hundreds of years of foundation tempering. Even his soul and body were more balanced. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The extreme Tao can't make one a god? Senior brother Azure Dragon was silent for a moment. He was not a god. This question was beyond his knowledge. Eldest senior brother slowly said, someone once became a god with the extreme Tao and could suppress the universe alone. The path is clear. It's just extremely difficult to walk. Suppress the universe? Everyone, including senior brother Azure Dragon, was shocked by eldest senior brother's words. They seemed to be imagining how strong a powerhouse it must be to receive such an evaluation from eldest senior brother. However, eldest senior brother quickly said, there was once a god who walked the balanced Tao, killing a god, taking the extreme Tao. Hiss. Instantly, another huge bolt of lightning struck. Just now, Han Fei and the others were still envious of the power of the extreme Taoists. But now it seemed that the Tao of balance was not weak either. The fire in Han Fei's heart was immediately extinguished by eldest senior brother's words. Han Fei thought to himself, anyway, according to senior brother Azure Dragon, there were too few people who took the extreme Tao. There might only be one or two people who took the extreme Tao. Besides, if they were discovered, they would be hunted and restrained. Then he might as well take the path of balance. He knew that it might take him 1,000 years if he took the balanced Tao. But taking the extreme Tao was too difficult. Eldest senior brother said, Azure Dragon, continue. Only then did senior brother Azure Dragon continue, the Tao of balance. That eldest senior brother mentioned just now is very strong, because just as 11 said, it can borrow the power of the heavenly Tao, but 11 doesn't know it very well. Azure Dragon coiled in the void, and his voice shook. In theory, there is no absolute balance in this world at all. It can only approach an extreme balance. When the soul and body become more and more balanced, the body and mind are one. It can be said that with a single thought, all laws will be born. This is the power of balance bestowed by the heavenly Tao. When you take the Tao of balance, you can gain more insights. You can borrow the power of the Tao runes between the heavens and earth. How much you can borrow depends on how much your understanding of this Tao is. Of course, you can also use the Tao of balance to borrow the heavenly Tao to verify your Tao. This is also why the growth of the Tao of balance is simpler, more natural, and more reasonable than the extreme Tao. Hiss. Han Fei secretly took a breath, hearing what senior brother Azure Dragon said. He seemed to understand something. In fact, when the demon purification pot could transform two powers, he had actually grasped a super treasure. Others might not be able to balance it, but he had the demon purification pot. He just needed to transform it back and forth. Although this transformation would take time to consolidate, once the two were balanced, he could borrow the power of the heavenly Tao, and his strength should immediately increase a lot, right? Han Fei pondered but didn't continue to ask, because this wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. He had to go to the divine capital dynasty in a few years. In the remaining years, even if he cultivated in the origin sea, he could at most consolidate his foundation and cultivation. Han Fei said, "Thank you for your help, senior brother, eldest senior brother." Senior brother Azure Dragon. Feng Yu immediately said angrily, "You forgot to thank me." Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes at her, but he still said, "Thank you for your explanation, senior sister Feng Yu." Senior sister Feng Yu, I still have something to ask you. Feng Yu immediately raised her head slightly. Humph. At least you know what's good for you. Ask me. Han Fei immediately grinned. Senior sister, do you know what's the speed above the ultimate speed? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Feng Yu exclaimed, "Have you already seen ultralight speed?" Ultralight speed? Han Fei thought to himself, so it's also called the ultralight speed in this place. I thought it had a different name here, but I didn't expect the people here to be so non-creative. Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes. Feng Yu immediately said, "You'll have to ask senior brother Azure Dragon and senior sister Shen Lu. Senior brother Lei Heng can answer your question too. But he's not here today." Senior brother Azure Dragon smiled and said, "This question is relatively broad. Before telling you some of the answers, tell me how fast you think speed can be." Han Fei's heart did a flip. How could I guess? I used to think that after a person reached the speed of light, his speed couldn't be faster. At first, Han Fei even felt that his old thinking was right. He felt that once his speed reached the speed of light, time would be reversed. But in fact, that was not the case. He had mastered the great Tao of time, so he was not afraid of entering the river of time. Therefore, the first time his speed reached the speed of light, he only knew that a few choices appeared in front of his eyes. One that had been confirmed could be understood as the sea. of stars. And the river of time was not counted by Han Fei, because after his speed reached the speed of light, he could indeed enter the river of time. However, in addition to the sea of stars and the river of time, there was a white hole and a staircase where the speed of light was. This was what he wanted to know. He felt that the reason why he could surpass the speed of light was related to these two. However, when senior brother Azure Dragon asked him how fast he could be, Han Fei felt that this question didn't seem right. In his impression, there were many powers that exceeded the speed of light. Although they were all guesses, people had at least guessed them. For example, curvature travel, gravity waves, space jumps, wormholes, quantum entanglement, space folding, etc. Han Fei thought for a moment. Speed. As long as there is enough kinetic energy, it should be able to accelerate indefinitely, right? Senior brother Azure Dragon. Senior brother Azure Dragon seemed to try to see Han Fei clearly through the void. Junior brother, if you say that, we won't be able to talk about this topic anymore. Han Fei grinned and calculated conservatively. The guesses in his heart were all many times faster than light speed. However, he couldn't brag here, so Han Fei said, I have two guesses. One is that speed is constantly increasing on the basis of the speed of light, not the kind of doubling increase. The other is similar to a kind of space jump. Just like the Great Shift. It can ignore space and time and make people jump from one place to another. Of course, it has no concept of speed. Eldest senior brother couldn't help but look at Han Fei gently. Feng Yu said in surprise, Junior brother, you're more daring than me. You don't even consider space and time. Senior sister Red Lotus giggled. Little junior brother's idea is indeed novel. Senior sister Green Lotus, the direction is correct. Senior brother Azure Dragon, on the other hand, was silent for a moment before saying, the latter is possible, but it's still too far away from you. 4. Now, try to fulfill the first idea. Han Fei thought to himself, I haven't mentioned the wormhole yet. However, being able to accelerate at the speed of light seemed to be a breakthrough. Senior brother Azure Dragon said, except for those with speed talent, most people can only comprehend ultralight speed after they turn their origin seas into stars. Although many people want to comprehend it before that, they are usually limited by a situation. Han Fei? Senior brother Azure Dragon said, that is that their physique is not strong enough. If you want to carry the power of ultralight speed, you have to turn your origin sea into a star and then connect your great Tao to the heavenly Tao. This is basic. When part of your great Tao transforms into the heavenly Tao, you can be protected by the Tao runes, ignore your own existence, and only consider speed. Han Fei was a little stunned, but he could understand. When the great Tao fused with the heavenly Tao acquiesced that you were part of the heavenly Tao, so you could be as fast as you wanted. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Good Lord, this seems to be cheating. I've become the heavenly Tao, so the speed limit has nothing to do with me. Han Fei nodded quickly. Seeing that Han Fei didn't ask anything, Senior brother Azure Dragon continued, in this case, there are more forces that can accelerate your speed. For example, if you walk the great Tao of space, you can directly distort space and borrow the space thrust to accelerate. 4. Example, if you walk the great Tao of speed, you can directly borrow the speed law in the heavenly Tao to enhance your speed. For example, if you walk the great Tao of gravity, you can directly use the mutual repulsion of the two Force fields to accelerate. As for which is faster, you have to try to learn. To use your own great Tao more. Hanfei asked, that's it? Hanfei thought to himself, why didn't you mention the white hole and stairs? Senior brother Azure Dragon said, this is the first way to surpass the speed of light, which is also a method that ordinary sky-opening cultivators can use. But this method, generally speaking, is only within 10 times the speed of light. And they all have a premise. You have to truly fuse with the heavenly Tao first. Hanfei's heart did a flip. Is there a second way to increase speed? Senior brother Azure Dragon said, don't bite off more than you can chew. You can only consider this power after you turn your origin sea into a star. You've just opened the sky a few hundred years ago. Unless you turn your origin sea into a star, you're far from considering this kind of power. Hanfei asked, Senior brother Azure Dragon, is it really okay to completely fuse my own Tao with the heavenly Tao? Senior brother Azure Dragon, when you understand what the heavenly Tao is, you can solve this problem yourself. Hanfei asked, then Senior brother Azure Dragon, under normal circumstances, when is it appropriate for a sky-opening realm cultivator to turn his origin sea into a star? The larger the origin sea is, the more resources it needs. But if the required resources are infinite, won't it be impossible for me to turn my origin sea into a star? Eldest senior brother said, you'll figure it out when it's time to turn your origin sea into a star. Junior brother, your question is still too far away from you. It's time for you to try to cross the origin sea and enter the sea of stars. Hanfei's heart trembled. He had never thought about stepping into the sea of stars. Although the sea of stars had been established for a long time, he hadn't even handled his origin sea well yet. How could he have the time to study the sea of stars? But now eldest senior brother interrupted him and asked him to enter the sea of stars. Could it be that there was the answer he wanted in the sea of stars? Immediately, Hanfei cupped his hands. Yes, eldest senior brother. I'll try entering the sea of stars when I go back. At this point, Hanfei no longer asked questions, even though he still had many questions. However, he had to do everything step by step. If it weren't for the fact that he had grown too much during this trip to the number 3 revived place, he probably wouldn't have thought of asking these questions. Fengyu said, that's right. Little junior brother, you haven't gone deep into the sky-opening realm yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had so many problems. Then, do you guys have any information to share? I have some news. On my way to the East Sea Divine Realm from the South Sea Divine Realm, I encountered a primordial fierce beast. Senior Sister Green Lotus asked, have primordial fierce beasts begun to enter the world? Fengyu said, I don't know. I fought him, and he ran away. But recently, because of the East Sea Divine Realm's 10,000-year competition, other things don't seem to attract much attention. Senior brother Azure Dragon said, the black dragon of the dragon race hasn't been killed yet. I don't know where he is hiding. He's not weak. If you meet him, be careful. The Green Lotus World said, not many people came this time, so we have nothing to say. Does junior brother have anything to say? Since you are going to participate in the 10,000-year-old competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty, you should be in the East Sea Divine Realm, right? Hanfei thought for a moment and said, I can handle my own matters for the time being. Oh, I met a person named Mochi. This person walks the great Tao of time. I feel that she once tested me. I suspect that she is related to the Time Temple. The Time Temple? Azure Dragon said solemnly, did she invite you to join the Time Temple? Han Fei shook his head. Not yet, but I think it's possible. She doesn't know my real identity. Feng Yu said in surprise, you met people from the 3 temples as soon as you entered the Sea Realm? What a coincidence. Han Fei said, I'm not sure. At this moment, eldest senior brother said, let nature take its course. It doesn't matter. Just don't join them. Han Fei nodded. He didn't want to tell others about the chaotic wasteland for the time being because he wanted to solve it himself. This was also a trial that Han Fei gave himself. Of course, the starting point of the trial was a little high, but it would take him a long time. Just as senior brother Azure Dragon said, it had only been 300 years since he entered the sky-opening realm. There were still too many things he didn't know. He hadn't even been to the Sea of Stars. In the future, what he needed to do was to polish himself, polish his foundation, study speed, cultivate his body, and pursue balance. Han Fei thought for a moment and realized that none of these seemed to be achievable overnight. Sure enough, there was still a long way to go after he reached the sky-opening realm. He could only take it step by step. Feng Yu said, Junior brother, I'm going to the 10,000-year competition. 2. When the time comes, I'll take you to eat and drink to your heart's content. Han Fei's mouth twitched. Thank you, senior sister. Eldest senior brother said, okay, that's it for today. Disperse. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. After the gathering, Han Fei felt much more at ease. This was because he knew that he could actually reach an absolute balance between his soul and body. He hadn't pursued it before, but now it was time to pursue it. Of course, before pursuing this absolute balance, he had to go to the Sea of Stars. In Han Fei's origin sea. Han Fei looked up. Although he had the star sea boundary map, it didn't correspond to the current Sea of Stars. Besides, the old turtle had once said that one couldn't enter the Sea of Stars casually. It was very dangerous there. Therefore, Han Fei hadn't been there for a long time. But now, there seemed to be some secrets in the Sea of Stars that he had to explore. Buzz. With a thought from Han Fei, he appeared at the edge of the Sea of Stars. This was his origin sea. As long as he was within the range of his origin sea, he could go anywhere he wanted with a thought. Han Fei thought that he only needed to take one step to enter the Sea of Stars. However, when he took this step, he discovered that he seemed to be caught in a quagmire of resistance. It was clearly the Sea of Stars in front of him, but for the first time, he knew that there was an invisible gap between the origin sea and the Sea of Stars. This quagmire felt like a gravity space, or a suppression of the power of the heavenly Tao. Anyway, Han Fei felt that his blood was steaming, and his power was suppressed and wanted to burst out. He didn't feel that he could rush over until Han Fei exerted 80% of his strength. However, when Han Fei realized that he could leave the quagmire, he immediately gave up, because he discovered that this quagmire was an excellent place for body tempering. Void refining technique was about tempering the body with the collapsing power of the endless void. And in this quagmire, Han Fei knew that this was no longer within the range of his origin sea. This was because he found that the time acceleration effect here was much less than in his origin sea. The only good thing was that this place was affected by his origin sea and could still accelerate time. Since this place didn't completely belong to his origin sea, he could cause the void to collapse. But in fact, it was difficult for Han Fei to break out of here. It required a lot of power to cause the void to collapse. Han Fei could understand that this quagmire might be to protect the strong masters who had just opened the sky. Don't just think about running to the sea of stars. If you run there, you might die. If you have the ability, pass this quagmire first. Han Fei was not in a hurry to enter the Sea of Stars. Anyway, he already had a direction. Buzz. When Han Fei triggered the void, a terrifying force penetrated the quagmire. Like a drop of water dropping on a calm lake and setting off ripples, an impact beam was formed where the water droplet fell, and at the center of the beam was the connection point between the endless void and the quagmire. At that moment, the violent power seemed to be tearing Han Fei's flesh and blood. Han Fei felt that there seemed to be infinite Dao runes between the heavens and earth attacking him. The golden jade marrow in his bones began to tremble, and a tremendous amount of chaotic qi was sucked into his body. Yin-yang millstone. Han Fei quickly urged Little Black and Little White to activate the yin-yang millstone. At that moment, Han Fei felt that his body refining speed was 10 times, 100 times faster than before. Hiss. Han Fei had thought that the golden jade marrow was too difficult to cultivate. According to ordinary speed, it might take 100,000 years for the golden jade marrow to fill his body. But now it seemed that maybe because of the major breakthrough in his strength, the Sea of Stars quagmire, or both, Han Fei's speed soared. At this speed, it might only take him 1 or 2,000 years to finish refining the golden jade marrow. At that time, his body would make another qualitative leap. Unfortunately, this Sea of Stars quagmire was not completely in the range of his origin sea. The effective time acceleration was greatly reduced. As for what the time acceleration was here, he had to test it. Several months later, Han Fei heaved a long sigh in his heart. He didn't expect the time acceleration here to be so slow, only 8 times. In other words, even if the effect of cultivating the void body refining technique was dozens or hundreds of times better now, it would still take 200 or 300 years for the golden jade marrow to fill his body. Han Fei thought to himself, anyway, before the 10,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty, I have no hope of improving my body because I don't have enough time. Therefore, Han Fei had only cultivated in the quagmire for a year to adapt to the resistance in the quagmire. Then, he broke through the quagmire and entered the Sea of Stars. Bo. When Han Fei rushed out of the quagmire and stepped into the Sea of Stars for the first time, it felt as if a bubble had been burst. And as soon as he entered the Sea of Stars, Han Fei felt unusually cold, piercing to the bone. Han Fei couldn't help being speechless. This place seemed to be very suitable for practicing void body refining technique too. Han Fei could feel a large amount of impure chaotic qi from the Sea of Stars. In the infinite silence, Han Fei could also feel that there was an invisible force in the Sea of Stars that was guiding his great Tao. In addition to these two feelings, Han Fei felt an inexplicable pressure on his soul. There was a power trying to touch his soul, making him feel like sleeping. His endless void? Han Fei's heart trembled. He had felt a stronger feeling than this before. That was the endless void. When he was in the sea establishment realm, Han Fei had once entered the endless void. Back then, he really fell asleep inside and then was saved by Teacher Beast King. That impression was indelible. Although he had already opened the sky, he still couldn't forget that feeling. He felt that if he stayed in the sea of stars for too long, he might fall asleep too, like in the endless void. Hanfei looked back at his origin sea. It was already blurred as if it was enveloped by a mist. No wonder everyone says that the Sea of Stars is dangerous. I've just come out and already feel such danger. What if I can't find my way back? At this moment, Hanfei didn't dare to be too far away from his origin sea. He had conducted a total of 4 experiments in the Sea of Stars. One was to cultivate the void body refining technique. After several months of confirmation, Hanfei found that the cultivation speed in the Sea of Stars was more than 10 times that of the sea realm, but it was slower than in the quagmire. The problem was that the quagmire was affected by his origin sea and had a time acceleration. In the Sea of Stars, he couldn't accelerate time, so refining his body here was slower than in the quagmire. The second experiment was naturally to practice the void sky watching technique. It didn't even take a month. In a few days, Hanfei could confirm that practicing the void sky watching technique in the Sea of Stars could better clarify the heavenly Tao. He could even capture all the great Taos he had walked in the Sea of Stars. Then, Hanfei discovered that the Sea of Stars was full of the heavenly Tao. If he wanted to fuse with the heavenly Tao, it was most suitable for him to cultivate in the Sea of Stars. His speed was 10 times faster than in the sea realm. The third was that Hanfei began to try fusing his Tao with the heavenly Tao. The premise of reaching the ultralight speed was that he needed to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao, and the premise of borrowing the power of the heavenly Tao was that he needed to fuse his Tao with the heavenly Tao. Basically, this was the true union of heaven and man. Hanfei planned to fuse the great Tao of gravity and the great Tao of space with the heavenly Tao. For Hanfei, it wasn't difficult to fuse his great Taos with the heavenly Tao. The true meaning of returning to the origin was that the world was one, and the Tao was natural. The great Tao was one with the heavenly Tao, and he just needed to return his great Tao to the origin. When Azure Dragon told Hanfei all this, Hanfei had already known the cultivation method of ultralight speed. At this moment, under the ultimate speed, with the help of the anti-gravity propulsion, Hanfei's speed soared again. When his speed exceeded the critical point of light speed, the white hole and stairs that Hanfei saw last time were all gone. What was left were colorful void lines. This was like the first time Hanfei escaped from the void. It could also be compared to a void light explosion cloud similar to a sonic boom cloud. 2 years passed. Buzz. In a certain Sea of Stars, the void distorted irregularly, but there was no light or shadow. When the distorted void disappeared, a figure appeared above a misty mist. It's time to go out, but the time is too short. At present, I can only do 3 times the speed of light. The Emperor Sparrow's voice sounded, it's already not bad. According to my inherited memories, there are very few people who can exceed the speed of light before turning their origin seas into stars. Even after that, not everyone can grasp ultralight speed. Hanfei said, however, I didn't expect you to be able to open the sky in the Sea of Stars. This is a big discovery. If everyone can open the sky in the Sea of Stars, wouldn't they be completely undisturbed? The Emperor Sparrow said, not all creatures can open the sky in the Sea of Stars. The heavenly tribulation in the sea of stars is stronger than the heavenly tribulation in the sea realm. Just like your origin sea is isolated from the sea of stars by a layer of quagmire, so is the sea realm. When the power of the heavenly tribulation descends on the sea realm, it will weaken because of this quagmire. Therefore, ordinary people who can open the sky in the sea realm won't choose to open the sky in the sea of stars. Han Fei said, "You just keep calling yourself strong." The Emperor Sparrow held his head high and snorted. "That's the truth. If you can prove your Tao in the sea of stars, you will find that people like the 10,000 scale monarch are nothing." Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. It was easy for the Emperor Sparrow to say, but Han Fei knew very well how difficult it was to open the sky or prove his Tao in the sea of stars. If it weren't for the fact that the Emperor Sparrow was born to be a monarch, he would have been killed this time. Even for the Emperor Sparrow, this was the worst time Han Fei had seen him injured. The entire time, there were purple-red heavenly tribulations. Ordinary people probably couldn't withstand 2 of them. In the past 3 years, Han Fei hadn't fallen asleep, but he could feel that it was just not the time yet. If it were another 3 years, he might be sleepy enough to fall asleep in the sea of stars. Therefore, the sea of stars and the endless void had a lot in common. At least, both of them could make people fall asleep. However, as they became stronger, they could resist this drowsy power. With Han Fei's current strength, it would be fine if he stayed in the sea of stars for 3 or 5 years. But if he really stayed for 30 or 50 years, he would probably fall asleep and drift casually in the sea of stars. However, in any case, after 5 years of seclusion, Han Fei's current combat power was no longer what it used to be. At this time, Han Fei even felt that even without circulating his great Tao, he might be able to reach the level of the top 10 lords. Before returning to the city of scavengers, Han Fei secretly went to number 68, White Jade City, and brought Zhang Daqian with him. Now, Neza had cultivated for more than 300 years, and so had Zhang Daqian. Because Neza had rich combat experience and had been on the graveyard battlefield for more than 300 years, he was comparable to the top heavenly talents of the chaotic wasteland. As for Zhang Daqian, he was a top heavenly talent in the first place. Zhang Daqian walked on the path of the giant beast Divine Tao. Now, his original body was so big that it had already spanned more than 500 kilometers. The characteristics of his undying demon barrier bloodline far exceeded Neza's body. With his talent in regeneration, self-healing, deflecting force, and soul-swallowing, it could be said that it was almost impossible for anyone in the same realm to kill Zhang Daqian. Besides, Zhang Daqian cultivated the Tao of Nirvana. If anyone could kill him, he would thank that guy for giving him a chance to have a Nirvana. Of course, with Han Fei's ability to collect resources, at least so far, the resources for Zhang Daqian's first Nirvana were completely enough. However, the resources had been prepared, but Zhang Daqian hadn't reached the point of Nirvana yet. Han Fei estimated that Zhang Daqian might have his first Nirvana when he reached the sky-opening realm. Of course, if he could find a powerhouse much stronger than Zhang Daqian on this trip to the Divine Capital Dynasty and kill him, Han Fei felt that it would be a good choice. City of Scavengers. When Han Fei returned to the City of Scavengers, the people in the city were no different from usual. After Han Fei returned, he went straight to Imochi. Now he had no scruples. Mo. She was a special existence in the city of scavengers. Besides, with the experience of Mochi looking for him last time, no one would suspect it if he took the initiative to look for her this time. However, as soon as Hanfei arrived, he found that there were many young talents queuing outside Mochi's residence. Huh? Because Hanfei didn't release his perception, he didn't know why these people were surrounding Mochi's residence. More importantly, none of these people were weak. From their auras, Hanfei could tell that these people could all enter the inner camp and were definitely ranked at the top. Because Hanfei had always kept a low profile, when he came, he didn't attract the attention of others. Everyone was queuing up. There were even many people with attendants. A few people even had a sky-opening realm powerhouse following them. They're all rich, second-generation heirs. At this moment, someone frowned and said, "How long do we have to wait?" "It's been 3 days. Isn't she too arrogant?" Someone snorted. "Butler, do I have to wait for this person? Can't I invite her to my home?" The butler said, "Oh, little ancestor, under normal circumstances, we aren't qualified to invite this person to our home." The young man asked, "Even our Zhou family can't invite her?" A woman glanced over. "Zhou Bo, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Even your father has to line up here. Who do you think you are?" The man who was scolded by the woman was furious. "Panning, what do you mean? Why can't I speak? Who cut in line just now?" The woman named Pan Ying's face turned cold. "Are you going to snatch this position back?" "Humph." Zhou Bo snorted and didn't say any more. The Pan family was the number one family in the city of scavengers. It was impossible for him to snatch back the seat from her. Otherwise, he would probably end up being humiliated. Someone lowered his head and sneered. "How useless. You're intimidated by just one sentence of panning, and you still want to leave a name in the 10,000-year competition? Dream on." Zhou Bo was about to flare up when he heard a crisp sound coming from the house. "Come in." Immediately, all the young talents in the queue were refreshed. Panning immediately straightened up. It had been 3 days, and this person was finally in a good mood and began to meet guests. She got up and walked towards Mochi's residence. After only 10 steps, an invisible force pushed her back. "Not you. Don't barge in." "Panning?" Panning was dumbfounded. She was ranked first. Who else could it be? Wasn't it first come, first served? At this moment, Panning couldn't help but look back, only to see that everyone was looking around. Until they saw, well, to be precise, hundreds of kilometers away from the queue, a red-scaled foreign powerhouse holding a knife slowly walking over. Hanfei pretended to have atavism twice, and his red scales had become his trademark. Therefore, when these children of the big clans looked over, these people immediately recalled that this was Yi Fenglu. The children of the big clans usually wouldn't enter the law enforcement camp. Those who entered the law enforcement camp, even in the inner camp, were generally not the core members of the big clans. This was because the real core disciples didn't need to fight on the graveyard battlefield like most people. They had a solid family background and enough secret realms to challenge. The big clans even controlled their own primitive graveyards and revived places. Anyway, they had plenty of places and resources for their core disciples. At this moment, these core disciples of the big clans looked at Hanfei in surprise, then at him with unfriendly eyes. Some of them looked cold as if they were looking at a dead person. Han Fei was in a hurry and had no time to waste here. He came to see Mochi one last time because he wanted to see his ally before he set off to see if she had any special information for him. Therefore, in front of so many descendants of the big clans, Han Fei walked forward indifferently until Zhou Bo stepped in front of Han Fei. The corners of Zhou Bo's mouth curled up, and he sneered. Senior Mochi, first come, first served. This person is ranked last. Don't we have any rules? Mochi didn't respond, and Han Fei said indifferently, get out of the way. Zhou Bo asked, do you know who you are talking to? Han Fei's eyes turned cold, and killing intent burst out. Zhou Bo was startled by the sudden killing intent and subconsciously took a step back. But then, he felt ashamed. As a member of the Zhou family, how could he be frightened by a glance? No, if he couldn't get back at him today, what authority will he have in the future? Immediately, Zhou Bo's face darkened. I'll give you a chance. Go to the end of the queue. Then I won't make things difficult for you today. Idiot. Han Fei didn't even look at him. His figure flashed, and he was about to pass over. But Zhou Bo wasn't weak either. He immediately took action to stop him. And his action was not an ordinary one. He directly shot out a cone thorn at the back of Han Fei's head. Someone was surprised. Soul-quelling stab? Are you going to kill people in the city? Boom. Clank. At that moment, before everyone could see clearly, they saw a white light flash. In the next moment, the Zhou family's butler, who was watching this scene, immediately changed his expression and reached out to block. Pfft. In an instant, the soul-quelling stab was grabbed by Han Fei. As for Zhou Bo, one of whose hands was still extended, his body, from the center of his eyebrows to his lower abdomen, was directly split into two. He was instantly killed. And the Zhou family butler's 2 fingers were cut off. Hiss. So fast. Oh my god, he cut Butler Zhou's fingers? Yi Fenglu is stronger than the rumors say. Damn it, no wonder this guy can enter by Ranran's first team. Oh. This kid is quite arrogant. I really want to kill him. For a moment, there was a big uproar. Pan Ying's heart trembled. That slash just now was too fast. Even she could barely see the shadow of the saber. She felt that she might not be able to withstand such a slash. Yi Fenglu was indeed much stronger than the rumors said. Han Fei didn't stop, but Butler Zhou snorted. Stop. Regardless of whether Han Fei agreed or not, Butler Zhou was about to attack and reach out to grab Han Fei. However, a blue barrier suddenly appeared. Butler Zhou was horrified and wanted to stop, but one of his hands completely rotted. He wanted to regenerate his palm, only to discover, to his shock, that his palm couldn't be regenerated. It seemed to have been completely separated from him. A girl's snort was heard. How dare you be impudent at my door? Kneel there. Butler Zhou was shocked. He didn't want to kneel, but he felt that the power of time was still acting up on his wrist. He was sure that if he didn't kneel, he would die today. Plop. Instantly, Butler Zhou knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. At this moment, all the children of the big clans were shocked. The person inside was so strong and arrogant? Han Fei continued forward. When he passed Pan Ying, the latter suddenly said, Yi Fenglu. Han Fei stopped and tilted his head. You want to stop me too? Pan Ning shook her head slightly and said casually, I'm Pan Ning. I can be your friend. Han Fei raised his eyelids and looked straight ahead without stopping at all. After Han Fei passed Pan Ning, an indifferent voice replied, not interested. Pan Ning. The other rich second-generation heirs. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. F*ck, I'm going to kill him when I get back. It wasn't until Han Fei walked into Imochi's house that Zhou Bo repaired his body. Without looking at butler Zhou, who was kneeling on the ground, he cursed. At Imochi's house. Why are you so F*king arrogant? You lousy psychic. Bang! Before Zhou Bo finished, he was suddenly slapped so hard that half of his body exploded. Shit, you idiot. Go home and kneel. You don't have to go to the competition. This time. The visitor looked dignified, and seeing him, many disciples here couldn't help but become reserved. Wasn't this Zhou Liheng, the current head of the Zhou family? Zhou Bo was still dumbfounded. At this moment, he was repairing his body when he saw his father cupping his hands at the house. Fairy Imochi, my son is insensible and offended you. I'll get him back home and discipline him. As for the butler, make him kneel for as long as you want. Dad. What are you? Shut up. Zhou Bo didn't dare to speak at all. But what Imochi said next made the Lord ranked fourth livid. A voice came from the house, Zhou Liheng, you'd better give birth to another child. I've divinated for your son. He doesn't have much luck in the first place, so he will definitely have a great tribulation within 1,000 years. Even if he passes this tribulation, there will still be more tribulations for him. In short, he won't live past 3,000 years and will definitely die young. Zhou Liheng's face was livid, and his eyelids twitched. So he gave birth to a waste? Although Zhou Liheng felt that his son was not bad, he really didn't dare to doubt Imochi's words. This person was someone that even the monarch had to ask for help. Besides, there didn't seem to be a need for her to lie to him. She still had to stay in the city of scavengers for a long time. 1,000 years was but a blink of an eye to her. Why did she bother to lie to him? Immediately, Zhou Liheng's eyes turned cold. Look what his son did today. How could he give birth to such a stupid son? With such a suicidal personality, he felt that it would be difficult for him to live to 3,000 years old. Zhou Bo had just recovered when he heard Imochi's evaluation of him. He immediately panicked. Dad, don't listen to this B*tch. Smack. Zhou Liheng slapped him backhand, and Zhou Bo was sent flying like a cannonball. Zhou Liheng cupped his hands at Imochi and then turned around indifferently. From today on, you are no longer the young master of the Zhou family. All resources in the family are cut off from you. Go out and explore yourself. Come back if you can live past 3,000 years. Zhou Bo? All the core disciples of the families? These people were all dumbfounded, even Pan Ning. They knew that Master Imochi was not to be trifled with and had to be respected, so they waited in line obediently for 3 days. However, they didn't expect this master to be so terrifying. Look at the performance of the head of the Zhou family. Because of Imochi's words, Zhou Bo's future was ruined. As the young master of the Zhou family, he was directly driven out of the family. Who could stand this? More importantly, Zhou Liheng's reaction seemed to clearly tell them the weight of the words of the person inside. Immediately, everyone became respectful again. They didn't want to be the next Jobo. At the same time, they realized that the status of their so-called core disciples wasn't as high as they imagined. There were still many people who could ruin your life at a glance. In Emochi's room, Hanfei sat on a chair lazily. You just destroy his future. With several words? Emochi said huffily, I didn't lie. He's really unlucky. He won't live past 3,000 years old. Hanfei asked, which of them is lucky in your opinion? Emochi said, I'm too lazy to look. Huh. Although she said she didn't want to check it, she still glanced at them and said with surprise, are they all short-lived? With that, Emochi couldn't help looking at Hanfei with shining eyes. Hanfei said, why are you looking at me? It has nothing to do with me. Aren't they going to participate in the 10,000-year competition? They have been living a pampered life since they were born. When they reach that place, there will be life and death battles, and all the heavenly talents in the East Sea divine realm will gather there. I think it's a miracle if these people don't die. Emochi's heart did a flip. Why did you explain? Hanfei asked, did I explain? Emochi said, you're too talkative today. Hanfei frowned. I'm here to meet you, my ally. Emochi looked at Hanfei for a moment and suddenly said, for some reason, I suddenly feel that you are the original body. Me? Emochi suddenly smiled and said, stop pretending. You've exposed yourself. You actually deceived me. I always thought that you were an avatar. Men these days are really bad. Hanfei frowned. How can I be the original body? Emochi snorted. Humph. Don't deny it. You sealed your great Tao of time. Right? Therefore, when I kissed you just now, I sensed it through the deep physical contact. Hanfei, huh? Emochi said, don't you know that when people of the same great Tao touch each other, there will be a reaction? Hanfei was dumbfounded. When did you kiss me? Emochi said, you sealed the great Tao of time, so you naturally don't know that I just used flowing time. Hanfei was lost for words. Really? Wait, do you have no bottom line? Let me tell you, I have a wife. I won't marry you. Emochi said, tell me. Why didn't I tell you that you're the original body? Hanfei narrowed his eyes. It's meaningless for you to know if I'm the original body or not. Besides, I don't want my plan to have any flaws. Emochi's eyes lit up. So, are you really your original body? Huh? Hanfei suddenly stood up. Wait, what do you mean? Emochi immediately smiled. Ha ha ha. I lied to you just now. I didn't kiss you. Why should I kiss you when you look like this? Hanfei. Hanfei couldn't have felt worse. Sure enough, women were born liars. The more beautiful a woman was, the more she would lie. This saying was really true. Emochi was overjoyed. Wow, you even hid it from me. Did you walk a special great Tao? It can't be a great technique, right? I don't understand why there is a great technique that can hide itself in front of a monarch. Hanfei thought to himself, it's normal that you don't know. How can you know the divine techniques produced by the demon purification pot? Unfortunately, Hanfei found that he was tricked and didn't persist. How did you guess? Emochi said, you're growing too fast. This doesn't make sense. Alas. Hanfei took a long breath. Okay, let's cut to the chase. I'm not here to let You expose my identity. I'm here to know if you are really trapped here. With your status, conditions, and identity, it's not difficult for you to leave the city of scavengers, right? This had been a question of Han Fei for a long time. He wanted to figure it out before he went to the divine capital dynasty. Otherwise, he felt that there was something wrong with what Mochi asked him to do. Mochi widened her eyes and looked at Han Fei innocently. My identity? Han Fei said, you can scold the top 10 lords as you please, Zhao Honghuang can't control you, and the 10,000 scale monarch acquiesces to your actions. I'm afraid he will ask you for help, right? You are not a 10,000 scale race member, but your status in the city of scavengers is so special that I even think you are above Zhao Honghuang. So, why do you need my help? Why don't you just go out by yourself? Han Fei suspected that Mochi was from the Time Temple because of the above questions. It was his inherent impression that people who walked the great Tao of time were related to the Time Temple. This was because he had only seen 2 such people in total. The Time Dragon Carp was the first, and Mochi was the second. The Time Dragon Carp was hunted by the Time Temple, and Mochi's status was extraordinary. It was impossible for him not to suspect her. Slap. Like a big shot, Mochi slapped Han Fei's shoulder. Hey! Don't get me wrong. I'm in a trial. It doesn't matter what my identity is. Anyway, I can only leave here with my own abilities. No matter what means I can use, it can only be my own means. Otherwise, how can I stay here? Wouldn't it be better if I go to the divine capital dynasty? Han Fei chuckled. Then this trial is really long. Did the 10,000 scale monarch personally watch you take the trial? Mochi said, everyone's trial method is different. Although I'm respected in the city of scavengers and have countless resources, I'm trapped. I can't stare at a group of 10,000 scales for tens of thousands of years. Right? Han Fei didn't speak, but just looked at Mochi quietly. The latter seemed a little guilty. After a long time, she said, if I tell you, shouldn't you tell me why you tried so hard to get into the city of scavengers? With your strength, you can do well outside. There's no reason for you to stay here. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Mochi's eyes lit up. Really? Han Fei, really? Mochi immediately said, I'm from a super force. This is my last trial, so I have to pass it alone. After this trial, no one can control me anymore. Although I can continuously obtain resources in the city of scavengers, become stronger, polish my foundation, and even explore the sea of stars, I hate too long a time. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It was indeed a super force. If it weren't, why would the 10,000 scale monarch be so polite to Mochi? Han Fei asked, so, do you really not care about the survival of the 10,000 scale race? Are you just here temporarily? Mochi shook her head. I really don't care. The rise and fall of a race is a matter of natural development. In this world, every day, there are races disappearing, and new races are rising, just like birth, aging, illness, and death. Anyway, we never interfere in this matter. What about you? Why do you want to sneak into the 10,000 scale race? Han Fei took a deep look at Mochi. After a few seconds, he became serious and said word by word, because I am the emperor of the human race. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The Emperor of the Human Race? As soon as Hanfei said this, Emochi immediately understood. The 10,000 scale race had enslaved humans for tens of thousands of years, and there was no lack of human powerhouses resisting in history. Unfortunately, what was the use of resistance in the territory of the 10,000 scale race? More than one or two human emperors had died in history. Even if a sky-opening realm powerhouse was born among humans, it was useless. The upper limit of their martial strength was firmly suppressed by the 10,000 scale race. As soon as a powerhouse appeared, he was directly crushed to death. How could they resist? Therefore, when Hanfei said this, Emochi knew that Hanfei and the 10,000 scale race were mortal enemies. However, Emochi was also smart. Instead of exclaiming, she asked in surprise. So, your current body is fake? No, no. Since you've sealed the great Tao of time in this body, this is your original body. But since you walk the great Tao of the human emperor, it's impossible for you not to be in human form. Therefore, you've only disguised yourself. Heavens, what technique can make you disguise yourself like this? Teach me, teach me. Hanfei looked at Emochi as if looking at a fool. Believe it or not, I can't teach you. I don't believe it. Hanfei spread his hands. Some things can be taught, but some things really can't be taught. Besides, this is like you're cheating, right? Do you think? Your elders will give you another trial if they know that you completed the trial like this? If I'm not wrong, your elders should be able to reverse time. 2. Hanfei's question shocked Emochi. It was really possible. If she was found that she had completed the trial like this, she might really have to go through another round. Emochi shivered. She was almost done with this round. She couldn't waste another tens of thousands of years to complete a new trial. Although she really wanted Hanfei's disguise technique, she didn't insist. Hanfei said, so, you don't have to be afraid that I will leave the city of scavengers. I won't leave until the 10,000 scale race is destroyed. Emochi said, but when will you destroy the 10,000 scale race? If you don't prove your Tao, do you think you can destroy the 10,000 scale race? Hanfei grinned and said, there are always more solutions than difficulties. It's indeed a little difficult. But just like your current final trial, as the human emperor, destroying the 10,000 scale race is also my trial. This trial determines whether I can achieve the Tao or not. Emochi said, but you haven't turned your origin seat into a star yet. If I wait for you to destroy the 10,000 scale race before you help me leave, I might as well rely on myself. Hanfei grinned. We can make a 1,000-year agreement. Within 1,000 years, even if the 10,000 scale race is not destroyed, I will still take you away. Of course, if you secretly scheme in the trial and kill half of the 10,000 scale race quietly, do you think your elders will give you extra points for this trial? Emochi's eyes lit up, but then she said, you just want to use me. Hanfei said, I'm telling the truth. Besides, I don't expect you to help me kill the 10,000 scale monarch. This person is mine and can only be mine. You're quite confident, but I think that if the 10,000 scale race isn't destroyed, you might never be able to prove your Tao. This means that even if you turn your origin sea into a star, you'll at most be on the verge of the Tao proving. To kill the 10,000 scale monarch, this difficulty, TSK. TSK. Hanfei grinned. That's my business. Emochi shrugged. Okay. Compared to my trial, yours is more difficult. But what I'm a little curious about is that you don't seem to have a good impression of the city of origin either. You didn't hesitate to frame them up at all. Because of you, unknowingly, the city of scavengers and the city of origin became estranged. Han Fei shouted, that's a private matter between me and the city of origin. I also want to kill the two monarchs of the Yin family. Emochi couldn't help but gape. She thought to herself, he's really murderous. He hasn't even turned his origin sea into a star yet, but he's already thinking of killing the three monarchs. Emochi couldn't help but think that it was a good thing that her elders didn't give her the trial to kill a monarch. Otherwise, she would probably be like Han Fei. Emochi felt that Han Fei would be limited to his trial for a long time, but Han Fei didn't think so. For him, turning his origin sea into a star wasn't difficult. No matter what the reason was, since he could kill in Taiping and Qiushoucong. Now, he could naturally kill others in the future. When she really rose to prominence, what were mere resources worth? Now that Han Fei had told Emochi everything, he no longer suspected her. Therefore, Emochi said, okay, you can't keep staying with me. Let me give you one last piece of information. Your trip this time will encounter a lot of problems. Han Fei, huh? Emochi said, I mean your trip to the Divine Capital Dynasty this time won't be smooth. Han Fei asked, you told it by the time flowing? Emochi said, I don't have that ability. I just divinated it. Except for you. My divination on others is quite accurate. Han Fei nodded. It doesn't matter. They're not my people anyway. I can live. Even if they all die. Emochi said, if they're all dead, how dare you come back? Han Fei smiled. It's not easy for them to all die. Han Fei hadn't been in Emochi's residence for long. When he came out, the Zhou family's butler was still kneeling there. As for Zhou Liheng and Zhou Bo, they were already gone. Han Fei ignored Pan Ning and the others and went straight to the law enforcement camp. When he arrived at the law enforcement camp, before Han Fei entered the inner camp, Qin Yan said to Han Fei via voice transmission, you're quite capable. You killed the young master of the Zhou family as soon as you came back. Han Fei stopped and cupped his hands. He is no longer the young master of the Zhou family. Chen Yan said, heh. That's because Master Emochi is capable, not you. Why? The first thing you do when you come back is to find Master Emochi. What happened? Han Fei said, I went to thank her. Master Emochi divinated on me before. Chen Yan's heart did a flip. Oh? Did she divinate on you this time too? Han Fei nodded. Yes, she just said that if you survive the disaster, you will be blessed. Heh. Chen Yan suddenly appeared beside Han Fei. Master Emochi really told you these words. Han Fei nodded. Yes, my lord, you can ask her at any time. Chen Yan was not interested in provoking Emochi. Others might not know, but he knew that Emochi had a bad temper. Since Han Fei was so sure, there should be no problem. Besides, he had to report it to Master Hong Huang anyway. If he really had to ask, he would let Master Hong Huang ask her. Interestingly, this divination result was actually not bad. If these words were true, it meant that Han Fei would survive the 10,000-year competition and would even get big opportunities. Chen Yan said, well, you don't have to go back to the law enforcement camp. Just follow me. Han Fei followed Qin Yan to an open space outside Zhao Honghuang's cultivation place. However, at this moment, many people were already sitting here. There were 87 people in total, including Bai Ranran and Tian Hong. When Han Fei appeared here, Bai Ranran raised her eyes slightly but didn't greet him. The others were slightly surprised to see Han Fei, but not very surprised. Someone had heard that Han Fei had gained a lot in the number 3 revived place. Since he had gained a lot, he must have gone to digest his gains during this period of time. It didn't seem to be a problem for him to come here now. After all, Han Fei's previous performance was very strong, and he was like a rising star. Chen Yan said, "Take a seat. In another half a month, everyone will be here." Chen Yan didn't say anything, nor did Han Fei ask. Han Fei found a random place and sat down cross-legged, but there were some power fluctuations on his body. It seemed to be telling others that his strength had increased particularly fast recently, and he was no longer the same as a few years ago. Of course, this fluctuation was very obscure, and most people didn't notice it. In half a month, more and more people came, from number 88 to number 138, and then from number 138 to number 150. The children of the big clans that Han Fei had seen before also came. Pan Ning sat beside Bai Ranran. Half a month later, a voice suddenly came from the depths of the undersea jungle. "Come in. Buzz." Many people were refreshed. They couldn't hold back their excitement. "I'm finally going to meet Master Honghuang?" When everyone stood in front of Zhao Honghuang, no one dared to move. They all wanted to show their energy to Zhao Honghuang. Zhao Honghuang said, "Everyone, do you know why you're here today?" In fact, those who should know already knew. Those who could be selected more or less knew some. 80% of the people here actually knew. Zhao Honghuang didn't wait for them to respond, but directly said, "The divine capital dynasty holds a competition every 10,000 years to select heavenly talents. The rewards are generous. This opportunity is extremely rare. In the entire city of scavengers, I can only choose the 150 of you. Even if you can't beat others, you can still watch the battles. Countless heavenly talents in the East Sea Divine Realm will join the battles and fight each other. Even if you only watch the competition, you will benefit greatly. Not to mention, once you are chosen, you may go to the real origin ground, the Sea of Stars, and other places full of treasures." Han Fei had already heard that many people were panting harder, and their blood was flowing faster. They seemed to feel that they already had a share of the countless treasures. Zhao Honghuang smiled. Such an opportunity only comes once in 10,000 years. You have to cherish it. Generally speaking, as long as you can come back alive, opening the sky is not difficult for you. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. For most sea establishers, opening the sky was already their greatest pursuit. However, for those who could participate in the 10,000-year competition, opening the sky would be their new starting point. In fact, everyone here felt that if they participated in the 10,000-year competition, opening the sky would be a certainty. In addition to these sea establishers, the city of scavengers would also select a group of venerables. This was because the 10,000-year competition this time had a competition specifically for venerables. Of course, in addition to the venerables and the sea establishers, the sky opening realm cultivators were also scrambling for the chance to join in the competition. For example, The leader of the team this time was the First Lord, Pan Lydian. Because of the death of Qiu Shotsong, the 10,000 scale monarch seemed to be much more cautious. A mere number 3 revived place could kill the second lord, Qiu Shotsong, so how could he not send a strong master to go to the divine capital dynasty? In addition to Pan Lydian, among the top 10 lords, the 6th lord, Qi Tonghai, was also going to the divine capital dynasty. And besides the 2 lords, there were another 5 or 6 sky-opening realm powerhouses who had also joined the team for this 10,000-year competition. Han Fei estimated that except for Pan Lydian, Qi Tonghai, and the others were all going to participate in the 10,000-year competition. As for why he excluded Pan Lydian, Han Fei thought that people like Zhao Honghuang and Pan Lydian might already be on the verge of Dao proving they might not be waiting for opportunities, but inspiration. At the very least, there was no need for Zhao Honghuang to participate in such a competition. Pan Lydian was leading the team because on one hand, he could take care of the overall situation, and on the other hand, he might be looking for some inspiration. However, Han Fei didn't know the admission criteria for the sky-opening realm, so he didn't know who would participate. If the people who would participate were all at Zhao Honghuang's level, he wouldn't participate and just watch from the side. Otherwise, participating in the sky-opening realm competition was no different from courting death. Led by Pan Lydian, the sky-opening realm powerhouses led Han Fei and the others through the chaotic wasteland for about 5 months. Finally, Han Fei and the others saw a light, as if the dawn had appeared in the sky, bringing light to this world. Pan Lydian said, "Everyone, follow me." Buzz. Swish. 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 A moment later, they all rushed out of the darkness and appeared in a world of light. Here, they saw the surface of the sea, which was not frozen. For the first time, many people saw the sky, the sun, the blue sky, and the white clouds, as well as the sparkling blue sea. Subconsciously, almost all the sky-opening realm powerhouses looked in the direction they came from. In their perception range, they sensed sparse floating ice, and it was difficult for the seawater behind them to surge with many waves. It was as if there was darkness behind them, but light in front of them, and the two were extremely discordant, but they were embedded together. Pan Lydian shouted, "Everyone, listen to me. This is the exit of the chaotic wasteland, and this is also the outside world. The journey to the East Sea, divine realm and the divine capital dynasty is long, and there must be difficulties and dangers. And I can't protect you all the way forward. Therefore, you have to walk the rest of the way on your own." "Huh? On our own?" Panning asked, "Where is the divine capital dynasty? Where should we go?" Pan Lydian sneered. "I won't tell you the way to the divine capital dynasty. Secondly, I won't protect you along the way. From now on, from here on out. This will be the last trial, before you go to the divine capital dynasty. Although the 150 sea establishers have been selected to go to the divine capital dynasty, you have to know that choosing you doesn't necessarily mean that you can participate in the 10,000-year competition." Hiss. "What? No map? How can I go without a map? There's still a trial?" Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes, wondering why there was still a trial here. When Han Fei heard this, he didn't care. He even frowned slightly. If that was the case, the people would be dispersed, and where was the danger that Mo mentioned? Pan Lydian said, "Let me tell you bluntly, if you can't even find the divine Capital dynasty, it's useless even if you participate in the 10,000-year competition, because you are trash. Therefore, in order to prove that you are not trash, try your best to go to the divine capital dynasty. Oh. By the way, there are still 50 years before the 10,000-year competition begins. You'd better hurry up. According to my estimation, it's already very good if 100 of you can reach the divine capital dynasty in 50 years. If you can't, give up. Because this road is destined not to belong to you. Hiss. 50 years? If even a group of sea establishers might not be able to reach the divine capital dynasty in 50 years, how far was it? Even Han Fei was speechless, but then he realized that Pan Lydian was not talking about the distance. He had said that there must be difficulties and dangers on the way. Therefore, this trial was actually to let people overcome difficulties and dangers, so it was called the last trial. Many people gasped. So, Pan Lydian would just send them to the exit of the chaotic wasteland? As for how to reach the divine capital dynasty, they would have to rely on themselves? Interesting. Han Fei smiled. Finding the way was too simple for him, or even meaningless. However, at this moment, Bai Ran glanced at him. The first team has 5 members. I, Tian Hong, you, Pan Ying, and Li Shenhao. Han Fei? Han Fei asked, isn't this the last trial? Can we team up? Bai Ran, you've been selected into the first team, so you're my team member. Han Fei was speechless. He didn't know if he would kill Bai Ran and the other 3 if he had to travel with them. However, thinking of Mo Chi's reminder, Han Fei didn't refuse and just nodded slightly. However, he knew Pan Ying, but he didn't know Li Shenhao at all. At this moment, Pan Ying and a fatty walked to Bai Ran. To be honest, this was the first time Han Fei had seen such a fat man in the 10,000 scale race, a race full of scales. The scales on the fatty's body swayed like water ripples, and his belly was like a woman who had been pregnant for 10 months. In addition, this person was so big that the fat on his face was almost falling off. Seeing this, Han Fei also walked to Bai Ran. Apart from Bai Ran and the others who formed their own teams, the 150 people quickly formed dozens of teams. Only 2 or 3 of them were left alone, and they also formed a team. Pan Lydian didn't say anything about this. This was because they had just left the chaotic wasteland and didn't know the outside world well. Once they encountered any danger, they might not be able to handle it alone. However, a team of 3 or 5 would be much more powerful. They were all at the peak of the sea establishment realm. Even if they encountered an enemy in the sky opening realm, they might have a chance to fight or at least escape. Pan Lydian said, I'm waiting for you in the divine capital dynasty. As he spoke, Pan Lydian nodded at the other sky opening realm powerhouses. Then, they all broke through the void and left. Han Fei rolled his eyes in his heart. He really didn't want to team up. If he had the time, he might be able to kill everyone except Pan Lydian. That would be a lot of resources. Han Fei wondered when the dangers Mo Chi mentioned would come. It would be 50 years. God knew what dangers they would have to experience later. If they experienced a lot of dangers, it was possible that Bai Ran and the others would all die in the end. He didn't like to team up with such a group of people. Not only was it slow, but it was also inefficient. Bai Ran said, what do you think about setting off for the divine capital? Dynasty? The fatty, Li Shenhao, chuckled and said, Captain, I think we should ask a sea establishment realm creature in the sea outside first. After all, we haven't been to the outside world before. As he spoke, Li Shenhao smiled, looking very cute, harmless, and even a bit fawning. Pan Ying was the relatively normal one in the team. She said, this is indeed the best choice. I've read from my family's ancient books that the sea area we are in can no longer be called the outer sea area. This place is called the wilderness. It's very, very large, even larger than the chaotic wasteland. It's said that there are many wilderness wanderers in the wilderness. They established many wilderness cities, wilderness towns, wilderness islands, and so on. It's said that the city of wanderers is made of the wanderers constantly coming from the wilderness. As long as we find such a settlement, we can get a lot of information. Everyone couldn't help but look at Pan Ying. Li Shenhao exclaimed in shock. Big Sister Ying, why are you so knowledgeable? You even know things outside the wasteland? Han Fei and the others couldn't help looking at Li Shenhao. Is this guy an idiot? Does he have to make such a fuss about it? The corner of Pan Ying's mouth twitched. You're so fat. Why do you call me big sister? Li Shenhao didn't care about this at all. He clicked his tongue and said, as long as we find a wilderness camp, we can use energy crystals to smash them until they call us grandpas. Everyone? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei didn't know how Li Shenhao, who was so flamboyant and vain, got into by Ranran's team. Anyway, this person was definitely not as stupid as he looked. Otherwise, Ranran wouldn't have accepted him. However, through Li Shenhao's name, his surname, and his manners, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, who is this person? Before Ranran could introduce him, Li Shenhao chuckled and rubbed his hands. Brother Feng Lu, I'm from the number 18 farm. Li Ducai is my father. I've long admired you, Brother Feng Lu. You've cleared the scavenger arena alone, which makes me really admire you. Please take care of me on this trip. Our Li family doesn't have many people. I have 386 brothers, but I'm the only one who can come to this 10,000-year competition. Alas, the burden of the family is all on me. As he spoke, Li Shenhao calmly took out a star shell and stuffed it into Han Fei's hand as if he had never held it before. Han Fei wanted to refuse, but when he scanned it with his perception, he found that the star shell contained 20 million energy crystals, more than 1 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones, and 10,000 caddies of earth vein spring water. Even if it was just a gift, it was too much. Shuefei's annual income from guarding the number 80 farm was not much higher than this. Han Fei wanted to return it, but then his heart did a flip. Why didn't he accept the resources that came to him? Li Shenhao didn't even look at the star shell, but looked at Han Fei with a smile the whole time. Seeing that Han Fei didn't return the star shell, he immediately remembered what his father said. In this world, money could do anything. As long as you were shameless enough to give money away, it wouldn't be a loss even if you couldn't give it away. Everyone would think that you were very weak, so you could hide yourself well. Li Shenhao firmly believed this. Look, even the iceberg Yi Fenglu had accepted his bribe. While stuffing the gift into Han Fei's hand, Li Shenhao said, seriously, Brother Feng Lu, Sister Ying, Boss Ranran, Brother Hong, did each of you drop a star shell just now? You were too careless. Fortunately, I picked them up. For you. With that, Li Shenhao was going to stuff star shells into Pan Ying's and Tianhong's hands. Pan Ying's face immediately darkened. Take it back. The corners of Bai Ranran's mouth twitched as she shouted in a low voice, Li Shenhao. Neither of them took it, but Tianhong reached out and took it. So, because others can't see your face, you don't have to care about your face? Li Shenhao laughed and said, Ah. What a waste. Sister Sister Ranran. What a waste. You can just pick up what you drop. Why don't you want it? Forget it, I'll keep them for you. Don't worry. Along the way, I'll pay for everything. Han Fei looked at the calm Li Shenhao and was lost for words. *CK, does this mean that, as long as you don't feel embarrassed, others will feel embarrassed? This is the first time I've seen someone bribe others in such a special way. Now Han Fei wondered if this guy had bought his way into the first team. As for embarrassment, Han Fei wasn't embarrassed at all. He had been pretending to be Yi Fenglu with a poker face. The only thing he was thinking about now was whether to rob this fatty or not. As the saying went, don't reveal your wealth. This fatty had revealed too much now. However, Han Fei didn't think it was necessary. No matter how many resources this fatty had, it was impossible for him to continue to expand his origin sea by 10,000 kilometers. It didn't seem necessary to rob him now. In comparison, Han Fei suddenly felt that this fatty seemed to be more flexible. Besides, he had once met Li Datsai, the lord of farm number 18, who was really rich. There was no need to rob his son now. He should just directly rob Li Datsai. Han Fei put away the star shell and fell silent, as if he didn't care about Li Shenhao's background anymore. This greatly reduced Pan Ying's impression of Han Fei. She thought to herself, you're bribed by this petty money? You really let me down. Bai Ranran said, then let's follow these two principles first. Let's find a sea establishment creature and ask where the nearest wilderness settlement is. We'll make plans after we get some basic information. Just as Bai Ranran and the others were about to leave, a young man suddenly said, Bai Ranran, as the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. Your first team and my second team are one of the two strongest teams. Why don't we go together? Han Fei knew that this man called Yi Qingzhou had gathered a group of experts. Now there were 8 people in his second team, and none of them looked weak. Bai Ranran glanced at Yi Qingzhou indifferently. If there are too many people, the trial will be meaningless. Let's go our separate ways. Yi Qingzhou smiled. Then have a safe trip. See you in the divine capital. Dynasty. Buzz. After crossing tens of millions of kilometers, Bai Ranran and the others stopped for a moment, and Pan Ying said, Ranran, Yi Qingzhou doesn't seem to have any good intentions. I heard that he is very jealous. We have to be careful of him. Bai Ranran said, on the surface, he won't do anything rash. Let's go into the void. This place is close to the wasteland, and the surrounding creatures don't seem to be very strong. Let's go further away. One day later, Han Fei and the others were rushing forward at full speed, so they were already very far away from the wasteland. And here, the strength of the creatures began to gradually increase. At least, there were more and more venerables. 2 days later, Han Fei and the others encountered the first sea establishment. Realm creature. although they ran for 3 days before encountering a sea. Establishment realm creature, everyone knew that it was completely by fluke. The outside world was so big that with their speed, they might not be able to finish running for 100 or 1,000 years. Now that they encountered a sea establishment realm creature, it meant that there were many strong masters outside. The creature that Han Fei and the others caught was a sea clam. It was discovered because it was too big and its body was 100 kilometers wide. Obviously, the sea clam didn't seem to feel that any danger would suddenly appear in this place, so it lived here. It disguised itself, but revealed a big straw, pretending to be a cave like an undersea chimney. This would make many creatures take the initiative to enter its mouth. Among the 5 of them, Bai Ran didn't encounter any strong enemies and never liked to attack. Tian Hong, this iron lump, had always kept people away. When Han Fei saw the big clam, he just stopped and didn't do anything. Only Pan Ying and Li Shenhao were left. However, when Li Shenhao saw this creature, he immediately exclaimed, "What a big living clam. He's actually not an ominous creature. He's so round and full. This is simply a work of art." Anyway, Han Fei had taken the money. No matter how exaggerated Li Shenhao was, he didn't care. However, before Li Shenhao finished bragging, Pan Ying poked a big hole in the clam that was about to escape. Han Fei said indifferently, "Your artwork is broken." Li Shenhao? Li Shenhao never thought that Han Fei would talk to him. Even Bai Ran and Tian Hong couldn't help but glance at Han Fei. In their impression, Han Fei was extremely cold just like them. They never thought that Han Fei would bother with an idiot like Li Shenhao. At this moment, Pan Ying stood straight on the big clam and shouted, "Answer my question. You may live." The big clam hurriedly begged, "My lords, please spare my life. I'm just a clam born in a remote sea area and have never cared about worldly matters. If you have any questions, I'll try my best to answer them." Pan Ying glanced at Bai Ran and the others. Seeing Bai Ran nod slightly, she said sternly, "Tell me, where is the nearest wilderness wanderer camp?" "Oh, my lord, this place is not close to the wanderer camp. This is the border, near the chaotic wasteland. It may take months to reach the wanderer camp." Pan Ying raised her eyebrows. "So far away?" The sea clam said, "My lord, it's very far for me, but not far for you. If you keep walking deep into the wilderness, you will encounter more and more wilderness camps." Pan Ying said, "I'm asking the closest ones. Why are you beating around the bush with me? You've already established the sea and live on the edge all year round. How can you not know? Tell me, or I don't mind searching your soul." The sea clam was horrified. "My lord, spare me. I'll talk. Less than a month's walk west of here, there is an island called the Secluded Island. Many ordinary itinerant cultivators gather there. They don't like fighting and only like to cultivate slowly." "Humph. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Pan Ying was about to slap the clam to death when Bai Ran said indifferently, "Let it go." The clam was horrified and quickly thanked her. "Thank you for your mercy, my lord." Swish. The big clam ran away with a swish, disappearing into the void. Bai Ran said, "There's no need to kill our way through. It's our first time here. Be cautious." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Although the clam had run away, Pan Ying felt that she had already got the news, so she looked at Ran and the others. It seems that the secluded island is not bad. Shall we go there? Ran nodded slightly, indicating that she had no objections. However, when the three of them were about to move, they saw that Han Fei and Li Shenhao had no intention of moving at all. Pan Ning asked, "What's wrong with you?" Han Fei said, "Be careful." Li Shenhao, on the other hand, said with a smile, "Although Sister Ying performed very well just now, subdued a living sea clam that looked like a work of art, and asked for important information like the wilderness camp, I think we can ask another sea establishment realm creature. Anyway, a few more days won't make a difference." Pan Ning frowned. "Do you think this sea clam is lying to me? Does it dare to do that?" But Ran thought of something and immediately said, "Let's go in that direction first and ask another creature on the way." A day and a half later, they passed above the sea they had always lived at the bottom of the sea, but now they could come to the sea surface, so how could they not be excited? Who still wanted to stay at the bottom of the sea? When they sensed that something was wrong, Pan Ying's eyes lit up. She was about to attack when she suddenly found a knife handle in front of her. Pan Ning asked, "What are you doing?" Han Fei said, "Li Shenhao, you go." Li Shenhao chuckled. "Well, can we show up later? This might lower its guard." Han Fei and the others had no objection to this, but Pan Ning frowned. "Does Yi Fenglu not believe me? Am I not as good as this fatty?" But then, Li Shenhao took action. Without even attacking, he landed near the sea cucumber hidden under the seabed. Li Shenhao said, "Fellow Taoist, the wilderness is boundless. It's fate that we met. I don't mean any harm. I just want to ask you for directions." He. There was no killing intent on Li Shenhao, nor were his qi and blood surge. Those who didn't know him would think that he was an ordinary fatty. As for the sea cucumber, it felt that its aura had been locked on. If it weren't for the fact that this fatty had no killing intent at all and looked kind, it would have attacked just now. Buzz. The sea cucumber jumped out of the seabed and turned into a child. Although his eyes were vigilant, he was willing to talk. He said, "You want to ask for directions?" Li Shenhao chuckled and said, "Haha. Fellow Taoist, I'm Li Shenhao. I came here to find a secret realm, but I got lost. There's no record of this place on the sea chart. Can I ask you if there is a camp of wilderness wanderers here so that I can get a new sea chart?" Seeing that the sea cucumber kid seemed to be judging whether what he said was true or not, Li Shenhao immediately took out a star shell with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, it's fate who made us meet. I'll buy this information from you. We're all in the wilderness, and it's not easy for us to survive. Please help me." The sea cucumber looked into the star shell and found that there were a lot of ultra-quality spiritual stones and hundreds of caddies of earth vein spring water. Although the amount was not a lot, it was obviously enough to buy the information. Besides, such a business was an unexpected fortune. How could it be easy to meet such a kind person in this damn place? Immediately, the sea cucumber kid smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, if you want to find the wilderness camp, there are only two you can find within a month. One is to the east, where there is an ascetic camp, which is guarded by an emperor, where you can carry out a small amount of resource exchange. However, the ascetic camp is not completely fixed. They occasionally travel back and forth in the southeast, northeast, and east, so it doesn't matter if you don't find it after you go there. If you search in the southeast or northeast direction, you will definitely find it in 2 months at most. Seeing that Li Shenhao was smiling and didn't seem to be a bad person, the sea cucumber kid continued, as for the other, I only know the location. It's a dream island in the west. It's said that there are treasures on that island. But it's not easy to go to that island. It's enshrouded in mist all year round. Several of my friends disappeared there, but some people can come out after entering and gain benefits. Li Shenhao asked in surprise, Treasure Island? Isn't it a camp of the wilderness wanderers? The sea cucumber said, there is a camp, but the camp is not on the island, but on a big ship outside the island. Of course, that big ship is often absent. A big ship? Li Shenhao didn't know what a boat was and instinctively wondered. The sea cucumber said, well, it's not a big boat, only about 100 meters long. You know, some creatures don't like to live in the sea. Li Shenhao laughed. Thank you, fellow Taoist. By the way, are there no larger wanderer camps nearby? The sea cucumber imp said, no, this place is too close to the wasteland. Who would want to come here? Only those who can't survive in the depths of the wilderness will come here to compete for resources. Li Shenhao said, thank you for your information. Hope we'll meet again. The sea cucumber smiled and said, fellow Taoist, I suggest you go to the ascetic camp. It's safer there. Okay. A moment later, Li Shenhao returned, but at this moment, everyone was looking at Pan Ying. Obviously, everyone had heard the conversation between Li Shenhao and the sea cucumber. At this moment, Pan Ying's face was flushed. That damn clam. I should have killed it back then. Li Shenhao chuckled. It's okay. Although there is no secluded island, it's probably the dream island. That sea clam didn't lie to us. Pan Ying said, it wants to trick us into taking risks. I think we should go to the ascetic camp. There's no need to take risks. However, Han Fei paused. But we're taking a trial. We shouldn't avoid danger. Pan Ying said, but our destination is the divine capital dynasty. Han Fei glanced at Pan Ying indifferently. The purpose of the trial is to grow. If you have to take a detour even for such a small danger, are you really going to participate in the 10,000-year competition? Pan Ying was speechless. So I'm the only timid one? Li Shenhao looked at the two of them who were confronting each other and thought to himself, as the new generation core disciple of the Pan family, Pan Ying is said to be extremely talented, but now it seems that she is completely suppressed by Yifeng Liu. Bai Ranran quickly made a decision and said, it's a long way to the divine capital dynasty. We've just left the chaotic wasteland. According to the description of the 2C establishment creatures we met, this should be an extremely remote place. Even if there's danger, it shouldn't be so dangerous that even our first team can't resist it. Let's go. When Pan Ying heard this, she nodded slightly. However, for some reason, she disliked Yifeng Liu more and more. He kept bickering with her and making her look like a fool. He acted as if she was even weaker than Li Shenhao. In fact, Han Fei did think so. Although Li Shenhao was fat, he was smart. Besides, not everything in this world could be solved by force. Li Shenhao was rich and could solve most trivial matters with money. This was Li Shenhao's advantage. 1 month later, when Han Fei and the others perceived an island enshrouded in white mist, Their eyes lit up. To be honest, although they had seen countless creatures along the way, there were very few strong masters. Most of the creatures seemed to be afraid of the chaotic wasteland and didn't dare to approach it. And seeing a settlement, it meant that they were about to leave the so-called wilderness border. Ranran said, "There is no so-called big ship around. The mist outside the island can't be penetrated by perception. The entire island is only 6,000 kilometers long, and we can vaguely see the shape of a mountain. There are fewer and fewer creatures nearby, and their strength is getting lower and lower. The island should be dangerous." After briefly explaining the situation, Ranran said, "Let's go to the island." "Well?" Panning asked, "Sister Ranran, are we going to the island already?" Li Shenhao also said, "Boss Ranran, should we be more careful?" Ranran said indifferently, "This is not a place where spiritual energy gathers, and the great Tao of the four directions have not changed excessively. The sea area is normal, so it's not a place where a strong master lives for a long time. Therefore, it's fine to land on the island. If there's any danger, just retreat. Let's enter together. Even if we really encounter danger, it's very difficult for creatures here to stop us." Han Fei thought to himself, Ranran's analysis is quite accurate. Indeed, this island gives me an ordinary feeling. Although there are signs of danger, it's not very dangerous. Besides, he could feel that the spiritual energy here was gathering slightly from the surrounding white mist. This meant that there should be creatures on the island, but they wouldn't be very strong. Since the danger level was low, Ranran naturally had nothing to be cautious about. Therefore, the 5 of them barged in without any hesitation. After they entered, they immediately discovered that the mist didn't have any blocking effect. It only covered the appearance of the island. When Han Fei and the others entered, they saw that the entire island was a huge primitive forest. On the island, there were rolling mountains, about half of which couldn't be perceived because those places were mostly covered in mist. As for the source of the mist, they all looked at the center of the island. All the mist seemed to be dispersing from there. Ranran said, "That's not right. In the area we can perceive, the strongest creatures are only venerables. They can't discover us at all. It seems that the most dangerous area should be the mountain range in the center of the island." Han Fei's perception was actually far superior to Ranran and the others, especially his soul power. After reaching more than 5 million points, it became even stronger. Ranran and the others couldn't see the central area clearly, but Han Fei could vaguely see that there was an ancient tree more than 30,000 feet high there. And below it, there seemed to be a simple village. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Since Han Fei could see through this island at a glance, it meant that the danger on this island was not big, at least not for him. However, Ranran and the others were not stupid. Their eyes immediately fell on the central area. Ranran said, "It doesn't seem right there. Let's start from there." Bang! Tian Hong, who had been silent, stepped in the air and reached the edge of the central area before everyone else. This was the tacit understanding between him and Ranran. If Ghost Blade hadn't died, he would have taken action with Tian Hong together. Dong! Tian Hong picked up the steel rod in his hand and smashed it on the ground. The sound of thunder rumbled, and the area within hundreds of kilometers collapsed as if a nuclear explosion had been triggered. Dream Island was not big in the first place. If the core area was hit, the people there would definitely be affected. Therefore, the white mist immediately began to resist the impact of Tian Hong's attack. Immediately, Tian Hong said, "Come out." As he picked up the Vajra pillar, Han Fei could clearly see the heavenly Tao aura fused with this blow. This made Han Fei's heart skip a beat. Has Tian Hong become stronger? With this blow, the white mist was hit into a spiral, but this force was quickly blocked by a soft force. Stop. Fellow Taoists, don't attack. At this moment, an old voice sounded from the white mist, as if begging Tian Hong to stop. Bai Ranran said indifferently, "Okay, stop." Tian Hong retracted the Vajra pillar like a robot. Then, an old man walked out of the white mist with a middle-aged man. "I didn't know you had come. Sorry for not welcoming you. I'm Ji Chong. This is the village leader, Ding Yuan." At this moment, Bai Ranran and Han Fei had already arrived beside Tian Hong. Bai Ranran asked, "What is this white mist?" The old man hurriedly said, "This is the mist of the dream tree. It can hide part of the island. We are all people who live in seclusion and don't like to be disturbed. We just occasionally exchange for some supplies with the outside world. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, we seem a little mysterious. You are all real strong masters. If you need anything, you can enter the village to take a look. But we are actually very poor here." As soon as the old man came out, he was pretending to be pitiful. He sounded sincere, but Han Fei felt that something was wrong. If he guessed right, this Dream Island should also be called the Secluded Island, and the sea clam was right. However, Han Fei didn't find any fluctuation in the old man's voice. As a hermit, wasn't his response a little too calm in the face of strong masters who suddenly came? Besides, the middle-aged man just followed behind the old man and didn't speak. Although his eyes were vigilant, Han Fei saw that the man's spiritual energy was circulating as usual. Shouldn't a normal person be in a combat state now? The spiritual energy in his body definitely wouldn't be so stable. However, it was actually very difficult to see these details clearly in the same realm. Therefore, Bai Ranran didn't seem to feel any difference. Panning even asked, "Is this really the secluded island?" The old man smiled and said, "Yes, yes. Some people call this place the secluded island, but most of them have never been here, so they don't know us well enough." Panning said, "So be it. You already live so far away. Why are you still hiding? Do you have any secrets?" "Oh. This girl has wronged us. What secrets can there be on such a poor island? If you don't mind, you can come to the island to take a look. Our village is very small. There are less than 30 people in total. Most of them have difficulties in cultivation." With that said, old Ji led by Ranran and the others in. Because the surrounding mist had been broken by Tian Hong, everyone could vaguely see the scene inside. There seemed to be a big tree and some people looking over. Bai Ranran certainly didn't think this was a threat. Panning, on the other hand, snorted at Han Fei and Li Shenhao, thinking to herself, "Look, I wasn't actually deceived, right? What danger can these people pose to us?" Li Shenhao was a little puzzled, but he didn't show it. Instead, he chuckled and looked at Bai Ranran. "If this big shot dares to enter, he dares to enter. Whether he will encounter an ambush or not, it has nothing to do with me. I'm Not the team leader anyway. Han Fei didn't say anything. He was also curious about the world outside the chaotic wasteland and wanted to see what secrets there were. Therefore, they followed the two men in. When they followed old Ji Chong and the village leader named Ding Yuan for 100 meters and took a few routes that should be to circumvent the arrays. Soon, they appeared inside the white mist. Walala. The first thing Bai Ran and the others saw was not the cultivators who were looking over curiously, but the pink petals the size of thumbs floating in the sky like cherry blossoms. The top half of the tree that was thousands of meters tall was almost pink and purple. The scenery was beautiful. So beautiful. Is there such a beautiful place in this world? Pan exclaimed and reached out to catch the petals. Even Bai Ran couldn't help but take a few petals, letting the cherry blossom leaves fall on her body, emitting a faint fragrance. Everyone looked at the beautiful petal rain at first, and then at the people in the village. There were a total of 34 people in the village, 22 men and 12 women. They were all Sea Establishment realm powerhouses, with varying strength. Only the village leader and a woman were at the peak of the Sea Establishment realm. The others were not as strong. Bai Ran and the others didn't seem to find anything wrong. Even if these people attacked them, they were no match for any of them. Even Li Shenhao, who had been pretending to be stupid, could bury all 34 of them here. Bai Ran immediately lost interest and said indifferently, "We have two things. Do you have the sea chart around this place? Also, where is the largest wilderness settlement near you?" Bai Ran didn't think these people knew the way to the divine capital dynasty, because she felt that it was very difficult for these people to cross this wilderness. Since they couldn't cross it, how could they know the location of the divine capital dynasty? Old Ji Chong hurriedly replied, yes. We have the sea chart, but the area is not very large. However, there are many large settlements in this area. The old man was talking, but Han Fei suddenly felt that something was wrong. His eyelids suddenly became unusually heavy, and the sleepiness he hadn't felt for a long time suddenly attacked him. However, he had opened the sky and didn't even sleep in the sea of stars. He had even kept awake in the endless void for a day. How could he fall asleep in such a lousy place? When Han Fei came back to his senses, he felt that there seemed to be countless hands on his body, guiding him as if to seal him. And the way of sealing was to make him sleep. Clash. At this moment, Li Shenhao fell to the ground with a thud, snoring like thunder. Pan was no better. She lay down too, not lasting 2 seconds longer than Li Shenhao. Even Tian Hong and Bai Ran staggered as if they were greatly affected. As for Han Fei, with 2 people already lying on the ground, he fell asleep. 2. Bang! Tian Hong was slightly better, but he suddenly sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, as if resisting this power that made people sleep. The only one who could still hold on was Bai Ran. The fine scales on her body opened and closed slightly, and foul air was discharged from her body. Die! Roar! Between Bai Ran's eyebrows, a white dragon appeared. The dragon roared, and the world-burning white flames spewed out. The cherry blossoms that filled the sky were annihilated and turned into ashes in midair. At this moment, a voice chuckled. As expected of the #1 powerhouse of the younger generation in the city of scavengers, Bai Ran. I heard that you once killed a sky opener. Then let's see if you can kill me today. Bai Ranran's expression was ugly. Who are you? The man laughed. I will tell you after you die. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, this person burst out with the strength of the sky. Opening realm. Taking advantage of the fact that Bai Ranran was resisting the power of sleep, he slashed at Bai Ranran, trying to kill this obnoxious woman. But then, the white dragon extended its claws and attacked this person. Humph! A mere sea establishment companion spirit dares to attack me? The man raised his hand and pointed his finger at the white dragon, and the latter's claws were shattered. Fortunately, Bai Ranran took this opportunity to summon her second companion. As the sea pen appeared, the sword light of the sky opening realm slashed out of the circle and was sealed into the endless void. Bai Ranran snorted, and the airwaves on her body exploded, as if she had finally broken free from the power of sleep. No matter who you are, you're just a sky-opening realm cultivator. What can you do to me? The man didn't expect Bai Ranran to break free from the sleeping seal so quickly. He was shocked and immediately shouted, all of you, attack. Kill the 4 of them first. Han Fei was considering whether he should take action. He was wondering who sent this person over. Since he knew Bai Ranran, he could only be from the City of Wanderers or the City of Origin. This must be the danger that Mochi mentioned. This was definitely not just targeting Bai Ranran's team, but the entire city of scavengers. If he guessed right, the ascetic camp in the east should also be controlled. Han Fei had thought of killing Bai Ranran and the others, but now he didn't think so. No matter how they grew, it was impossible for them to keep up with his growth speed. But if Bai Ranran and the others were dead, he would definitely be doubted. At this moment, Bai Ranran reached out and drew a line in the air, and the body of the sky opening realm powerhouse frozen midair. The man was horrified. You walked more than one path. Divine seal, God's arrival. From the City of Origin? Bai Ranran's heart did a flip, but she didn't continue to attack this person. Instead, she prepared to stop the people who were about to kill Han Fei and the others. However, as soon as she turned her head, she saw a dazzling knife light flashing in the air. The knife light fused with the Tao and instantly swept past the sky-opening realm powerhouse. Bai Ranran raised her eyebrows. Man and saber become one, and the heavens become the Tao? Pfft. This sky-opening realm powerhouse was directly killed by the saber that fused with the Tao runes of the world. Even his soul was mostly minced by the power of the heavenly Tao in the saber beam. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Even if a sea establisher wanted to kill a sky opener, as long as the method of attack was suitable, there was no problem. Sky openers were to explore the Sea of Stars. However, it was unrealistic for new sky openers to explore the Sea of Stars. Therefore, the Sea of Stars was meant to make the Origin Sea produce more great Taos and let the Origin Sea connect to the heavenly Tao. Therefore, in terms of comprehensive strength, physique, soul, and other aspects, early-stage sky openers far exceeded sea establishers. However, when the best in the sea establishment realm also grasped the Tao runes of the world and could connect to the heavenly Tao, in theory, there was only the difference in strength between the sea establishment realm and the sky opening realm, and there was no so-called realm suppression. Therefore, when Bai Ranran saw Han Fei's slash, she knew that Han Fei had made great progress, and it would be difficult for this sky opener to survive. Pfft. The soul of the sky opener wasn't completely destroyed. This was a flaw that Han Fei deliberately left. Seeing this, Bai Ranran immediately took action. The white dragon swallowed all the soul power in the range into its mouth, and then detonated in the white dragon's mouth, producing a puff of green smoke. Rumble. At that moment, the weather changed, and a great Dao crack appeared in the sky, spanning more than 100,000 kilometers. Unfortunately, perhaps because the sea realm was too big and there were many strong masters, such a great Dao crack didn't attract the attention of many people around. As for the local powerhouses who were about to attack Han Fei and the others, they were all horrified and seemed to be shocked. These two people were only in the sea establishment realm. How could they withstand the influence of the dream-eating technique? At this moment, old Ji Cheng and village chief Ding Yuan were both shocked. But they didn't dare to retreat. These two could even kill a sky opener. Weren't they equivalent to sky-opening realm powerhouses? When Bai Ranran looked at them, old Ji Cheng hurriedly said, "Lords, let's talk nicely. We were coerced by this person. This person came to our island decades ago. How can we resist a sky-opening realm powerhouse? We have no choice but to obey. In fact, we just want to live in seclusion quietly and don't want to be involved in other people's battles." Old Ji Cheng said innocently, but Bai Ranran simply asked, "How do we wake them up?" Old Ji Cheng hurriedly took out a few white fruits and said, "These are fruits nurtured on the dream-eating tree. Let them eat them and they can wake up." Bai Ranran took the fruits and didn't doubt him. She didn't think this old man dared to lie to her. The only sky opener on this island had already died, and she and Yifeng Liu hadn't been troubled by the dream. How could these people dare to act rashly? However, Han Fei shook his head slightly. When Bai Ranran was about to feed the fruits to the three of them, Han Fei suddenly said, "Wait a moment." "Huh?" Bai Ranran couldn't help looking at Han Fei inquiringly. Without looking at the fruits, Han Fei looked at the old man and said, "Eat one yourself first." No matter how stupid Bai Ranran was, she could tell that something was wrong. Han Fei was right to be cautious in such a situation. How could she trust a stranger? Bai Ranran wondered if she was stupid. She was actually about to feed these fruits to Panning and the others just now. Old Ji Cheng was shocked and couldn't help looking up at Han Fei with ferocious eyes. At that moment, behind the old man, all the sea establishers attacked, burning their essence blood and attacking Han Fei and Bai Ranran angrily. Unfortunately, Bai Ranran was the strongest in the law enforcement camp, not to mention Han Fei. He could blow up this island with one finger. How could these people deal with him? Therefore, Han Fei didn't need to do anything. Bai Ranran attacked in person. And the sea establishment powerhouses were killed one after another. Han Fei blocked old Ji Cheng, who was about to run to the tree. The old man said ferociously, "Brat, you ruined my plan. You must die. Blossom, dream. Eating divine tree." Han Fei looked back, only to see that the ancient tree began to sway, and the pink and white petals filled the sky. The petals were weirdly dense. Han Fei didn't give old Ji Cheng a chance to escape. Instead, he slashed backhand and directly destroyed old Ji Cheng's body and soul. But Han Fei didn't stop attacking. He slashed again, and his saber had the power of annihilation, trying to cut into the pink and white petals. However, although many petals were annihilated, most of them could still escape. Buzz. Han Fei returned to Bai Ranran. "This flower is not a flower. It's more like a Soul poison. Bai Ranran nodded. After glancing at Han Fei, she suddenly drew a sea of fire with her sea pen. This fire was not true fire, but something similar to soul fire. When the petals touched the sea of fire, a massive number of petals were burned on the spot. Han Fei was also slightly surprised, because Bai Ranran had never shown such a move when she fought Neza and Butcherin. She can draw someone else's great Tao in a short period of time. Is this also a kind of Tao borrowing? Han Fei pondered, and Bai Ranran looked at Han Fei and said, "This is my companion spirit's innate divine technique, but I hope you can keep it a secret." Han Fei nodded slightly. It seems that the problem lies with that big tree. These people are probably controlled by that tree. Bai Ranran asked, "How do you know that there's something wrong with the fruits?" Han Fei said, "These people were too calm. And you seem to be enchanted at that moment." Bai Ranran was shocked. Indeed, she had never thought that there was something wrong with the fruits. She just felt that Ji Chang was very trustworthy. From the looks of it, this should be one of Ji Chang's abilities. It could win the trust of others, catching them off guard. Bai Ranran asked, "Thank you. But why weren't you affected?" However, when Bai Ranran saw Han Fei's indifferent eyes, she seemed to understand it. This person was an emotionless person. It made sense that he could block this enchanting technique. Perhaps because Bai Ranran burned the pink petals, Tian Hong quickly got up and blocked the dream impact. Then, Pan Ning and Li Shenhao woke up one after another. Han Fei could tell that Pan Ning was really asleep, but Li Shenhao was probably pretending. This made him a little curious. This fatty was interesting. The gap between the number 1 farm and the number 1 farm of Pan Lydian was not small. However, the gap between the two people looked quite big too. Perhaps Pan Ning was stronger than Li Shenhao in terms of combat power and comprehensive strength, but in terms of temperament, sensitivity, and behavior, she was much weaker than Li Shenhao. Pan Ning exclaimed, "We've been tricked. We've been dragged into a dream." Li Shenhao exclaimed, "I was so scared. I dreamed of a big tree that wanted to eat my brain." When Li Shenhao shouted this, Han Fei couldn't help but turn his head and look at him. The latter immediately felt a little guilty, but he thought that he should just follow Pan Ning to exclaim. Pan Ning asked, "What about those B** stars?" Bai Ranran, "They're all dead." When Bai Ranran finished speaking casually, they heard a crack, and the ancient tree thousands of meters tall suddenly broke. Then, it was taken into the origin sea, and Han Fei had suddenly appeared under the tree. Then, he reached out in the void and grabbed much earth vein spring water. Before Pan Ning could be surprised, Li Shenhao shouted, "Brother Feng Lu, you're awesome." A strange gleam flashed in Pan Ying's eyes. She couldn't help but look at Bai Ranran, feeling the power left in the surrounding void. She was sure that only Bai Ranran and Han Fei were attacking just now. Bai Ranran said, "The people from the city of origin arranged for a sky opening realm powerhouse to lie in ambush here 10 years ago. It might not be an ambush for us, but if it's someone else, they're very likely to fall for it. Destroy this island." People from the city of origin? A sky-opening realm powerhouse? For a moment, even Tian Hong couldn't help but twist his head. He didn't expect that there was a sky-opening realm powerhouse hidden here. Didn't this mean that Bai Ranran and Han Fei had cooperated to kill a sky-opening realm powerhouse? Bai Ranran was fine. She had once killed a sky-opening realm cultivator alone. But this changed everyone's opinion of Han Fei. When Han Fei returned, he said indifferently, "If I've guessed right, the ascetic camp has also been controlled." At this moment, everyone's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. That's right. If the city of origin had been planning for a long time, then the nearby forces should have been replaced by them. Only then could they hunt indiscriminately. However, Bai Ranran said, the First Lord should have noticed this matter. Perhaps Lord Lydian has already started to resolve the problem himself. However, Han Fei didn't think so. Even for the trial, the three major forces would generally sort out the nearby wanderer camps. This dream island was so close to the chaotic wasteland. Why would the city of origin choose to ambush them here? Li Shinhao said, "I think we don't have to worry about these things. Although the people of the city of origin have been exposed, the other wanderer camps might not be occupied by the city of origin." Everyone couldn't help but look at Li Shinhao, who chuckled and said, "What if this wanderer camp is also a part of our trial? What if this is a trial specially prepared for us by the strong masters of the three major forces?" Pan Ning asked, "Are you saying that the city of origin hunted us, and maybe our people also hunted the people from the city of origin? We only picked 150 people in total. What's the point of hunting each other like this? Just to make us kill each other?" Bai Ranran's heart stirred. No. This kind of trial is more like a warning. It has indeed taught us a good lesson. In this wilderness, no one is trustworthy. Except for our own people. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei guessed that if he guessed right, Bai Ranran, Pan Ning, and Li Shinhao all had trump cards. This time, of the 150 people selected, nearly 50 were from the top 10 lords' families. These children of big clans had nothing but good foundations and many treasures. Therefore, Han Fei also felt that this trial should be just a simple trial. If it weren't for him just now, Bai Ranran could have resolved the battle alone. If Bai Ranran wasn't around, Tian Hong should have a way to resolve it. Although he might be injured. Even without Tian Hong, Li Shinhao, who was hiding his strength, should be able to resolve it. This guy pretended to be weak, but Han Fei never felt that a person who could enter the first team was really a waste. As for Pan Ning, it was hard to say. Now it seemed that this girl lacked experience and training, but she didn't lack foundation. From her occasional attacks along the way, it could be seen that once her combat experience became rich, she shouldn't be weak. If what Han Fei and the others had encountered so far was only one part of the trial, then this trial was too dangerous. It seemed that Mochi was right. This trip was indeed not smooth. The dream-eating tree was uprooted by Han Fei, and the white mist surrounding the dream island was dissipating. After losing the earth vein spring water and experiencing a big battle, the surrounding waves roared, and the earth vein below the island began to collapse. In the eyes of Han Fei and the others, the dream island sank by nearly half. At this point, everyone was shocked. Whether this was a trial or not, they were no longer in the chaotic wasteland. Everything in front of them told them that it was equally dangerous outside the wasteland. Bai Ranran took a deep breath and said, "From now on, don't trust others easily, let alone treat this as a mere trial." 3 months later, Han Fei and the others felt that they had completely walked out of the wild border, and in order to confirm the sea chart given by old Ji Chung or to prove the malice of the outside world, Bai Ran Ran and the others followed the sea chart. As they expected, they were taken to a place where there was a sky opening. Demonic sea anemone that ruled 1,000,000 kilometers of sea. They fought the demonic sea anemone because it was a sea demonic plant in a remote area, although the demonic sea anemone was defeated in the end, Bai Ran Ran and the others failed to kill it. Then they directly threw away the sea chart that Ji Chung gave them. Pan Ning even said angrily that the people outside couldn't be trusted. On this day, Han Fei and the others were heading to the nearest large settlement, called the Magic Moonlight City according to the sea chart obtained by panning by soul searching. Han Fei didn't want to expose his ability to search souls, so Panning led the way. According to Panning, it would take them more than 2 months to go to the Magic Moonlight City. For this, Li Shenhao often sighed. This wilderness is really big. We've been out of the wasteland for almost half a year, but we haven't even found a large settlement. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly pinched his fingers. Is there danger? Han Fei scanned around with his perception, but he didn't find anything special within over 6,000,000 kilometers. He even made his perception circle around to confirm. Han Fei thought to himself, maybe there is some danger on the road ahead, which will be encountered by us later. After more than 100 seconds, suddenly, in everyone's vision, the void was suddenly opened, and it was a giant octopus that spanned more than 800 kilometers. Li Shenhao exclaimed, "What a big octopus! How strong is it? We can't just rush over, right?" Panning said, "It's obviously coming for us. How did it know where we were? And set up an ambush here?" Bai Ran Ran said, "Prepare for battle. Tian Hong, prepare to erupt. Yi Feng Lu, prepare to draw your saber. Li Shenhao, prepare to use your great Dao at any time." Han Fei didn't know what Li Shenhao's great Dao was yet. Because the Yi Feng Lu he created was cold, he wouldn't take the initiative to ask. Li Shenhao exclaimed, "Are we really going to fight?" Bai Ran Ran said, "Panning is right. How did it know that we would be on this road? We have to find out." As she spoke, Bai Ran Ran drew her saber and entered a combat state. After the huge octopus broke through the void, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out as many as 3 sky openers and 13 sea establishers. These people clamored and charged at Han Fei and the others. Bai Ran Ran immediately shouted, "Run!" 3 sky opening realm powerhouses appeared at once, plus the big octopus who seemed to be a sky opening realm powerhouse too. But there were only 5 sea establishers on their side, so how could they fight this battle? In addition to the octopus and the people it spat out, there was another person standing on the octopus's head, watching everything quietly. This meant that the other party had at least 5 sky opening realm powerhouses, 5 sky opening realm experts, a dozen sea establisher, and even more powerhouses. Although Bai Ran Ran was confident, she wasn't confident enough to fight 5 sky opening realm experts at the same time. Besides, the big octopus and the person on its head looked even stronger. Run separately. At this time, running separately was the best choice, which could force these people to disperse. And once these people dispersed, if there was only one sky opening realm expert, then Bai Ran Ran had nothing to be afraid of. She was even confident that each member of her first team could at least deal with one sky opening realm powerhouse. Even if they couldn't beat them, they could escape. But then, a terrifying scene happened. First of all, after Han Fei and the others ran 1,000,000 kilometers, they suddenly discovered that the void had already been sealed, and large arrays burst out in all directions. Bai Ranran summoned her sea pen, trying to break the seal in midair. However, as soon as she held the sea pen, the strong master who was standing on the head of the big octopus had already stood in front of her. On the other side, Li Shenhou exclaimed, "Don't chase me. I'm poor. Look at my battle suit. It's patched." As he spoke, Li Shenhou opened his battle suit, and everyone saw a patch inside. Not to mention these people, even Han Fei was dumbfounded. A sea establishment cultivator needed to patch his battle suit? Would it kill you to reforge it? Would it consume a lot of your resources? On the other side, Panning erupted and crushed a jade slip. Pan Li Tian's figure appeared in the void. The man who was attacking Bai Ranran suddenly changed his expression. "Activate the energy shield. Everyone, retreat." With that, the man disappeared and ran back to the big octopus. After all, they were very close, so they had enough time to return to the big octopus before Pan Lydian appeared and attacked. Panning shouted, "Grandpa, we were attacked by this octopus." Pan Lydian frowned in the air. "Sea monster fortress? If you dare to touch the people of our 10,000 scale race, I will find you and wipe you up from this world." With that, Pan Lydian attacked from a distance, as if he could penetrate the big octopus with a finger. But at this moment, a layer of energy shield rose. Rumble. The power of Pan Li Tian's blow directly blasted a huge hole in the energy shield. And the strong master blocked Pan Li Tian's blow with the power of the heavens and earth. There was no telling what the energy shield was, but it had blocked, at least, 80% of Pan Li Tian's attack. Even so, the man in the lead turned pale after taking Pan Li Tian's blow. It could be seen how powerful Pan Li Tian's blow was. Humph. At this time, the big octopus continued to vomit, and this time, it actually vomited 22 people at once. Among them, there were 3 sky-opening realm powerhouses, and the rest were all in the sea establishment realm. Panning and the others were all stunned, as if afraid that Panning would continue to take out the protective jade slip given by Pan Lydian. The leader shouted, "You can continue to use this protective jade slip, but when you use it, I guarantee that I can block it and kill you on the spot." Panning shouted coldly, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Kill me? Believe it or not, I can take out a monarch-level jade slip." Han Fei listened on the side and was speechless. As expected of disciples of the big clans, they were really rich. A monarch-level jade slip. It must be the jade slip of the 10,000 scale monarch. Panning definitely didn't notice what was special about this battle. First of all, the people on the opposite side actually didn't have any killing intent. Secondly, so far, these people still didn't show any killing intent. However, Panning had exposed all her trump cards. Fortunately, Bai Ranran noticed that something was wrong and immediately stopped Panning. She said, "No need to panic." After that, Bai Ranran faced the middle-aged man. "You have so many strong masters. Why did you stop us?" The middle-aged man smiled casually. "It seems that this is the first time you've come to the wilderness. You don't even know about the sea monster fortress, but you're all heavenly talents. This means that you're from the chaotic wasteland and are going to participate in the divine capital dynasty's competition, right?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Even Han Fei was a little surprised. This person had known their background. And the purpose of their trip? Bai Ranran asked, "Why do you say that?" The middle-aged man glanced around and motioned for the people who were about to attack to retreat for the time being. He said, "If you've been in the wilderness for a long time, it's impossible for you not to know the existence of the sea monster fortress. Besides, your strength shows that you are extraordinary. The protective jade slip just now should belong to a super powerhouse in the late star transformation realm. It's theoretically impossible for such a powerhouse to appear in the wilderness. Since you have appeared, there's only one answer. You are from the chaotic wasteland." Bai Ranran asked, "So, do you allow us to leave now?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly, but then said, "You can leave, but you have to pay something. Of course, I can explain some basic knowledge about the wilderness to you in case you know nothing about it. This is a deal." Their hearts sank. Hearing this middle-aged man's words, Panning secretly picked up another jade slip. "What is a sea monster fortress?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "In the entire sea realm, there are 5 divine continents, and the one that occupies the largest area is the wilderness. In the wilderness, some special places are formed, such as your chaotic wasteland, the ghost strait, the god-fiend sea, the floating city, the infinite mining area, and so on. It can be said that all the forces in the sea realm are actually built on the wilderness. And the wilderness is vast and dangerous. Whether it is itinerant cultivators or the major forces, they have never stopped exploring it. And in the wilderness, the most common kind of wilderness settlement, do you know what it is?" How did Han Fei and the others know this? Even Bai Ranran had never left the chaotic wasteland. Even Panning, as a core disciple of the #1 lord of the city of scavengers, didn't know the information of the outside world. Perhaps the major forces in the chaotic wasteland did this on purpose, but in any case, they did know nothing about the outside world. The middle-aged man knew that Han Fei and the others couldn't answer him, so he said, "In the wilderness, there are only 2 situations, hunting and being hunted. The sea monster fortress is a settlement where many strong masters gathered. One is to resist strong enemies, and the other is that it's convenient for hunting. Its essence is still plunder." Bai Ranran asked, "So, Senior, are you going to plunder us?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I know that you have an extraordinary background, but no matter how extraordinary you are, your combat power is limited. I don't want to offend the powerhouse behind you, but it doesn't mean that you can leave in front of us without paying anything. Therefore, you have to pay the price you deserve. And I'm not stingy with telling you the rules of the wilderness." Han Fei suddenly asked, "How did you find us?" Han Fei had always been curious about this. Although they could hide in the void, their speed was not slow. It was not easy for the other party to locate them and quietly approach them. The middle-aged man didn't avoid the question. He said, "Perception is the power that is most prone to deception. Perhaps you are used to staying in the chaotic wasteland and don't know that in a place where the strong prey on the weak, cultivators can use countless methods to avoid perception. That's all I have to say. As for how to avoid perception, if you are willing to pay a certain amount of resources, I won't hesitate to tell you." Han Fei's heart did a flip. He didn't want to spend money to buy information. As long as he wanted, there were many ways for him to know how to avoid Perception. As for whether Bai Ran and the others were willing to spend money, he didn't know. Bai Ran asked, "Senior, how many resources do you want?" Bai Ran needed to weigh the price. Although she was confident that they could escape, the price to escape was not low. How could a protective jade slip of the late-stage star transformation realm be obtained so easily? For example, the value of Pan Ying's jade slip was indescribable. It would be a loss if a few jade slips of this level were consumed just for this battle. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "There are 5 of you, 1,000,000 wisps of chaotic chi per person. This is one of them. I heard that the chaotic wasteland produces energy crystals. Well, 1,000,000 crystals per person will do." Han Fei's heart did a flip. From this person's asking price, Han Fei felt that this person actually had a certain understanding of the chaotic wasteland, but not deep enough, indicating that he had never entered the chaotic wasteland. Ordinary peak-level C establishment cultivators probably couldn't take out 1,000,000 wisps of chaotic chi. Only people like Han Fei had so much chaotic chi. Ordinary people still had to absorb it from the endless void. And who could casually take out 1,000,000 energy crystals? This middle-aged man must have seen that Han Fei and the others were talented and strong, so he dared to ask for so much. Ridiculous. Pan Ying shouted in a low voice, "Do you know how many resources this is? How dare you ask for so much? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have 7 or 8 sky-opening cultivators?" With that said, Pan Ying held a jade slip in one hand and said, "Believe it or not, I can penetrate you and make it impossible for you to get any resources." Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed. "Little girl, no bluff, okay? How many of such full-strength attacks can you have? I can say bluntly that I can still resist 3. Perhaps you still have a 4th, 5th, or even a 10th. However, don't forget, you have just left the chaotic wasteland. If you use these powers today, what will you do if you encounter other enemies in the future?" Before Pan Ying could scold him back, the middle-aged man continued, "You may be able to resist the sea monster fortress, but what about the mobile castle? It's a kind of large wilderness settlement, composed of multiple sea monster fortresses. It has at least dozens of sky openers and hundreds of sea establishers. Some mobile castles even have monarchs guarding it. How can you scare them with your jade slips?" At this time, someone sneered. "Little kids, it's good for you to suffer a loss now. Keep the treasure for future use. Why waste it here?" Someone said disdainfully, "Girl, do you really want to fight to the death?" Bai Ran looked at Pan Ying and Han Fei, and then at the middle-aged man. 30% of the resources you just mentioned is the limit I can bear. Otherwise, let's fight. I guarantee that none of you will survive." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly. "Little girl, don't be so tough. 30% is really too little. At least 60%. However, Bai Ran snorted. "Pan Ying, Li Shenhao." Immediately, 5 or 6 jade slips appeared beside each of them. Bai Ran sneered. "What will happen to us in the future is a matter for the future. Now, I'm willing to give you face. Don't be greedy." Bai Ran originally wanted to say that she would only give him 20%, but after thinking about it, if she only gave him 20%, the other party might choose to fight first. At that time, they might be able to defeat them, but it would definitely not be worth it. Just as this middle-aged man said, they had just left the chaotic wasteland and still had a long way to go. If they used all their trump cards, what should they use in the future? Therefore, such a battle was meaningless. Why should they fight? The middle-aged man was silent for a moment and suddenly smiled. Fine. Young people these days are really difficult to deal with. 30% it is. This time, Ran shouted, give the resources to them. They could indeed give these resources, but they felt a little aggrieved. Especially Pan, she really wanted to go up and kill all these people. Han Fei, on the other hand, was different. He could understand this kind of looting. They were just like pirates. They robbed as much as they could. As long as they scared you, you could get some resources. Everyone had their own rules of survival. If possible, not everyone would be a pirate. However, no matter what, this middle-aged man had robbed Han Fei, and Han Fei was never a person who could be robbed. After Han Fei and the others gave their resources, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. The people who surrounded Han Fei and the others all returned to the back of the big octopus. Then, the surrounding void twisted and they all disappeared. The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei and the others with a smile and said, I look forward to our cooperation next time. With that said, the big octopus's body turned transparent, its tentacles extended into the void, and its huge body drilled in. In a moment, it disappeared without a trace. Pan asked, Sister Ran, what should we do now? If we keep encountering this kind of sea monster fortress along the way, won't we be broke sooner, or later? Ran said, there's a loophole in his words. This wilderness can't be full of this looting kind of sea monster fortresses. At least, special places like cities will be born, which can be used to exchange for supplies and provide rest for the wilderness wanderers. This person deliberately made the wilderness sound cruel. Li Shinhao asked, then our top priority is to find a large settlement for wilderness wanderers? Ran nodded. Yes. We are too unfamiliar with the wilderness now. We can't go on like this. Han Fei said indifferently, I think we can split up. Split up? Panning immediately said, if we split up and encounter such a sea beast fortress again, we won't have anywhere to run. Han Fei said casually, he didn't answer my question. How did he find us? Panning said, maybe they just bumped into us? Ran shook her head. That's not right. With our strength, even if the perception of a sky opener sweeps past, we can sense it. Therefore, we first ruled out that the other party detected our location with perception. Li Shinhao suddenly said, could it be that the creatures in the surrounding sea are their spies, and tell them that we were here? Panning said, how is it possible? Then how many spies do they have to have? In this endless wilderness? They are mobile all the time. Ran suddenly said, it's the Sea of Stars. They must have observed us. Through the Sea of Stars. Han Fei nodded. This is why they are all hiding in the origin sea of the sea beast. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei's words shocked everyone. No one was stupid. Although they hadn't opened the sky yet, they were not far from it. They had all learned some information about the sky, such as opening the Sea of Stars. Li Shinhao was surprised. But we haven't opened the sky yet, why were we detected from the Sea of Stars? Panning said, the origin sea of the strong will appear in the Sea of Stars. Perhaps we can't see our own origin seas from the sea of stars. However, others may spot the strong masters nearby by observing the sea of stars. Yes. We are too close, so our origin seas are close too. At this time, if someone observes the sea of stars, he will definitely find us gathered together. Hiss. Bai Ranran's expression was slightly strange. I seem to understand. Panning asked, understand what? Bai Ranran said, at the beginning, Lord Lydian didn't object to us leaving together. Perhaps, at that time, he had already expected that we would be targeted by this kind of sea monster fortress. Li Shinhao exclaimed, is this also a part of the trial? Bai Ranran nodded slightly. Perhaps, Lord Lydian is just telling us how cruel the wilderness is in this way. He wants us to face these dangers alone without telling us at all. Panning gaped. Pan Lydian was her biological grandfather, but he didn't even tell her this? Han Fei said, therefore, separation is the best solution. Li Shinhao, then wouldn't it be over if we're caught when we're alone? Boss. Ranran, can I go with you? Bai Ranran glanced at Li Shinhao coldly and said, from the moment we left the chaotic wasteland, all our purpose was to get a real map of the wilderness, or to find a large wilderness camp. So far, we haven't obtained anything, nor have we found anything. Logically speaking, it doesn't make sense. Even if Master Li Tian wants to set up obstacles for us, he won't keep setting them up like this. I guess that there should be more than a few of us in this situation today. What will they choose to do? Li Shinhao said, they will probably split up for the time being and then meet in the nearest large wilderness camp. Pan Ying's eyes lit up. So, in fact, we are now close to an unknown large wilderness camp. In short, the trial can't be so difficult from the very beginning. After we see the fake wilderness camp, deception, and the sea monster fortress, we should at least have a breather. Bai Ranran nodded. That should be the case. Therefore, we'll probably have to split up and use our own methods to find the wilderness camp. If I've guessed right, maybe Lord Lydian is waiting for us to arrive at the camp. They were not stupid. Han Fei just gave them a hint and they quickly analyzed Pan Litian's thoughts. They were so sure because among the first batch of people who left in groups, who didn't have a big shot in their team? Any descendant of a big clan would at least have a few life-saving blows given by their elders. Therefore, even if they encountered more than one sea monster fortress on the way, they would probably lose some of the resources, and they would still be able to keep most of their resources. The five of them separated. Han Fei didn't hesitate at all. He was a sky-opening realm powerhouse. Why would he travel with a few sea establishers every day? After Han Fei and the others separated, on the octopus's head, the middle-aged man was stargazing. Behind him, someone said, Boss, this energy crystal is good stuff. But aren't we robbing too little? Those brats are obviously richer than the last group. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. It's much more dangerous than the previous group. Those two girls are not simple. Do you believe her when she says that she can take out a monarch-level guardian jade slip? The person behind him shook his head. I don't believe it. How can a monarch-level guardian jade slip be something ordinary people can get? No matter how high her status is, it won't be easy for her to get a monarch-level jade slip. Right? Humph. Fool. From the girl's tone and attitude, you should be able to tell that she's used to living a pampered life. She looked at you and me like we were slaves. She didn't have the slightest respect for us. Or rather, none of. The five of them are scared when facing us. This shows that their identities are probably very extraordinary. Forget it, let's find the next group to rob. Behind the middle-aged man, another person said, Boss, do you think there are people following and protecting such heavenly talents? After all, it's not difficult for strong masters to hide their sea of stars. The middle-aged man said, I don't think so. So many people are going to participate in the 10,000-year competition of the divine capital dynasty. There are many difficulties and obstacles along the way. Which powerhouse has nothing to do but protect some sea establishers all day long? Besides, we are just a small sea monster fortress. How is it worth the attention of the strong? As he spoke, the middle-aged man suddenly smiled and said, Smart, those brats just now separated. 4 hours passed. In the void, a big octopus was swimming. Suddenly, the big octopus braked and extended its tentacles, tearing the void and appearing outside. Buzz. Then, the middle-aged man appeared on the octopus's head. There were a total of 7 sky-opening powerhouses with him. At this moment, these people all looked solemn. They didn't expect to be stopped. It was incredible that someone could find them in the vast wilderness. Opposite them was a man with a mask on his face. Beside the man was a strong master, covered in a black robe. The middle-aged man said, Sir, do you have a grudge against our small sea monster fortress? Han Fei said gloomily, No. The middle-aged man asked, Since there's no grudge, why did you stop us? Han Fei grinned. Do I need a reason? The middle-aged man's heart sank. Knowing that they were a small sea monster fortress, he still dared to rob them, which meant that the other party was very confident. Why were there such strong masters in this remote wilderness? It could only mean one thing: the people from the chaotic wasteland were watched by strong masters. This was beyond the middle-aged man's expectations. The middle-aged man's face changed slightly. Just because some juniors were robbed, you can't sit still anymore? Are you going to fight your way through this vast wilderness? What's the use of sending such seedlings to the divine capital dynasty? Han Fei chuckled. You snatch yours, and I'll snatch mine. The only thing you should be glad about is that you didn't try to kill them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you calmly here. Now, either give me 100,000 kilometers of resources, or you don't have to exist anymore. The so-called resources of 100,000 kilometers, as the name suggested, were naturally resources spanning 100,000 kilometers. The purpose was clearly to fill the origin sea. Since it was to fill the origin sea, it was impossible for there to be a lack of earth vein spring water, ultra-quality spiritual stones, various mineral deposits, chaotic chi, and immortal chi. Although these resources were not much for the current Han Fei, for ordinary sea establishment realm powerhouses, this was an incredible number. Many powerhouses who had just entered the sky-opening realm didn't even have so many resources. Many people might not be able to save so many resources in 10 million years. But Han Fei casually asked for them. How could this middle-aged man agree? Under the middle-aged man, the octopus was furious. Where did this lunatic come from? How dare you ask for 100,000 kilometers of resources? Han Fei grinned. Can't afford it, or do you want me to take it myself? The middle-aged man's face darkened. On one hand, he couldn't resist Han Fei. And on the other hand, he couldn't give him this resource. This was tens of thousands of kilometers more than all the resources in their sea monster fortress. The middle-aged man slowly closed his eyes and nodded slightly, but only he knew that he was looking at the sea of stars. However, the star closest to him didn't seem to be flashing enough. And except for this star, he didn't see the existence of a second star. This meant that the black-robed man probably hit his natal star. Otherwise, it was impossible for it not to be shown in the sea of stars. A moment later, the middle-aged man smiled. I was almost tricked by you. Although your natal star is dazzling, it hasn't turned into a star. And the one beside you should be a puppet, right? Han Fei suddenly smiled. Tsk. You're right. However, are you going to give it to me or not? The middle-aged man sneered. With a thought from him, all the sky-opening realm powerhouses immediately surrounded Han Fei. The middle-aged man shouted, You want resources? Are you qualified? Han Fei smiled. He issued an order and didn't allow the blood-fiend puppet to attack. Then he suddenly rushed out. Han Fei fought 8 alone. He punched horizontally and unleashed a soul knife. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 This battle lasted for nearly half an hour. Even the middle-aged man was a little frightened. He couldn't fight anymore, but they didn't understand why. Han Fei could still fight. Wasn't he tired? He hadn't turned his origin sea into a star yet. Someone was shocked. Boss, he's practicing on us. He hasn't turned into a star yet. Boss, this guy is too strong. He's almost inhuman. Boss, this guy's physique is simply invincible. We can't break his defense. Boss, we're going to be defeated by him. Do something. The middle-aged man was shocked. He was already so strong before he turned his origin sea into a star. When his star bead burst out with power, Han Fei suddenly looked back. In an instant, many Dao runes gathered at his fingertips. Bang! 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 Han Fei was sent flying more than 30,000 kilometers away. Wherever Han Fei went, the void was full of cracks, and a flame line connected the endless void to reality. For a moment, the people who were besieging Han Fei were overjoyed. Haha! How dare you rob our sea monster fortress? Humph! You overestimate yourself. Brat, you're courting death. You haven't turned your origin sea into a star yet, but you dare to fight 8 alone. You must be a heavenly talent who went to participate in the 10,000-year competition, right? Leave some resources, and we might let you live. Tisk, tisk. Just as those people were overjoyed, suddenly a lazy voice floated over from afar. Interesting. The power of your star beads is really weak. Are you reluctant to waste the resources in your origin sea? Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. How is that possible? The middle-aged man probably guessed that Han Fei wouldn't die, because he was a monster who could fight 8 sky openers alone. From the beginning, they knew that those who dared to participate in the sky opening realm's 10,000-year-old competition couldn't be weak. But at this moment, the combat power Han Fei showed subverted their imagination. This made them realize the difference between mortals and heavenly talents. Although the power that this middle-aged man triggered from his origin sea was only 5%, it was still a terrifying astronomical figure. Han Fei said, in comparison, you are not smart. Although I may ask for a lot. You can at least higgle. You think you can kill me? Who gave you this unrealistic idea? In the blink of an eye, Han Fei's figure disappeared, and the void was distorted. The middle-aged man was shocked. Not good, it's ultralight speed. Retreat. Retreat, retreat. Pfft. Someone didn't have time to react and only felt that someone had penetrated the depths of his soul. The moment he exploded, he thought to himself, I'm in the sky-opening realm. I can revive. As long as I revive, I'll immediately surrender and pay. However, this person didn't know that his life mark had been destroyed by Han Fei, and he had no chance of revival. Boom. Boom. After Han Fei pierced through 3 sky-opening powerhouses in a row and killed one of them, the octopus roared that it was going to condense a demonic bead and fight to the death. Han Fei appeared in front of them again. The middle-aged man was a little surprised that Han Fei didn't continue to attack, but for whatever reason, he quickly said, if you want resources, I'll give them to you. Han Fei smiled. That's it. Harmony brings wealth. Why do you have to fight? The middle-aged man was horrified. He, who had always been a hunter, had no power to resist a real powerhouse at all. This person's strength made him feel unprecedented fear. Is this the level of a heavenly talent who is going to participate in the 10,000-year competition? The middle-aged man had never met such a person in his life. If he was already so strong before he turned his origin sea into a star, how strong would he be after he did it? Han Fei didn't intend to kill these people, because these people had just let them go. Whether it was because of fear or other factors, at least they had done so. As for why he wanted to get it back, it was because he had been robbed for no reason. As the human emperor, he could give money away, but he definitely couldn't allow anyone to rob him. This would make him lose face. In the end, the middle-aged man only gathered 90,000 kilometers of resources. Of course, these resources were not much for Han Fei. The further he went in the sky-opening realm, the more resources he needed. This small sea monster fortress could gather 110,000 kilometers of resources for him, which was already beyond Han Fei's expectations. At this moment, Han Fei stood on the head of the big octopus and said casually, show me your sea chart. The middle-aged man didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately took out a jade slip and said, fellow Taoist, this sea chart covers 2 large wanderer camps and spans half a light year of sea area. It's the best sea chart I have. Han Fei scanned it with his perception. On this sea chart, there were indeed 2 large wanderer camps. One of them was their previous goal, the magic Moonlight City. Among them, there were 1,009 islands, 117 ordinary wilderness camps, 203 large wanderer ships, 58 sea monster fortresses, and 1 mobile castle. Among them, the wanderer ships, the sea monster fortresses, and the mobile castles all had no fixed positions. They could be anywhere in this sea area. This light-year distance was equivalent to their territory. However, Han Fei still felt that the range of half a light-year was a little ridiculously large. Even if he had mastered the ultralight speed, it would only be 3 times the speed of light. It would take him at least 2 months to cross such a sea area. If it were an ordinary sea establisher, it would take half a year even if they traveled at the speed of light. But how could an ordinary sea establisher be so fast? This meant that most people might need 3 or 5 years to cross such a sea area. Among them, there was a large wanderer camp, which was only about 8 days' walk away from his current location if he traveled at the speed of light. Han Fei immediately understood that this must be the first battle of their trial. According to the sea chart that Han Fei had mastered, there were more than 160 islands and 23 ordinary wanderer camps between the chaotic wasteland and that wanderer camp. There must be many places like Dream Island in this sea area. Han Fei couldn't help but think that maybe the crisis Mochi mentioned was just the ruthless suppression of the outside world on the guys from the chaotic wasteland. Han Fei estimated that although the people who came out this time were all heavenly talents, at least 1/5 of them would be eliminated in this sea area. Of course, behind this elimination was rapid growth. Only between life and death could one grow so quickly. It could be seen that the 150 people selected by the City of Scavengers were not the real number of people participating in the 10,000-year competition. Han Fei estimated that it would be lucky if half of the people could reach the Divine Capital Dynasty. Han Fei even suspected that even 1/3 left would be great. Walking down such a distant sea area and experiencing so many difficulties could indeed create some sky-opening realm powerhouses. Unfortunately, such a trial was meaningless to Han Fei. The only benefit was that Han Fei could find some people to practice with and temper himself. Since the wilderness was so dangerous, there must be a lot of battles. Perhaps he could reach a complete balance between his physique and soul before the 10,000-year competition. Although he didn't reach the extreme Tao, he wanted to experience the power behind the Tao of balance. Han Fei said, "Since you already know that I'm going to the East Sea Divine Realm to participate in the 10,000-year competition, do you know how far this place is from the Divine Capital Dynasty?" The middle-aged man shook his head with a bitter smile. "If you walk in a straight line, it's about 8 light years. Unfortunately, I've only been there once. This journey is too dangerous. Along the way, I was captured by sea monster fortresses, detained by mobile castles, and fought in various wilderness camps. Fortunately, I survived, so I formed such a small sea monster fortress." Heh. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. How big was this sea realm? Was it so far away from the Divine Capital Dynasty? Han Fei wondered how the people who came with him would react if they knew that the Divine Capital Dynasty was so far away. For the first time, Han Fei felt that 50 years was very short. If he wasn't careful, he wouldn't be able to make it. As for the experiences that the middle-aged man mentioned, Han Fei didn't care. There were too many dangers and opportunities in life. As the saying went, accidents would happen. He also wanted to see what the so-called mobile castle was like. Even the sea monster fortress had a star transformation level powerhouse. The mobile castle was probably guarded by at least a powerhouse who was going to reach the longevity realm. It might even have a monarch. This couldn't be underestimated. Han Fei had many questions, so he planned to ask the middle-aged man. Han Fei said, "Since you use the origin sea of this octopus as your settlement, aren't you afraid that this octopus will eat you and use the power of his origin sea to suppress and obliterate all of you? At that time, you will be a great tonic for him." This time, the octopus said, "I'm a companion spirit." Han Fei couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man, thinking to himself, This octopus is actually this person's companion spirit? Then this person is more powerful than I thought. If this middle-aged man tried his best to fight him just now, it might have taken him some time to beat him. The middle-aged man said, under normal circumstances, only your companion spirit is the most trustworthy. As for others, as long as they trust me or vow to me, they can stay in my sea monster fortress permanently. We will be one, living and developing together. Han Fei was surprised. The weak usually attached themselves to the strong. Didn't this mean that there were actually many more people in the big octopus? Han Fei couldn't help asking, how many people are there in your settlement? The middle-aged man could only respond, about 80,000 people, but not many of them are above the sea establishment realm. Every time we fight, only the strong can fight, so as to show our strength. Han Fei learned it. No wonder it was called a sea monster fortress. It turned out that more than 80,000 people lived in this octopus. No wonder the middle-aged man didn't dare to fight him to death. If things went wrong, many people would die. However, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. He had killed a sky opener, which would definitely cause the strength of this middle-aged man's sea monster fortress to decrease greatly. But there was nothing he could do. They should have listened to him and paid him earlier just now. Han Fei said, go. Continue to hunt as you should. Not everyone can find your position like me, and not everyone can fight 10 alone. I've robbed you today. If you dare, you can replenish your resources soon. This is a trial. The big shots won't care. The big octopus and the middle-aged man said goodbye to Han Fei respectfully and quickly fled. It wasn't until they ran far away that they felt horrified. They felt that they were lucky to survive this time. The big octopus said, maybe this person left the chaotic wasteland for the first time and didn't know the danger of the wilderness. Otherwise, we would have been dead. The middle-aged man also nodded and said, he's too strong. He must be a peerless powerhouse nurtured by the super forces in the chaotic wasteland. God knows how such a person found us. Letting the big octopus leave, Han Fei placed the resources in his origin sea, but didn't continue forward immediately. Instead, he entered his origin sea to cultivate. For ordinary people, it would take at least a month or even 2 months before they could perceive the nearest large wilderness camp. In the past 2 months, he might as well cultivate in his origin sea. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had thought that he might be defeated when he chased the sea monster fortress alone and might need to use Blood Fiend. However, it turned out that he overestimated that star transformation powerhouse. It was this overestimation that made Han Fei realize that not all star transformation realm powerhouses were so powerful. Perhaps the people he met at the beginning were extremely powerful guys like Qiu Shouzong and An Taiping. He thought that if he hadn't reversed time when facing the star beads of those two, he might have been dead. However, after taking the middle-aged man's blow, Han Fei found that he could completely withstand it. He was only sent flying for 30,000 kilometers. Although his internal organs were shaken, his injuries were minor. From this, it could be seen that this middle-aged man's origin sea was not big, and his strength after he had turned his origin sea into a star was not great. Of course, this was only relative. If his opponent were not him but someone else, it might be a different story. Therefore, Han Fei decided not to use the Blood Fiend for the time being. A month later, Han Fei came out of the quagmire of the Sea of Stars. Realizing that it was about time, he went straight to the magic Moonlight City. Han Fei's speed was very fast. In order to experience how ultralight speed felt, Han Fei rushed forward and the void distorted. Along the way, many creatures didn't know that someone had flown over their heads. Originally, it would take at least 2 months for an ordinary sea establisher to cover this distance, but it only took Han Fei 7 days to arrive. Unfortunately, ultralight speed required too much kinetic energy and needed a deep grasp of the Great Tao. Otherwise, Han Fei might be able to be even faster. Of course, in addition, he was also worried that his natal star would be too dazzling, so he slowed down later. 1 billion kilometers away from the magic Moonlight City, the void around Han Fei returned to normal. He murmured, "It still doesn't work. The consumption is too great. Fortunately, I can partially fuse with the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, it would be difficult to fly at ultralight speed for so long." Another day passed. Han Fei finally stepped on a fertile sea area. Cities would usually be built in relatively fertile places. However, they couldn't be too close to each other, or there could easily be wars that would destroy the cities. Han Fei passed an undersea jungle and a coral sea, then a sea bamboo forest, and a sea of algae, and finally appeared above the deep sea. As the name suggested, the deep sea was too deep, which made the surrounding environment not very good. As soon as Han Fei entered this place, he stopped. This was because there seemed to be something wrong with this deep sea area. He scanned it with his perception, but didn't find many creatures. Just as Han Fei was about to continue forward, he suddenly turned his body and reached for the void. Bang! Although he didn't see anything, Han Fei still crushed something in an instant. After the invisible thing shattered, it turned into a milky brilliance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Huh? Han Fei frowned slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. These invisible creatures were very weak and could be killed with a pinch, but he couldn't see them. This was a little strange. After killing this creature, Han Fei attacked again in his heart, but this time, he didn't kill this invisible creature, but directly suppressed it with the aura of the Great Tao. Beside him, there seemed to be many invisible creatures charging at him. Han Fei didn't care. With a thought, the surrounding seawater turned into knives and stirred the void, instantly crushing those invisible creatures. Information popped up in his eyes. Name: Moonsnake. Introduction: It's a strange snake that swallows moonlight essence. The moon snake has an invisible body, which can't be seen at daytime and can be vaguely seen at night. The snake is fast, strong, and has suction cups on its body. Once it attaches to someone, it will turn into a moonlight light spot. Unless fed with blood, it can't be taken off. At night, its moonlight essence can be retained. By absorbing its moonlight essence, it can cleanse flesh and strengthen the body. Level: greater than 89. Quality: exotic. Realm: half-king. Contained chaotic chi greater than 176 wisps. Battle technique: blood fusion, strangle. Collectible: moonlight, collectible only at night. Absorbable. Han Fei was amazed. This was just a half-king moon snake, but it could hide from his eyes in the deity. If it was a moon snake at the same level as him, wouldn't it have a natural advantage over him? Pooh. 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 Countless moon snakes rushed at Han Fei, but they were all annihilated. Halfway However, since they were advanced creatures, they were not stupid. Therefore, Han Fei sensed the anomaly at the bottom of the sea and found that these ordinary moon snakes began to quickly retreat and stop attacking. However, a stronger threat was coming. Han Fei felt a slight threat. Because his strength was suppressed now, Han Fei felt a slight threat even though it was only a sea establishment realm moon snake. Bang! Then he saw his knife array was broken. Facing the surging waves, Han Fei simply closed his eyes and activated the great Tao of gravity. He didn't need to see the moon snake. As long as he felt the force field of the moon snake, the approximate shape of the moon snake could appear in his mind. When the moon snake was about to pounce at him, Han Fei's long knife quickly drew out with a clang, and a large area of pale yellow light and a milky crystal flashed. Humph! After killing the moon snake, Han Fei used the short gap to enter his origin. See. After nightfall, Han Fei came out and started a massacre. In just 3 hours, Han Fei had killed 100,000 moon snakes, 29 sea establishment realm moon snakes, and 2 sky-opening realm moon snakes. The moonlight essence and moon crystals he collected would slowly gather into a pale yellow mist at night. As long as he collected it well, it wouldn't dissipate. The bad thing was that this thing had to be sealed in darkness and couldn't be exposed to light. Once it would dissipate, whether it was in a bottle or somewhere else. Therefore, the moonlight essence could only be used at night or in darkness. Han Fei didn't know the effect of the moonlight essence. Anyway, after he got it, he could take some of it. This moonlight could actually promote the growth of his golden jade marrow. This was like an auxiliary medicine that could accelerate and promote digestion and absorption. Although it couldn't directly improve and temper the body, it had an enhancing effect. As for how much it could enhance, Han Fei couldn't say that it might be about 30 to 50%. In any case, it was a good thing. Of course, the moon snake could not only produce moonlight essence, but also moonlight crystals. However, this thing would only be born in the sea establishment realm and the sky-opening realm moon snakes. The effect was naturally much better than the mist state moonlight essence. However, this thing was also rare. God knew how much of it was needed to help him refine all the golden jade marrow. Han Fei had no time to cultivate here and collect the moonlight, so he didn't take it to heart for the time being. At midnight, Han Fei was actually very close to the magic moonlight city. He had planned to collect moonlight along the way and arrive at the moonlight city before dawn. However, in the middle of the night, he happened to encounter a 6-person team led by a sky-opening realm cultivator who was collecting moonlight. Among the 6 of them, the aura of the sky opener was still not very stable, indicating that he had just opened the sky. Among the others, 2 of them should be at the peak of the sea establishment realm, but the remaining 3 hadn't reached the peak yet. In Han Fei's view, this team was naturally not strong. But anyway, it was a team with a sky-opening realm powerhouse. At this moment, the 6-person team stood in front of Han Fei. Han Fei frowned slightly. What do you mean? The sky-opening realm powerhouses looked at Han Fei solemnly. Then, he charged at Han Fei without even saying anything. Huh? Han Fei was puzzled. Is this person out of his mind? In the blink of an eye, Han Fei drew his saber and slashed out. The terrifying saber Dao immediately repelled the sky-opening realm powerhouse. At this moment, the 5 sea establishers also charged at him. How could Han Fei hold back? With a flip of his hand, he drew a knife from the void, and a peak-level sea establishment powerhouse who was charging at the front suddenly exploded. As soon as the knife waves collided, two humanoid powerhouses who were not at the peak of the sea establishment realm were minced by the knife light. In just one clash, 3 of the 6 people had died. The sky opener's expression changed drastically, and then his eyes turned red. Someone shouted, "Shoal, I'm going to kill you intruders." Huh? Is there a problem? Han Fei's heart did a flip. These people thought that he was an invader. Besides, from the beginning, these people seemed to be looking at him with hatred. When they attacked him, they also furiously attacked with all their strength. Obviously, there was some inside story. Were they forced to attack me? Buzz. Han Fei activated his ultimate speed and shook off the 3 of them. The sky opener, who had just opened the sky, tried to catch up with him with his ultimate speed, but he failed. After all, not everyone would master so many profound things after opening the sky. This person clearly hadn't completely grasped the power of the sky opening realm. However, half an hour later, he encountered a second team chasing him. There was also a sky-opening realm cultivator in the team. But this time, Han Fei didn't attack. These people were just forced to attack him. If he really attacked them, it would be unfair, and there was no need to slaughter for no reason. Another hour later, Han Fei saw an island and perceived a person. Who else could it be but Pan Lydian? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When Han Fei saw Pan Lydian, he understood the various situations he had encountered recently. Just as everyone had guessed when they parted ways, all of this was a part of the trial set up by Pan Lydian. Or rather, these people were not arranged by him, but were used by him. When Han Fei came to the island, he bowed to Pan Lydian. "Greetings, Master Lydian." Pan Lydian nodded slightly. "Not bad. You're the 37th to arrive. Since you're here, go to the camp and wait." Pan Lydian's so-called camp was in the forest, not far away. Han Fei glanced around and saw Bai Ran, who had already arrived. In addition to Bai Ran, Tian Hong and Li Shenhao had also arrived, leaving only Pan Ying. These people were faster than he had imagined. Han Fei felt that Bai Ran and Tian Hong might have arrived, but he didn't expect Li Shenhao to arrive. It seemed that this fatty was much smarter and stronger than he imagined. Han Fei took a few steps forward, and Li Shenhao hurried over. "Brother Yi, you're here too? Did you encounter any difficulties on the way?" Han Fei thought to himself, "I really didn't encounter any difficulties. After all, with the accurate and detailed sea chart, I just need to go straight to the magic Moonlight City." But since Li Shenhao asked, Han Fei could only answer casually, "A little trouble." Li Shenhao immediately said with a smile, "Little trouble definitely won't be a problem for Brother Yi." "Brother Yi, your guess was right. That so-called sea monster fortress did rely on the Sea of Stars to find our location. And our trip this time was really arranged in advance. Only Dream Island is not part of our trial. Everything we encounter later is in Lord Li Tian's plan." "Dream Island is not?" Han Fei was a little puzzled. It was clearly a trial field. Although he didn't know why the people from the city of origin were there, it was clearly part of the trial. Li Shenhao smiled and said, "Brother Yi, in fact, we ran in the wrong direction at the beginning. Do you remember the other wilderness camp outside Dream Island? Han Fei asked, the ascetic camp? Yes, that's it. That's the initial trial ground of our city of scavengers. However, we went astray at the beginning and might have gone to one of the trial grounds of the city of origin. Then, we inexplicably treated it as a trial for us. Han Fei. Seeing Han Fei's speechless expression, Li Shenhao smiled and said, I just found out that the magic Moonlight City is actually a camp set up outside by our city of scavengers. What? This time, Han Fei was really shocked. Was the magic Moonlight City built by the city of scavengers? Wasn't this a city group composed of forces in the wilderness? Han Fei immediately scanned around with his perception. This island spanned more than 60,000 kilometers, and there were many strong masters. When he scanned around with his perception in the sea establishment realm, many people immediately resisted. But even so, Han Fei still saw countless strange races on this island. Among them, there were hundreds of humanoid creatures transformed from undersea creatures, including various demonic plants, birds, insects, and various mermen. Han Fei felt as if he had walked into the city of wanderers. However, this camp was much more dilapidated than the city of wanderers. Han Fei frowned. The magic Moonlight City is on our side. Then, Han Fei was about to ask about another city, but then he felt that he wasn't supposed to know about the other city. That city seemed to be further away. Where did he know about the other city? Seeing Bai Ranran looking at him, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Do the city of origin and the city of wanderers also have their camps outside? Li Shenhao immediately smiled and said, Brother Yi is really smart. The city of origin does have a large camp called the Guardian Camp. However, the Guardian Camp is still a little far away from us. I think they will have to go through such a long trial like us too. As for the city of wanderers, they don't seem to have a camp here. Han Fei thought to himself, this is very in line with the style of the city of wanderers. As wanderers, they are all experienced in battles. Besides, in the city of wanderers, people are required to do military service, and they must ensure that their home is not invaded. Therefore, anyone who has become strong will go to places like graveyard battlefields. Their experience is far more abundant than teams of the city of scavengers and the city of origin that are mixed with a large number of big clan descendants. Han Fei didn't care about it and didn't ask further. Instead, he sat cross-legged casually and said, let's just cultivate. Li Shenhao didn't change his mood at all because of Han Fei's indifferent attitude. This person was fawning to everyone and didn't seem to be a descendant of a big clan at all. Without Pan Litian's permission, Han Fei and the others couldn't go to the magic Moonlight City rashly. After all, they were all real strong masters. Although the magic Moonlight City was the camp of the city of scavengers in the wilderness, it was also managed as a city. The races here were complicated. The influx of so many strong masters would definitely bring a certain impact to the people of the magic Moonlight City. Besides, in order to give Han Fei and the others a final trial, Pan Litian forced the strong masters of the magic Moonlight City to snipe outside. Therefore, the people who intercepted Han Fei earlier all hated Han Fei. Han Fei could guess the reason. The people from the city of scavengers were not weak. It was too difficult for them to take down these heavenly talents. And it was relatively easy for these heavenly talents to attack them. In this way, the last trial outside the magic Moonlight City would inevitably Kill many strong masters of the magic Moonlight City. It would be strange if they didn't hate them. About 7 days after Han Fei arrived, strong masters from the city of Scavengers arrived at the magic Moonlight City one after another. As for Pan Ying, she only reached it 9 days after Han Fei arrived. When Pan Ying arrived, she was in a sorry state. This was a young lady from a big clan who had never suffered much. She was a real heavenly talent. Although she was strong, she didn't know much about the outside world. From afar, when Pan Ying saw Pan Lydian, she immediately shouted, "Grandpa! This is really just a pure trial. Grandpa, you made me suffer so much." "Shut up." Pan Lydian's face darkened. "Everyone has been through this, but you? If I don't show you the dangers of the world, you won't even be able to reach the divine capital dynasty. How can you talk about the 10,000-year competition?" Pan Ying was speechless and didn't know who to tell how aggrieved she was. Immediately, Pan Ying looked at Han Fei and the others, and then Pan Ying blushed and felt a little embarrassed. It was one thing for Bai Ranran, Tian Hong, and Yi Fenglu to be ahead of her, but Li Shenhao was another. Yi Fenglu cooperated with Bai Ranran to kill a sky-opening realm powerhouse. But Li Shenhao was nothing. Just like her, he fell asleep on Dream Island too. But he was also ahead of her. She immediately felt terrible. As if knowing what his granddaughter was thinking, Pan Lydian snorted. "Girl, don't underestimate anyone. Li Shenhao, you despise, came a day earlier than Yi Fenglu. Today is the 10th day since he arrived. Pan Ying. Half a month later. A total of 98 people arrived at the magic Moonlight Island. It had been almost half a year since they left the wasteland. After another 3 days, when a total of 127 people came to the magic Moonlight Island, Pan Lydian no longer waited. Those who couldn't come today, whether dead or alive, were all eliminated. Pan Lydian actually thought it was not bad. He had expected to have 110 people arrive within the time limit he set, but it seemed that this batch of people was not bad. There were actually 127 of them. However, what Pan Lydian didn't know was that a small sea monster fortress in the wilderness was almost penetrated. Otherwise, the result might have been as he expected. At this moment, everyone was standing in front of Pan Lydian. The latter said, "I believe that in the previous period of time, you must have experienced some setbacks or narrowly escaped death. In just half a year, a team of 150 people has eliminated 23 people. Do you know what it means?" Most people fell silent. They didn't expect this path to be so difficult. Many people were still a little afraid. Many times, they almost lost their lives because of their choices. Pan Lydian shouted, "This is only half a year's journey, less than 1/100th of the whole trip, but 23 people have been eliminated. Do you still think you are heavenly talents? Do you still think you are invincible in the same realm? What are you proud of?" Han Fei didn't feel anything about Pan Lydian's blow. The creatures in the wilderness were looking for a way to survive, and these 10,000 scale race geniuses were looking for a way. They didn't expect to die here at all. In comparison, Han Fei felt that it was already beyond his expectations that so many people could make it here. Pan Lydian said, "Now I can tell you that if it weren't for the fact that I set up this path on purpose, it would be a miracle if 100 of you could come here today." After a pause, Pan Lydian sneered. "The emperors who accompanied me that day have already walked far away. I've waited for you for a while just to tell you. that this road is not easy to walk. From today on, you'll really have to walk the rest of the road alone. I want you to know that in the wilderness, no creature is trustworthy. I can give you a piece of advice. Run when you meet the strong, kill when you meet the weak. Follow my advice, and sometimes it can save your life. At this time, Panning said, Gran Lord Lydian, can we enter the magic Moonlight City? Panying's first thought was to get a sea chart. Although she had experienced a lot of hardships, she also realized her shortcomings. Her grandfather definitely wouldn't follow her all the way, so a sea chart was very important. And in the vast wilderness, if you wanted to get a sea chart, it meant that you might have to experience all kinds of dangers. Otherwise, who would give you a sea chart, which was painted by the strong masters with their memories? Inch by inch. Yes. Master Lydian, can we enter the magic Moonlight City? If we can enter the city, we can exchange for resources. Immediately, the crowd began to discuss, most of whom were children of big clans. However, Pan Lydian grinned ferociously. No. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The wilderness was boundless, but it was definitely not a place where resources were scarce. There was no telling how many strong masters were living in the vast sea here. Except for the border areas near the Wild Abyss, the Infinite Mining Area, Godfiend Sea, and the Ghost Strait, which had fewer strong masters, there were many strong masters in the other wilderness areas. Since he mastered ultralight speed, Hanfei was no longer passionate about traveling. A full 50 years was enough for him to squander in the wilderness. Originally, he felt that it would take at least hundreds of years for him to stabilize the cultivation he had forcibly raised. But now it seemed that in the wilderness, there were strong masters everywhere, which all could be his whetstones. At this moment, in the furious waves, a huge black octopus was quickly tearing through the void, leaving some strange gray smoke marks in the void. Behind this big octopus, a giant whale flew across the sky, and from the mouth of the giant whale, 4 sky-opening realm powerhouses jumped out. Zhang Daqian, don't run if you've got balls. Today, I must kill you. On the octopus's back, a voice chuckled. Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't run. Swish. In fact, the big octopus under Han Fei's feet was Zhang Daqian. He hadn't opened the sky in the first place, and in fact, he couldn't run anymore. This was because the sea monster fortress following him was a whale in the sky opening realm. It was unnecessary for him to fight a long battle. Therefore, Han Fei simply stopped. Han Fei stepped in the air, holding a long knife, and pointed it behind him. I just robbed some of your members. Why are you so stingy? You've been chasing me for almost half a month. The leader was a valiant-looking woman who scolded coldly, You've robbed my people 17 times in a row, and you still dare to ask me not to chase you? You're too shameless. Han Fei chuckled. In the wilderness, the strong prey on the weak. Zhou Jingjing, I don't understand what you're saying. Come and rob me if you have what it takes. Come, I'll give you a chance today. If you beat me, I'll return your resources to you. With that, Han Fei roared and rushed up. Immediately, the faces of Zhou Jingjing and the others changed slightly. They really dared to chase Han Fei, but they had to be careful when facing Han Fei. This was because Han Fei was too strong. The 4 of them fought him, but he took the upper hand only after half a month, but this time, they dared to chase him because they had got some trump cards. Zhou Jingjing shouted, "A raise!" As she spoke, 17 or 18 peak-level sea establishment powerhouses spewed out of the whale fortress. These people's main goal was to restrict Zhang Daqian. Only 17 or 18 of them came out because Zhang Daqian was too strong. Ordinary sea establishers couldn't withstand his single blow and were directly blown up. Fortunately, Zhang Daqian was only at the peak of the sea establishment realm, and it was difficult for him to use any fatal techniques under siege. Otherwise, Zhou Jingjing and the others wouldn't have dared to chase him like this. Of course, the main reason why they dared to chase Han Fei was that although Han Fei claimed to have a Kiliacosm sea monster fortress, his sea monster fortress never recruited anyone. Logically speaking, they felt that Han Fei was actually not weak. Although this octopus that was known as the Kiliacosm was only at the peak of the sea establishment realm, an octopus that could repeatedly escape from sea monsters in the sky-opening realm was completely qualified to be called a sea monster fortress. It was precisely because Han Fei didn't recruit people that they could catch up and dare to attack him like this. At this moment, the battle between the two parties had already begun. Han Fei fought 4 people alone, making the waves surge and the weather change. The 4 sky openers attacked with all their strength, trying to suppress Han Fei with all kinds of great daos, but to no avail. As if used to Han Fei's resistance to pressure, Zhou Jingjing suddenly shouted, "Fifth brother, come out." Buzz. A fist mark cut through the sky and went straight at Han Fei. Another person came out of the giant whale's mouth. Han Fei grinned. "No wonder you have been chasing me so closely these past 2 days. It turns out that another helper has come. Why, did this person go hunting a few days ago?" Zhou Jingjing, humph. Don't be arrogant. Let's see how long you can last in a 1-on-5 battle. The new 5th brother clearly walked the path of body refinement and the great Tao of strength. He seemed to also walk the great Tao of magnetic force, but it wasn't obvious. It seemed that he didn't master the great Tao well. Otherwise, it would be a quite strong great Tao. However, Han Fei punched back and attached the great Tao of gravity to his attack, sending him flying nearly 1,000 kilometers. Zhou Jingjing took the opportunity to shoot out a spear beam at Han Fei's throat. Han Fei grinned, the space cracked, and he grabbed a void vortex and attacked. Bang! In the blink of an eye, 3 sky openers rushed up. One used a rod, one a sword, and one held a halberd, attacking Han Fei fiercely. Originally, Han Fei didn't suppress his strength much. Zhou Jingjing and the others were actually not weak. Although he had grown fast, his foundation was unstable, and the power he unleashed was less than 80% of his real strength. So they were evenly matched. Of course, this was under the premise that Han Fei didn't activate his great Tao. Otherwise, once his great Tao was activated, there was no need to fight. These 5 people were no match for him at all. Bang! 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 Knock, knock, knock. The 2 sides fought for 100,000 kilometers. Han Fei didn't know how many times he was hit, but none of the 5 people on the opposite side were better than him. Someone said via voice transmission, "Jingjing, we'd better stop. This guy's body is too tough and he has so many great daos. We can't beat him at all." Someone said via voice transmission, "Jingjing, this person can even fight 5 alone now. If we offend him too much now, I'm afraid we won't be a match for him if he comes back to take revenge on us in the future. Jingjing. On the other side, Zhang Daqian had already defeated 7 peak-level C establishers. Fortunately, he hadn't completely killed them. Otherwise, they would have suffered a loss. Zhou Jingjing was so angry that she suddenly let out a cry. For the first time, she became one with her spear and borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao. Even Han Fei was a little surprised. This woman had made a breakthrough. In battle? This was not a small breakthrough. Judging from this attack, it wouldn't be long before she could fuse with the heavenly Tao and comprehend the true meaning of the spear. It could be said that Zhou Jingjing's strength might increase by at least 30% in the short term. Someone exclaimed, "Jingjing, you made a breakthrough." Someone was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Jingjing is indeed a heavenly talent. However, Zhou Jingjing was not happy at all. She shouted at Han Fei, "Zhang Daqian, let's continue to fight." Han Fei grinned. Interesting. Then let me see how strong you are after the breakthrough. Suddenly, Han Fei sensed a threat. Of course, this threat couldn't have come from Zhou Jingjing. Even if Zhou Jingjing's strength doubled, she wouldn't pose a threat to him. Therefore, Han Fei glanced at the void. Chi La. The void was torn apart, and Han Fei saw 5 giant crabs rushing out of the void from 5 directions and surrounding Han Fei and the others. Immediately, the sea area they were in was sealed, because 18 sky-opening realm powerhouses walked out from the opposite side. Furthermore, among these sky-opening realm powerhouses, there was actually a leader, 5 deputy leaders. Crab King City? Jingjing. At this moment, the other emperors of the giant whale fortress also had ugly expressions. They exchanged a look, and one of them said, "Jingjing, the 3 of us will try to open a gap later. You have to take the opportunity to leave." Zhou Jingjing's face changed slightly. "No. Even if I surrender, I can't abandon you." Someone shouted, "It's not like you don't know what the people of the Crab King City are like. These people have no bottom line. Except for special geniuses, they won't easily take in strong masters. Even if they do, they will take your soul and essence blood. If you really give them to them, you might as well die." Zhou Jingjing was silent. She had forgotten about the battle with Han Fei. This was her mistake. They had been fighting Zhang Daqian a lot recently. They must have been exposed for too long, so they were discovered by the people in the mobile castle of the Crab King City. Although not all the people who came were from the Crab King City, this was not something that a small whale fortress and Zhang Daqian could resist. "No, there's another way." All of a sudden, Zhou Jingjing raised her head, looked at the powerhouse from the Crab King City, and shouted, "I am Zhou Jingjing, the master of the whale fortress. I became a king at 4,000 years old, opened the sky at 7,000 years old, and am now 9,000 years old. Even in the wilderness, I can be considered a heavenly talent." "Oh? So?" The young powerhouse smiled faintly. "That sounds good. So?" However, when Zhou Jingjing said this, the expressions of the other 3 emperors of the whale fortress changed drastically. They already knew what Zhou Jingjing was going to do. Zhou Jingjing took a deep breath and said, "I can join your Crab King City. But please spare the others here, including him." Zhou Jingjing pointed at Han Fei. Han Fei was surprised. Is this auntie out of her mind? I robbed you 17 times. And you still want to help me? However, Han Fei soon figured out the reason. He smiled in his heart. Good. Lord, you think too deeply. Zhou Jingjing took a deep look at Han Fei. Fighting 5 alone, Han Fei was actually very powerful, which amazed her. Besides, she knew that although Han Fei robbed them 17 times, he didn't kill anyone. This meant that although Han Fei robbed them, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. If she saved his life, he might return the favor and take in her people. Han Fei had thought of that too, but he was speechless. Auntie, where did you get your confidence? Ha ha ha. Sure enough, the leader of the Crab King city laughed. Who do you think you are? Even if our Crab King city wants to recruit people, it'll be him. Your giant whale fortress has chased this person more than once, right? It's been 5 times. 5 emperors failed to take him down 5 times. Who do you think I should recruit? Zhou Jingjing said, I have a sky-opening realm companion, and I have a population of 110,000. He has nothing. Oh? The leader narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and smiled. TSK. TSK. Then the 2 of you can join our Crab King city. But the other people? Hee, they must die. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. When the young leader raised his hand, the surrounding emperors were already prepared to attack at any time. The leader of the Crab King city said, not everyone is qualified to join the Crab King city. Although you are talented, there are countless heavenly talents in the boundless wilderness, but most of them died halfway. Guess. Why? Because you people don't want to see the newcomers rise. Suddenly, Han Fei, who was watching the show, couldn't help but interrupt the conversation between the leader of the Crab King city and Zhou Jingjing. Idiot. Han Fei chuckled and looked at Zhou Jingjing as if he were looking at a fool. Auntie, it's really hard to imagine that you can survive in the wilderness. Until now. Can't you see that there might have been some room for negotiation? But when you said that you had 110,000 people, the room for negotiation is gone? In the wilderness, population was not very important. Only the population living in the sea monster fortress was important. This was because the sea monster fortress was built by strong masters. Those who were not strong, elite, or had great potential would not be taken in at all. As a result, the population in the sea monster fortress had great potential and was the target of competition. The wilderness was different from the chaotic wasteland. The creatures in the chaotic wasteland were all ominous creatures, but the creatures in the wilderness were all normal creatures. In addition, the resources in the wilderness were very abundant, and a sufficient population represented the hope of rise. This meant that it was very easy for heavenly talents to be born among the people who had sea monster fortresses and mobile castles. Which power didn't want to take in heavenly talents? If any of these people had a chance to rise, it would be of great significance to the entire sea monster fortress. Every sea monster fortress would send many people out to gain experience along the way. If they didn't die, it would be fine. But if they grew rapidly, they would be heavily nurtured. Because everyone had done this, in the wilderness, there were actually many venerables and trial takers who had just entered the sea establishment realm. They often met and fought. However, everyone followed a rule that the strong would never easily hunt the weak. This was because you had no idea what kind of power the person you hunted belonged to and how strong a backer he had. This was the law of survival in the wilderness. Whether it was the sea monster, fortress, the mobile castle, the wanderer's camp, the islands, or the ships, most of them would abide by this rule. Of course, they would also collect unorganized wanderers and absorb them into their population system. However, relatively speaking, camps couldn't be moved frequently, so the people living in camps couldn't enjoy the endless opportunities in the wilderness. Therefore, the probability of strong masters being born in camps was relatively small. Although there were many people in camps, they weren't taken seriously. Most of the time, many people just stopped at the camps temporarily, mostly to make deals. And in a large area of the sea, the number of camps a mobile fortress controlled might be as many as thousands, but in addition to itself, there might not be any sea monster fortresses it could control. Therefore, the mobile castle and the sea monster fortress were the relationship between hunter and prey. However, although hunters liked prey, they didn't like prey that was too powerful. Even if they cherished talents and recruited some leaders among their prey, except for the leaders, other strong prey were not welcomed. However, under such circumstances, ordinary hunters were unwilling to pay the price to kill them. But this time, the people of the Crab King city didn't want to let go of the other emperors of the giant whale fortress. Unfortunately, Zhou Jingjing had already revealed her trump card. It was no longer useful to threaten the Crab King city with the population she controlled. The young man couldn't help looking at Han Fei. Interesting. You're right. But not entirely right. It's not that I don't want to see the newcomers rise, but that only the new generation of the Crab King city can rise. The young man looked at Han Fei. You're not bad. If you're willing to follow me, maybe you can lead a fortress someday. This young man's attitude was arrogant. However, Han Fei smiled contemptuously. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to follow you? Don't you take a look at yourself with the boundless sea surface? Don't you know what you're capable of? Huh? The young leader? All the emperors of the Crab King city? Zhou Jingjing and the others? For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhou Jingjing was speechless. Are you out of your mind? Can't you tell what's going on? You can fight 5 alone. But can you defeat dozens of sky-opening realm powerhouses? Besides, this is a star transformation realm powerhouse. How dare you? The young man was also stunned. He didn't expect that he, the young master of the Crab King city, would be scolded, and scolded in a situation that he would definitely crush the other party. Was this person crazy? Immediately, the young man's face darkened. Boy, I think you're tired of living. Since you want to die, die. Kill him. He valued talent, but he had the natural pride of a leader and felt that his status was high and noble, so his words were full of arrogance. As the young man spoke, 2 sky-opening powerhouses closest to Han Fei rose. One was a body refiner, and the other was a soul refiner. They attacked at the same time, trying to penetrate Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to be stunned. He let a spear touch his chest, but didn't resist it. Clank. The void ripples spread out for tens of thousands of kilometers. Zhou Jingjing's eyes widened even more. He blocked such a terrifying force. Just like that? Why didn't he show such powerful strength before? Han Fei's stunned expression slowly relaxed, and he revealed an evil smile. Puff. No one saw Han Fei attack at all. he had already appeared in midair. At the speed of light, a dragon roar exploded in the soul-refining powerhouse's mind. Bang! Everyone saw a fist mark break through the void. The terrifying fist mark carried infinite killing intent, as if it was telling them how powerful it was. Boom! That soul-refining powerhouse wasn't a body refiner in the first place, so how could he withstand Han Fei's blow? However, he knew that he wouldn't die, because there were still so many emperors on his side watching. Since this person showed extraordinary strength, they definitely wouldn't stand by and watch. However, for some reason, he felt that something in the depths of his soul seemed to have shattered. Then, his consciousness was scattered, and he felt that his body and mind had fallen into the sea of stars. There was endless darkness around him, and then, there was nothing. Rumble. Rumble. In the sky, cracks crisscrossed. The blood-colored sky represented that too. Sky-opening powerhouses had died. Han Fei held a long knife with a sheath in his hand. After killing 2 sky-opening powerhouses in the air at lightning speed, he turned around in midair and carried the long knife on his shoulder. With this small action, airwaves rippled thousands of kilometers away. Han Fei chuckled. "Oh. I heard that you are very arrogant and want to kill me?" Hiss. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Especially Zhou Jingjing and the 3 sky-opening realm powerhouses beside her. They didn't know how to describe their shock. Well, this. The 5th brother of the giant whale fortress opened his mouth and then realized that he shouldn't speak now, so he shut his mouth and said to Zhou Jingjing and the others via voice transmission, "Are you kidding me? How can this person be hunted by you 5 times? Someone replied, "Didn't you participate this time?" "I didn't feel that he was so strong." Zhou Jingjing was also stunned. What's going on? This person was clearly not that strong. At first, he was suppressed by us. How did he suddenly become so powerful? Also, didn't he use fists? Why did he suddenly take out a knife? Why did the knife have a sheath? Not only Zhou Jingjing and her people, but the young leader of the Crab King City and the other powerhouses were also shocked. What the hell was going on? Someone was the first to react and shouted, "Not good, young master, this guy is extremely strong. I'm afraid he has been hiding his strength. Let's attack together and suppress him." The young man also reacted and shouted, "Okay. How dare you kill a strong master of our Crab King City? You're simply courting death. Set up the crab grinding array." Buzz. 5 giant crabs in the sky-opening realm seemed to be interweaving their souls, materializing a giant crab the size of a super weapon. Apart from this, a dozen or so sky-opening realm powerhouses gathered up and attacked one after another. The great Daos rumbled and secret techniques spread out. In the surrounding void of 100,000 kilometers, energy was sucked up and spiritual energy was gone. Han Fei sneered. "This crab is interesting." With that, Han Fei's figure disappeared. It disappeared so fast that the young powerhouse realized that something was wrong. This person's strength was beyond his imagination. He roared, "Not good. Come back and protect me. This is ultralight speed." He is a super powerhouse in the late stage of the star transformation realm. What? All the sky-opening powerhouses were shocked. A late-stage star transformation powerhouse? When did star transformation become so simple? However, how could they fight the ultralight speed? They hadn't turned their origin C into stars yet. Even if they could narrowly resist the ultralight speed, they could only block the 3-time ultralight speed. If it was too many times above the speed of light, they wouldn't be able to react in time. Since Han Fei could see through the life mark in the depths of the enemy's soul and kill a sky-opening realm powerhouse, he didn't have to run into the other party's origin C and suck the other party to death with the demon purification pot. Of course, among this group of people, there were some people whose life marks he couldn't see, such as the young leader of the star transformation realm. As for the 5 deputy leaders, Han Fei couldn't see their life marks either. Han Fei knew that this meant that the other party was stronger than him. The smaller the gap between them, the more difficult it was for him to see their life marks. The greater the gap, the clearer the life mark would be in his eyes. And the feeling these people gave Han Fei was that they were probably transforming or had transformed their origin Cs into stars, but they definitely hadn't walked on this path for long. If he guessed right, even if these people were weak, they wouldn't be much weaker than him. Of course, when he erupted his full strength, they were definitely not his match. Bang! 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 1, 2, 3. When Han Fei killed the 3rd sky-opening realm powerhouse, the phantoms formed by the 5 crabs had already rushed at Han Fei. But in the eyes of Zhou Jingjing, Han Fei's aura soared, and an indescribable power enveloped their hearts. When ordinary star transformation powerhouses felt this power, they were immediately moved and immediately called for others to retreat. Han Fei extended his hand and pointed, and a large number of ownerless souls turned into a big sword and collided with the pair of pincers. The sword actually shattered one of the crab pincers. But then, Han Fei had already slashed out a second time, which was even more powerful than the previous one. Seeing that the crab-grinding array seemed to be unable to withstand it, the young leader shouted, "Retreat, retreat! Everyone, use all your strength to block him." Han Fei had always been the kind of person who didn't attack unless attacked. When he robbed, he would be slightly picky. But the people from the Crab King city were not included. Perhaps the strong masters in the main city of the Crab King city were not far away, so Han Fei didn't intend to fight a long battle. He had to end the battle quickly. Clang! At that moment, Han Fei drew his saber, broke the soul, and shattered the huge crab. Unfortunately, what came at him was the attack of a dozen sky-opening realm experts. Although Han Fei's attack was very powerful, it was offset in the end. But these people were horrified. He was too strong. They couldn't resist him at all. Han Fei's voice echoed in the void, "I only kill people when they kill me." "Hey, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why are you running?" Because the void here was sealed, even the people of the Crab King city couldn't escape so quickly. When the young man saw that a dozen or so people were killed by this guy with a single slash, he realized that something was wrong. After all, the combined strength of the people he brought could even hold back a late-stage star transformation cultivator for a moment. However, Han Fei's outburst shattered his hope. Immediately, he shouted, "Third uncle." When a jade slip was crushed, a vast ferocious might descended. Han Fei frowned slightly. He had felt this feeling when he confronted Pan Lydian before. Immediately, a 100,000-foot tall Dharma idol appeared under Han Fei. Before The person completely appeared. Hanfei's Dharma idol extended his hand and whipped, and the void collapsed, turning into an infinite knife light, directly crushing the young master. Hanfei sighed slightly. I'm still not strong enough. I can't even kill a piece of trash. I'm too weak.